and my good friend gave to me. 7 Powerball tickets, 6 match 6 chances. 5 cash 5. 4 cash for lives, 3 pick 3s, 2 Mega Millions.
Pennsylvania Lottery tickets make great gifts, like the new $1 million snowbank with top prizes of $1 million. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
And best wishes from the lottery.
So we had just moved here from out of state when the phone rang, and this nice woman introduced herself as our healthcare concierge. She wanted to welcome us to her new health plan. I thought, well, this is something nice. But then she took the time to find us a family doctor near our new home, and I thought, no, this is something different.
Customer service, unlike anything you'd expect. UPMC Health Plan.
The Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join us for the pre- and post-game celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill. Let us help you fuel up for the high-energy game with our extensive menus and craft brew selections. You, Otter, be dining with the best.
Northwestern Pennsylvania winners, don't let them keep you from driving. Instead, drive more safely in an all-wheel control Mitsubishi. Among sedans, the Lancer is absolutely the lowest priced all-wheel control car in the market today. Only $17,700 right now at Interstate Mitsubishi. The all-wheel control Outlander Sport is the most affordable CUV in its class. It's priced right now at only $18,990. With the 2016 all-wheel control Outlander, you can drive up to 7 passengers more safely at the incredibly low price of only $21,990. All of our vehicles offer top safety features and are covered by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Buy an all-wheel control Lancer for only $17,700, an all-wheel control Outlander Sport for only $18,990, or a 7-passenger all-wheel control Outlander for only $21,990. Get outside this winter. Drive to Interstate Mitsubishi 1/2 mile south of the Millcreek Mall on Route 99.
Price is based on 2016 model years, MSRP, stock number 3540, 4066, 3634, plus tax, title, license, and dock fee.
All the exciting action of OHL hockey.
The Erie Otters
On Fox Sports Radio, 1330, The Fan.
Welcome inside the J.D. MacArthur Arena. This is all a part of the Harry Lumley Bay Shore Community Center. Aaron Cooney with you for the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. Please be joined once again by Steve Fitzsimmons, TV voice for the Guelph Storm on Rogers TV. So, Steve, glad to have you back on again here and joining me for the back-to-back weekend. And we had a pretty good matchup last night. It was pretty tight and fluky goals despite the goaltending duel, but expect some of that flare up in the second period to continue with the teams facing off for less than 24 hours again.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if more hostilities flare this afternoon, but you know, when you see that kind of a goaltending matchup of two elite OHL goaltenders, it's going to be garbage goals that you're going to have to fight for, because, you know, they're going to, if they see, you know, good quality shots from well out, they're going to make those saves. But it's the, you know, the dirty areas, as you aptly mentioned last night, you know, getting in their face, getting in their crease, getting pucks in their feet, and just causing, you know, rebounds and those kinds of things that are going to result in winning the hockey game. And, you know, the Erie Otters were very fortunate last night. They got a couple of goals like that where, let's face it, Michael McNiven didn't have any chance on them. And, you know, that was the difference in the hockey game. In particular, McNiven coming out of his net, behind the net, to try to play a puck and completely misread the situation. And Erie fans felt the gurn as Christian Gurney put one home on a nifty feed from behind the net.
And the Otters, some great work out of the fourth line, and you talked about even yesterday, they looked good pretty in the game against Guelph Friday night as well, that you called back at the Fleeman Center on Rogers TV, and rewarded last night with some ice time, put in 2 goals that has resulted in the go-ahead and the insurance that eventually was the game winner for Christian Gurney. But
it was interesting to see Coach Knobloch put that line up against the first line for the Owen Sound attack late in the third period as a reward for, you know, a great job all night, and they acquitted themselves very well against that line that wasn't able to accomplish very much when they were on the ice. And of course, when you can get 2 goals from your fourth line when the first and second lines aren't going, that's a huge bonus. And yeah, we'll see if it gets Podupny going in particular, because, you know, quite often you get a fluky goal you've been struggling, and maybe you find a way to get a nice goal with a strong wrist shot and find the range. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Podubny do something here today.
52 goals last year playing with the Philadelphia Junior Flyers, and there was a lot of high expectations, I think, from him because of his points total. 100 points last year, playing a definitely different league, and playing against your guys your own age. And this is a much different, higher paced, older, bigger, stronger players. So certainly an adjustment period for him, but a lot of talent there. And for the Otters, wanting to get back to the goaltending matchup, as we're going to see Timpano and McNiven again. A third game for Michael McNiven that he's going to start in 2.5 days. Troy Timpano going back-to-back for the Otters, but both of them sharp last night. You mentioned a couple fluky goals that bounced in on both sides, with Suzuki scoring pretty much behind the net to make it a one-goal hockey game late. But with a short turnaround and such, as you mentioned, elite goaltenders in this league, how hard is it to put together another effort like you did last night? Because it seems you're going to need that one more time here between these two teams.
Well, we're definitely going to see some urgency. It's just going to be from which team, mostly. Obviously, Erie taking part one of this back-to-back series. Timpano, I thought, outplayed McNiven overall last night. And for me, despite what the in-house three-star selections were, I felt he was the best player in the hockey game and was the first star. And it's not to say that Michael McNiven had a bad game, because he didn't, but Timpano was just that good.
The Otters and the Owen Sound attack. Part two of the weekend coming up. Face-off in just a few minutes. We'll step away for a break. When we come back, we're going to look at this afternoon's matchup. A little of the same from both lineups. We'll look at some of the different line combinations over at Owen Sound. Our UPMC injury report as well coming up after the break. More hockey next on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
An Erie landmark since 1953, Nunzi's Place serves generous portions of great food at reasonable prices. Family owned for almost 60 years, Nunzi's prepares the finest Italian food in Erie. Come see why the Erie Times News said Nunzi's is known for food that tastes good. Nunzi's Place, located at 2330 East 38th Street, near the Bayfront Connector. To call for reservations or place an order for takeout, call 825-2940. Nunzi's, known for Italian food that tastes good since 1953.
SEO, text message marketing, social media.
As a business owner, you know the best way to reach customers is online.
Viral videos.
But you don't have time to keep up with the latest digital marketing technology.
Web design.
That's where Local Edge comes in, especially for the one term you're most concerned with.
ROI.
As a full-service digital marketing agency, Local Edge offers turnkey solutions to grow your business online. From search engine optimization and marketing, to social media, to mobile advertising, to video promotion. Our expert support team is ready to customize a program to your needs and track results throughout the campaign. Plus, as a division of the Hearst Corporation, Local Edge is backed by the largest, most diversified communications company in the nation. So when you're ready to generate leads, find new customers, and increase your revenue, talk to the digital marketing experts. Visit localedgemedia.com. Think digital. Think Local Edge.
National Fuel says, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130. If you detect something that smells like rotten eggs, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the premises immediately and contact National Fuel from a different location. Do not use your phone or turn on a light inside the area. Immediately leave the premises and call National Fuel's emergency line. Play it safe and remember, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130.
Tim Hortons holiday treats? Oh, but there's so many. Okay, stay focused, Dave. Remember, it's for the office. Okay, definitely one peppermint hot chocolate, red velvet muffin. Ooh, I want a cinnamon bun iced coffee.
And some mint chip Timbits, and a gingerbread ice cap, and chocolate mint filled cookie with peppermint bark.
Come into Tim Hortons and let our holiday treats bring out the child in you at participating U.S. restaurants for a limited time.
I'll just take one of each, thanks. It's for the office.
Keep up on all things Erie Otters by following us on social media. Follow the Otters on Twitter and Instagram at Erie Otters, and like us on Facebook at facebook.com/Erie Otters Hockey. You'll get up-to-the-minute news on all things happening with your Erie Otters, so check us out on social media today.
Welcome back inside the Harry Lumley Bayshore Community Center, part of the J.D. MacArthur Arena, where we sit up in the press box above the rink below us. This is the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. Aaron Cooney and Steve Fitzsimmons on the call with you. It's time to take a look at tonight's Marsh & Marsh Real Estate Services lineup. Starting with our goaltender for the Otters that's going to guard the cage tonight. Troy Timpano gets back-to-back starts, 18-2-0-0, 2 shutouts, a 2.41 goals against average, and a 9.07 save percentage. As same lineup as last night in the line combinations. Dylan Strome with Kyle Maximovich and Ivan Ladnia on the right. Alan McShane will center Alex DeBrincat and Taylor Radish. Kyle Pettit centering Patrick Fellows and Brett Newman. Garrett Podubny on the fourth line with Sean Biley and Christian Gurney. Darren Radish, TJ Fergus, the usual suspects. Jordan Sambrook, Eric Cernak, and then Mitch Byrne and Josh Wayman to round out the defensive pair. Scratches for the Otters include number 3, Ryan Martin, number 8, Carson Edwardson, and number 46, Cade Robinson. And our UPMC injury report, Erie been doing pretty well with nobody on the shelf, but it's Cade Robinson who's out of the lineup. Didn't make the trip because of an appendectomy Thursday, so we wish him a speedy recovery from that surgery just a couple days ago. For the attack, Michael McNiven gets the start. 14-6-1-0, 1 shutout, a 2.30 goals against average, and a 9.19 save percentage. As their scratches, just 2 of them. Riley Daniels, the third goaltender for them, and number 24, Maxim Sushko, who's out of the lineup. He's missed a couple weeks here, hoping to return soon, from what we understand. And Steve, I know you had a couple things to watch for tonight and for this afternoon, and on the Otters side, you're expecting big things from Dylan Strome today.
I am expecting big things from Dylan Strome because he got antagonized and taken away from his focus of playing his game with the different penalties that he took with Jacob Friend last night. And I felt like he kind of lost his focus, and I suspect we're going to see a much more very laser-focused player to this afternoon, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a strong performance from Dylan Strome, whether that be a couple or 3 points from him. But I don't think you're going to see Jacob Friend have that kind of influence on him again. I would also expect a strong start from the Erie Otters this afternoon because they are very well aware that the Owen Sound attack really wants this one this afternoon after losing last night, and they're going to come with huge push rate in the first 5 to 7 minutes. And I suspect that the Erie Otters are going to match that stride for stride and actually be the aggressors maybe in the early going, based on what we've seen from some of their key players this weekend. Have had kind of poor weekends, really. Strome with just the 1 point. DeBrincat has been kind of quiet as well, and I expect they're going to have big games here this afternoon. But also, just on the discipline side, I think Erie is going to be very focused on staying away from some of those skirmishes, being antagonized, and keeping their discipline this afternoon.
Otters, well, we're going to find out next. You heard it from Steve Fitzsimmons as we get close to face-off. That's coming up as we round out the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. Otters attack, second time on the weekend, 5th time overall. And get to think this division matchup usually pretty good. They won't see each other until late in February to round out the season series. They usually see each other 6 times. The Otters have gotten the best of them 3 times so far, with the 5th matchup coming up next, right here on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Over the years, technology has greatly improved the productivity of the business office, from faxes and copiers to multifunction printers. Now we don't know how to get things done without them. And that means you need a reliable printer copier and a dependable service plan. That's why you should trust Cooper Business Machines. They are Erie's only authorized dealer for Sharp document systems. And most importantly, they will maintain your machine so that it continues to, well, work. Just like your car, it needs regular maintenance and parts need to be replaced regularly. If your copier isn't properly maintained or you're not getting toner in a timely fashion, then you've been reminded what it's like to work in the dark ages. Don't wait any longer. Your business requires dependability. Shouldn't you expect the same? Cooper Business Machines, Erie's only authorized Sharp dealer and service provider, helping you get back to business since 1980. Online at cooperbusinessmachines.com or call 456-7585.
Programs, get your programs!
You know, Millcreek schools have all the programs you need.
Really?
Yes, they have preschool programs, Center for Performing Arts programs, Honors College and ROTC programs, dual enrollment and student internship programs, not to mention 16 advanced placement courses, 30 varsity sports, and over 50 high school clubs and activities.
Sounds like they do have a program for everybody.
Programs, get your programs!
In the Millcreek School District.
Otters fans, if you're looking for the best hand-cut steaks, fall off the bone ribs, made from scratch sides, ice-cold beer, legendary margaritas, and fresh-baked bread, then look no further. Texas Roadhouse, located at 7475 Peach Street, Erie, is the place for legendary food and legendary service. Whether you're looking for a special occasion or just a night out with good food and friends, think Texas Roadhouse. And don't forget to cut your wait time by using their famous call-ahead seating. That's Texas Roadhouse, 814-864-9494. What's 10,000 square feet with 100-plus arcade games, all set to free play, including air hockey and one round of glow golf, all in one great space? If you said Playport Erie Arcade, Erie's largest indoor arcade center, you're exactly right. And if you haven't had a chance to stop in and enjoy all those old favorites and new challenges, now's the perfect time. Race your friends head-to-head with the 4-player simulators, ride motorcycles, boats, skis, and more. Playport has bowling, pinball, basketball, hunting games, and of course, all for a one-price admission. Come on into Playport Arcade. It's like having that feeling when you wish you were a kid again. Yeah, that's the feeling you'll get at Playport Erie Arcade. Playport is more than just an arcade. Playport is Erie's first indoor glow golf attraction. It's like walking into another world as you enter the glow golf room filled with neon and different fun obstacles at every hole. Playport is fun for all ages, and now for a limited time, grab 3 people along with yourself and take advantage of the 4-pack special. But hurry, it's only for a limited time. Playport Arcade on West 12th Street in the Big White Building just east of Peninsula.
I beat my best score. I love this game.
It's Erie Otters hockey on Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330 The Fan, WFNN, Erie.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Where today, the Ontario Hockey League presents Game 2 of the weekend series, the Erie Otters visiting the Owen Sound Attack. Hello again, everyone. Aaron Cooney with you. Joining me in the broadcast once again, Steve Fitzsimmons, TV play-by-play voice of the Guelph Storm for this afternoon's matchup with the Otters, looking to salvage 4 points out of the 3-3 weekend for them, dropping Friday night's game to the Guelph Storm and defeating Owen Sound last night 3-2, and quite a tight one. A great performance from Troy Timpano, who will start here again today. Michael Niven on the other side. And Steve, you thought in the pregame show, the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show, expecting big things from Dylan Strome, and also for the Otters to get back to playing disciplined hockey after allowing the Owen Sound Attack to get under their skin a little bit in that matchup last night, especially in the second period where they really took over.
Absolutely, and they were able to escape with a 3-2 win in spite of all those factors, but you just know that Coach Chris Knobloch has had a conversation with his hockey team about that, and I expect that focus will be back on scoring goals and winning the hockey game instead of getting sidetracked with with Jacob Friend and some of the other skirmishes that we saw last night. Even DeBrincat got really involved last night as well, and he didn't really get anything much done offensively last night either. So I think those guys are going to get laser focused on the task at hand, which is to win this hockey game and get a couple or 3 goals.
Those are the big things for the Otters when Chris Knobloch took over. That 3/4 of the season that he first had when he came in 2012-2013. Notice how many penalties this team took, and they quickly turned it around. One of the more disciplined teams in the league. They're the least penalized coming into tonight's, this afternoon's action, as we are underway from the J.D. MacArthur Arena as this puck sent by Darren Radish onto the far side corner off the stick of DeBrincat, who is stationed out in front. Finds Dylan Strome on the far circle. Turns, plays it on in front. Open ice along the near side, but pushed ahead. Off goes Hancock for the Owen Sound attack. Send it into the Otters zone behind the net. There's Darren Radish and Dylan Strome able to force it up the near side. Fergus battling along the corner. Up for Alex DeBrincat. He'll just use the window to get up to the line, but not out. Taken by the Otters, and out ahead for Taylor Radish. Comes into the zone, but too many white shirts, and Centorami able to knock it loose and settle things down as the Otters make a change. Like to start with that line. DeBrincat, Strome, Taylor Radish going to set the tone and return back to their usual combination. With Eric Sternak, he lost the puck to Paul Moon down the far corner. So pull out in front. They had Roberts. Pass was too far ahead of him and trickles out to center ice. Early goings here in the afternoon, Sunday afternoon matinee. J.D. MacArthur Arena, Otters and Owen Sound attack. Left wing side, Zapula gets him hit a couple great chances last night. Couldn't capitalize. A shot from the point kicked out by Timpano. Zapula to the puck one more time. Poke check by Pettit. Roberts follows up. He's got the puck. On for the corner in front for Paul Moo at the circle. He fanned on the shot. Rolling puck. Didn't get a whole lot on it as it finds its way to the far corner. Slid for Eric Sternak, who looks on ahead. Pass off a stick, and they keep in momentarily. Brack with Paul Moo down along the near side boards. Circles loose towards the hash marks of the circle. Struthers giving Pettit, his 15 counterpart, some trouble as Sternak turned around on the far boards by Brack. Swung back near side again. Fellows directed up the wall. Jersey has it. His pass, well shot, sliding along the ice, intercepted by Sambrook, who skates to center and tosses it in as Erie changes behind the play. Quickly fired up the near side. Maximich intercepts at the line, but he hands it right back on to Jersey. Trying to lead the march right wing side, throws it in. Darren Radish back to the Otters. He has his stick lifted. Working against Matthew Struthers. Able to nudge it up the near side. Out the center ice, Dylan Strome. He stick handles around Phillips, left wing corner. Finds the puck. Centering pass in front for Lodnia. Couldn't take it. Comes out to the point. Radish, a bomb goes wide. Lodnia finds the puck off the end board. On for Darren Radish at the blue line. Wrist shot. That was blocked. Stepping onto that was Jersey, who's been moved up to play on a right wing after defense duty last night. He is listed as a defensive, playing right wing, along with Brack and Matthew Struthers. The Otters sending the puck out to center. Pass intercepted by Phillips as he comes into the zone. Shoved by Darren Radish. And Struthers keeping alive on the far side. Erie fired out ahead for Taylor Radish. Little touch on for Alex DeBrincat. He'll back in it into the zone. Here a little over 3 minutes into action. No score from Owen Sound. Alan McShane bounces one on for Taylor Radish. The man in front, DeBrincat, can't get it to him. Defended by Centorami. DeBrincat takes one more time, turns, fires, sticks away by McNiven to the near corner. Pushed ahead for Matt Small. The overage forward, LA Kings product. The wrist shot, save made. Timpano through the tilt drive, puts it off the side of the cage. Settled by Mitch Byrne of Erie. Slide it up the far board. They pinch in, and Bork keeps it alive. Bounce down onto the tape of Alan McShane of the Otters. He'll try the right side. Byrne stretched out ahead for McShane. Nice pass to center ice. He'll gain the line. Push it on ahead for Christian Gurney, who had a game-winning goal last night. Christian Gurney set up by Sean Biley. Here he can't keep it in the zone. And here's Garrett Podubny getting back in control. Off for Gurney. Slide it on for Biley. Near side circle with a man in front. Play it that way. Defended by Bork to the near wall. Sambrook in on the forecheck. Suzuki has lost his stick. They want to retrieve it and the puck in one motion from the near side boards and play it out to center ice. Here's Hancock right wing side. Between the legs. Now backhander. Stopped by Timpano. And everybody can take a breath. Our first whistle in a while. 15:45 in a scoreless hockey game left to play.
Yeah, some great pace to start this game. 4 minutes and 15 seconds to the first whistle. It was a good start by the Erie Otters, sending out the heavy horses, if you will, with all their top offensive players to start the game and set the tempo in a positive way for the Otters. And you just saw a great shift there from their fourth line as well. It was playing so well the last couple of nights with Biley, Podubny, and Gurney.
Collected 2 goals last night. Podubny with his 5th. Gurney his 6th. As Pettit just runs through Roberts. They had a collision last night at center ice in the third period that Pettit took the worst of and able to get one back on Roberts with Owen Sound guilty of an icing call. But the pace you expected to start, as you mentioned the pregame show, Steve, and Both teams providing the action. Only 2 shots on goal apiece. But we have been fast-paced and hard-hitting. Draw to the right of McNiven. Played in the near corner by Zappola on the win. Moves on for King. Out ahead, Roberts. Lifted towards the Otters line. Knocked down by Darren Radish. This one is Paul Moove. He got crossed up with, I think, his own man. Roberts ended up going down. Erie has the puck. Played on for Darren Radish. He'll just lob it out to center. Nobody on that right wing. Controlled by Owen Sound. Played out towards the Otters line. Again, gloved by Darren Radish as he looks. Passed on for Brett Newman with some speed in the neutral zone. Charging right wing side. Peels off at the circle. Looks out ahead. Pass off the stick. Petra's Paul Moore with Newman looking to go to Fergus at the near side point. 5 minutes off the clock in the first period. Scoreless hockey game. Otters in attack. As Erie sends it down ice off the stick of McNiven. Pass intended for Dylan Strome. McNiven slides it on for his defense. Here's Jacob Friend. Firing ahead left wing side. Of course, Friend will be out there when Dylan Strome is. After their regained acquaintances last night. Erie has the puck. Lodnia skating out the center. Struthers all over him, trying to shield the puck, and hands off to Maximovich. A little too far on the reach. And out ahead goes Owen Sound. Right wing side, it's Phillips. Takes it down to the corner, plays it off the stick of Timpano, who covers and shields away from anyone with his blade. Gets the whistle and faces off in his own end.
Well, one thing you could expect from the Owen Sound attack is they are going to get Petrus Palmu a ton of looks at offensive chances today. He leads the Ontario Hockey League in shots with 140, so he's going to get all kinds of opportunities. They like to set him up, and he has made the most of it, in ranking in the top 10 in scoring in the OHL.
19 goals this season for the 5'7" Finnish Finland native. Here Smalls are in the far side corner in control. On for Price down. He continues the cycle. There's Aiden Dudas. Back off for Smalls. Trying to put it out in front. Collected by Josh Wayman of the Otters instead. On the neutral ice. Open for an area to Alex DeBrinket in the offensive zone. Poked by Centerami, but DeBrinket finds him in the corner. Stick handles around one man, trying to turn it to the goal. That was off the skate of Bork with the block. Wayman sends it around onto the near side corner. DeBrinket after it. Shields the puck as he tries to move it on for Taylor Radish. Instead taken by Schmaltz. Gets out to center. Erie will send it in offside. And they'll make some changes in personnel. Owen Sound doing the same. Aiden Dudas directs it in. Cernak there as Dudas heads to the bench now for the switch. And his man that just came on intercepts the puck. And Hancock into the zone. On left side, Gadjvik plays it to the right. Suzuki just getting into the zone as Biley tips it away. Leaves it behind his own goal. Eric Cernak up the near side boards. Biley got a piece of it. Able to chip it around the defenseman Phillips. Gets out to the neutral zone. The big pile up with the linesman also. Still loose near the Otters line. Corralled by Jordan Sambro. Cernak ahead for Biley, left wing. Across the blue line, but Gurney a bit ahead of the play. Offside the whistle with 12:51 to play in the first. No score here from the J.D. MacArthur Arena.
Entertaining start, and we talked about the fact that the Erie Otters had to come out with a certain level of intensity to match the home side who lost last night, and they've done that very well so far. Nothing to show for it offensively, but they've had some good chances, and they've matched stride for stride with the attack.
Both teams playing smart, and I can imagine the Otters needed to avoid the extracurricular stuff. And what comes from that is this one dumped into the pull, almost took away from Timpano. Otters TJ Fergus has it. We've been clean thus far through the first 7.5. Fergus on the right corner. Darren Radish cross ice to Strome. Touches it on for Fergus. He backs up now to the bottom of his own circle. Waits and looks ahead to the neutral zone. Just fires it on. Off the stick of Paul Moose. Strome almost took it right back, but it's Maximovich on the follow-up. And gets into the zone. Plays around the board. Volodny is stationed on the far wall. Little stick handle and then finds Strome on the pass. He overskates, pushing it ahead too far. Now Roberts couldn't clear, and the Otters try to come back into the zone. They'll leave it left wing. Poked away by Marcus Phillips. And they'll roll towards the Otters line where Darren Radish now controls. Out to center ice. Around one man, that was Palmer. Leaves it for Lodny. On for Strome, who's loose. Fires. It's blocked off the blocker of McNiven with a great save. Strome was loose. Maximovich back behind the net for Strome on the far corner with a man in front. Darren Radish backhander never made it on goal. Palmer will pick it up and just flip it out will bounce to center, flowed by Gadjevic. Maximovich almost took it off him, and now has it from center red. As he slides down, trying to move it with the stick, he will, as Newman just on, takes off into the neutral zone. Going to duck around Phillips. Shrugs off the check. Phillips will take the puck from the near side on the poke check by Friend and launch it out to center ice. A nice pass to Gadjevic. Turns it into the Otter zone. Suzuki flying down to the far corner. Poked by Byrne for Wayman. That goes off the stick, and King tripped over that blue line. Although Owen Sound recovers, they get it right back to Erie territory where Wayman turns it onto the neutral zone, only to receive a pass back from Fellows. Out ahead for Brett Newman. Just plays it in towards the goal. Kingle directed up the near boards. Newman is there for Erie. All the way down to the corner in the offensive zone. In a scoreless hockey game, it's Brett Newman. Travels to the far side. Trades places with Wayman along the blue line. Gives off to Wayman, 22 in Navy. He just leaves it onto the near side corner. Suzuki fire onto center ice. Otters again control, and Newman and wheel his way back in the zone. All over him was Suzuki, and Newman's forced back to play it towards his bench. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They wanted to close to too many men. Erie making changes with the puck in front. They were all good, and it's Taylor Radish leading ahead. Leads it to the far corner. Chases zone dumping. Signs DeBrincat behind the goal. Looking to get it out in front, Alex DeBrincat, but it's McNiven able to take it along the side of the net, cover up, and halt the Otters' attack. Scoreless with 10-11 to play in the first.
Oh, we saw Dylan Strome with a couple of really good chances in the high slot. Nice blocker save made by McNiven there about a minute and a half ago, and we're going to see those type of world-class chances this afternoon from Strome.
He's back out there with Radish and DeBrincat. And wins the face-off point here. Sambrook drive. That's blocked by Jersey getting out to his point. Flipped in by Erie offside. And as they reset, they'll chase in. It's Phillips. Out to center ice off the skate of Struthers. And the Otters DeBrincat put it back onto center, followed up by Brack. Justin Brack, the overage forward. 29 games played, 2 assists on the season. Erie play up the far side off the stick of Taylor Radish, but Erie cannot control as Brack gets it back down to the near side. He's looking for Struthers. It squirts out towards the Otters net. Cernak wheels in front of his own goal and then banks it off the boards to center ice. Here's Friend. Strome will come off. Taylor Radish as well changes for the Otters and stretched out looking for Dudas. Just lost it, couldn't control the puck cleanly and stay on his skate. He had some room between the Otters defensemen. They'll play the puck again, this time in deep. Aiden Dudas chased by Price. It was Darren Radish who fires up the near side. Against the center again, blocked by Biley. His stick is lifted. Garrett Podubny takes over. Leaves it on for Gurney. Backhander on in. And a foot race ensues to the puck behind the Owen Sound end. Gurney plays behind the net. Podubny there, back onto the far corner. No one there for the Otters and sent to Ramey. Angles a pass ahead. Price, poke checked by Radish. Loose at center ice. Off the body of Dudas. Got a stick handle between three. No dice. And Darren Radish can skate towards center. Fire across ice. Good read by Ramey stepping in front of Biley. He brings the puck in offensively for Owens down. Here's Small. Biley gets on his back, and the Otters may have a chance up ahead. Moving it on, Strome with Wadnia heading to the front of the goal. Strome drags in front. Wadnia scores! 2-on-1. Ivan Wadnia goes to the backhand, and the Otters take a 1-0 lead.
Well, a beautiful headman pass by the Erie Otters as Ivan Lodniak and Strome combined on a nifty goal there. Strome sent it right in front of the high slot for Lodnia, and he puts the backhand on McNiven, and nothing but net there for Ivan Lodniak.
With Santorami going down on the near side, trying to keep the puck in. I believe it was Biley who shifted just enough to get it ahead to the neutral zone. Strome and Lodnia did the rest. The Otters take a 1-0 lead. There's Palmo with the pushback. Left wing side. On for Roberts in the corner. Back on Palmo. Oh, just trickled off his blade. And Strome takes over. He was loose from the circle as well. Jordan Sambrook now. On for Mitch Byrne. Just played out the center. Picked up by Jacob Friend. At his own line with Maximovich on his back. Maximovich able to tag up in time, but It's Owen down in control. The Otters ahead 1-0. Otters lead the OHL in first period scoring. That's their 44th first period goal. And has them ahead 1-0 with 7:25 to play. Ren slides it behind his net. On for Phillips to play it off a stick, bouncing down left wing side for Suzuki. He'll find it in the Otter zone at the corner. Heading in behind the net. Darren Radish defends that, knocks the puck out of midair to the near side. Cintarami keeps it alive. Here's Fergus on a steal. That's an intended pass, never made its way across. Fergus, nice little shimmy to make his way behind the net, buy himself a little bit of time to pass to Darren Radish. Ahead for DeBrinket. Now Alan McShane follows up. He fires it in cross ice. McDivitt out to play with Taylor Radish on it. Fergus will hold in from the blue line. Gives off to Darren Radish. Down low for Alex DeBrinket. Back out in front, off a stick. And this heads all the way down to Erie territory on the deflection by Hancock. Takes a stick in the lane. Erie pitch and catch between the defensemen. They're still waiting. Got to get the 10-minute whistle in. That's 6:30 to play. Haven't had a natural whistle yet because of the goal. Bounced into the Otter zone. Brack trying to turn out of the circle. Newman takes the puck. Slide on for Alex DeBrinket. Center red and in. McNiven holds as he stops with his stick, then smothers it, getting the whistle with Newman in front. The Otters take the early lead. 6:16 to play in the first, and it's Ivan Lodnia with his 12th of the year. The Otters ahead 1-0.
Scoring play on that, Strome and TJ Fergus at 11:41. Lodnia, goal number 12, and it was a beauty. And he showed you right there why he's one of the top prospects for the upcoming NHL draft. Certainly a guy thought of as a first-round pick for the upcoming NHL draft. Probably a high one at that, and he's got his 12th.
Playing with Strome will only help his...
certainly not going to hurt.
It's going to help his draft stock as well. Otter fans, real food, real beers, and a real historic atmosphere. That's what you're going to find at the brewery at Union Station. Erie's original brew pub and restaurant. Located downtown at 123 West 14th Street. That's the brewery, proud sponsor of the Erie Otters. Shots are 6-3 in favor of the Otters. I don't think they've had a shot, and it was 3-3 at one point before the Otters' goal. They've been held off that shot clock for quite a bit of time here in the first period. They outshot the Otters last night, 36-23 on the evening. And they chase Josh Lehman back on his own here after they're able to clear, but it's the Otters going back out to center ice. Here's Pettit off the body of Sean Dursey, and he'll lift this one on the backhand behind Timpano. Wayman picks it up behind the net. Up the near side boards between the legs of Fellows, and it'll escape the center ice, and Phillips controls for Owen Sound. And a 1-0 hockey game. The Otters ahead on Ivan Lodnia's 12th. But off the backhand of Dursey. Wayman again controls for the Otters. On for Sternak, launched ahead for Fellows, cross ice. Gates in left wing. Playing towards the net, that's behind the cage. Almost bounced out in front for Newman. And he picks it up on the far side boards, tied up by two Owen Sound attacks. And Roberts, he gets dropped up by two of the Otters now. Puck is still inside the blue line. Offensively for Erie, and Newman just kicks it down the boards. That will head off on the change. Paul Moo leads it back. Return pass for Petrus. Paul Moo leads his way to the zone, leaves it left wing side. Roberts kicks it up, skate the stick in front of the pass. Zapula can get there. Maximovic the takeaway. As he was hounded by Zapula, able to get it on out towards center ice. Byrne turns up the line. Played off near side. Here's Lodnia. Trying to dish ahead for Maximovic. No dice. Centuremi pushed it on. Looking right wing side, Zapula from the corner. Fires it off the crossbar from a sharp angle, and it pops to the far side. He's going to have 4 or 5 great chances, Zapula. They leave it for Paul Moo now. Didn't do the last 2 games for Ethan Zapula. Banks went on behind the net. There he is again, 9 and white. You're able to angle up the near side boards. Maximovic just enough to ramp that puck out to center ice. Here's Stambro. He'll lead ahead. Right wing side, Lodnia, wrist shot. Wide on the blocker side. There's Garrett Podubny for the Otters. Looking for Kyle Maximovic. He ended up tripping over the goal line here. And Owen Sound able to take control with 4:10 to go. They'll step behind their net. Survey the scene. Changes for the Otters. The fourth line on Suzuki, right wing side. Kodrag, nice move. Almost got around Darren Radish, but recovered with the stick. Out ahead for Podubny. The other way for the Otters. Dropped off of his stick by Friend. Biley follows up. Drops it off for Podubny. Gives out near side. Fergus winds. Fires. Stop made. Rebound. Kicked out loose. Poked away by Hancock before Podubny could get there. He would have had a chance at an open net. Suzuki gets it down ice. Fight it behind. That turning and firing wide was Hancock. It comes off the far boards and ahead for Dylan Strome. 3:30 to play. Strome poke check. Biley follows up. Working in behind the net for Strome. Poked around front. Put it out in front. Looking a little pass to himself. Almost connected on the play, Dylan Strome. Friend finding it behind his net. Strome strides on in. And Friend able to look ahead. The pass for Hancock. Out to Gadjevic. He'll dump it in on the backhand from the red line. 3:05 to play. Otters look from behind their net. And Fergus will give off to Dylan Strome at the left wing circle. Cross ice pass. DeBrincat picks it up off his skate. I think I was close to offside, but Strome has a toe drag working on in. Trying to go to the backhand. He draws a penalty. Called down by Port. The Otters are going to have the man advantage.
Well, the world-class stick handling of Dylan Strome draws a penalty as the Owentown attack forced to give him a hook there in the high slot as he was maneuvering right in on Michael McNiven, and we'll see what the Erie Otters' vaunted power play can do. They are ranked second in the OHL with 24.8%. They're going to go to work against the third-ranked penalty kill of Owentown at 86, but they did have a goal last night.
Otters bounce it to the near side, or the far side circle. And trying to knock it out of midair with Taylor Radish. If we get a piece of it, Suzuki will clear. Erie 3 for 9 on the power play against Owentown in the season series. Including that one from last night. It's Dylan Strome. On for Taylor Radish. Loose in the slot. Put it in front off the tape of Pettit. And it's stopped by McNiven. Erie finds it in the corner. On behind the net for DeBrincat. Bouncing on to the near side. DeBrincat leaves it for Pettit. Tied up along the near side boards with Centorami. Now Suzuki and Friend. They'll fire around the far side boards. Darren Radish down to one knee. Keeps it alive in the offensive zone. Dylan Strome left side. Walks in. Wrist shot. Glove save made McNiven with Kyle Pettit in front providing the screen.
Strome playing the left point, and he cruises into the top of the circle. That's a nice wrister go, and Michael McNiven equal to the task with an equally good save there. With 2:05 to play here in this first period.
Top unit stays on with a minute 14 to work with. Strome got it back to Darren Radish. Sends it in around the horn. Phillips will get there in the far side corner. Paul Moo also turned behind the net. Will have a chance to clear on the near side. Cole Cameron delivers. This one sent back on the length of the ice. Radish marches ahead. Overage defenseman making his way as he goes coast to coast out of the turn it to the forehand. Just couldn't finish it off. He went right through the D. Now the Otters take a offensive zone penalty. I think Taylor Radish is going to go. Paul Moo wheels back. So they're going to kill off 37 seconds of power play time that the Otters still have. Get the man advantage of their own. Paul Moo with the goaltender off now. The Centorami leave it out to center ice. Fire cross ice. Off the skate and stick of Maximovich draws the whistle. And it is Taylor Radish, the guilty party. A slashing call. We'll go 4-on-4 with 26 seconds left on the first penalty. That was Trenton Bork, and then a power play for the Owentown attack in the later stages of the first.
Well, just 1:17 left in this first period. It's been a textbook road game for the Erie Otters here in this first period. They have the lead, they've dominated, and they've outshot their opponent 10-3. Aside from this penalty, it's been pretty well picture perfect.
This is where they could gain some momentum, though. 4-on-4 on the second period last night, where they really started to come on. A shot in front, stopped by Timpano. Struthers looking to deflect it home. On for Sandbrook, 4-on-4, another 15 seconds. Sandbrook skates the center into the zone and now drops it off for Struthers. It's taken away, and a chance offensively for Owentown. Zapola, Struthers to the goal. But the Otters get back in time to knock it off the stick of Zapola. Recovering, Sandbrook gives off the fellows. He'll just wait. Erie onto the PK. They send it down ice. 45 seconds left in the period. We'll go by that clock. Owentown on the power play for the remainder of the period. Unless they score, Suzuki in the zone. Centorami holding from the blue line. Gives out to Suzuki, right wing circles. In front, power move, Gadjevic, bouncing puck, rolling to the crease. They couldn't finish it off, and a power move by Gadjevic. Hancock there also. They keep it in the zone. Centeremi winds, fires, blocked by Radish. Pettit will find on the near side wall, and he'll send it off the far boards and down ice on a rolling puck. Not sure who got the stick on it, whether it's the Otters' Tim Pano or the defenseman, but Gadjevic trying to power his way in front, almost worked. Under 10 seconds to go. Played into the Otter zone. Radish on the backhand will flip it up off the glass. Strom will knock it down with the glove at center as time expires on the first period. Much like last night, only one goal to report. It's Ivan Ladnia's 12th of the season from Dylan Strom and TJ Fergus at 11:41. And the Otters will head to the intermission with a 1-0 lead. But as you mentioned, textbook road game for the Erie Otters in that first 20 minutes, Steve.
Absolutely. It's exactly how Chris Knobloch drew this first period up for his team to execute. They did that right from the opening faceoff and setting the tempo early. And they got a world-class play both by Dylan Strom and Ivan Ladnia, really, because Strom with an excellent pass and Ladnia with a nifty-looking backhand to beat one of the top goalies in the CHL, if not the top goalie, and Michael McNiven, give them a 1-0 lead, and they outshoot the Owen Sound attack in their barn 11-5 here in the first.
We'll step away for a break. Got a lot coming up on the UPMC intermission report right after this on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
This holiday season, my good friend gave to me 7 Powerball tickets, 6 match fix chances, 5 cash points, 4 cash for lives, 3 pick 3s, 2 Mega Millions.
Pennsylvania Lottery tickets make great gifts, like the new $1 million snowbank with top prizes of $1 million. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
And best wishes from the lottery.
My daughter needed a nebulizer for her asthma, so the first thing I did was call my healthcare concierge to see if it was covered. It was no surprise to me when she said that it was. But what was surprising was that she then called the medical company, scheduled the delivery, and before I knew it, someone was here explaining how it works. I mean, who does that?
Customer service, unlike anything you'd expect. UPMC Health Plan.
The Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join us for the pre- and post-game celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill. Let us help you fuel up for the high-energy game with our extensive menus and craft brew selections. You Otter, be dining with the best.
Northwestern Pennsylvania winners? Don't let them keep you from driving. Instead, drive more safely in an all-wheel control Mitsubishi. Among sedans, the Lancer is absolutely the lowest priced all-wheel control car in the market today. Only $17,700 right now at Interstate Mitsubishi. The all-wheel control Outlander Sport is the most affordable CUV in its class. It's priced right now at only $18,990. With the 2016 all-wheel control Outlander, you can drive up to 7 passengers more safely at the incredibly low price of only $21,990. All of our vehicles offer top safety features and are covered by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Buy an all-wheel control Lancer for only $17,700, an all-wheel control Outlander Sport for only $18,990, or a 7-passenger all-wheel control Outlander for only $21,990. Get outside this winter. Drive to Interstate Mitsubishi 1/2 mile south of the Millcreek Mall on Route 99.
Price based on 2016 model years, MSRP, stock number 3540, 4066, 3634, plus tax, title, license, and dock fee.
The Otters skate here. Fox Sports Radio, 1330, The Fan.
Welcome back inside the J.D. MacArthur Arena, part of the Harry Lumley Bay Shore Community Center. We're in the UPMC intermission report. The Erie Otters with a 1-0 lead over the Owen Sound attack through 20 minutes. Aaron Cooney and Steve Fitzsimmons here with you for the call. And much like last night, it was a lot of fun to have a little OHL roundup, and we got some more time, even more time here in the first period with the 2 18-minute intermissions, Steve. And one of the other topics we wanted to talk about was Flyers and Sellers. It's getting to that time where trade deadline coming up, about a month away. Teams were starting to figure out who are the teams that have a chance.
The contenders and the pretenders, if you will.
So that's there, and just to start, I mean, you can look at the Eastern Conference. I'm sure a lot of thinking was, hey, we just got to get to the final, and we're going to go to the Memorial Cup. But I don't think it's going to be that way because the Western Conference, you got a lot of teams that could be buyers coming up.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at the Flint Firebirds in 8th place in the Western Conference with 30 points. That would put them tied for second in the Eastern Conference. It just shows you the power of the Western Conference. In my humble opinion, there's going to be 2 Western Conference teams representing the OHL. Of course, the host, the Windsor Spitfires, and whoever else will win. But in the East, I mean, the Oshawa Generals, without a doubt, the class of the East. They're up by 8 points with a decent record, 11 games above 500. And everyone else is 2 games above 500 or worse in the East. So you think, you know, Oshawa probably going to be a buyer, I would think, to try to maintain that, at least get their way to the OHL final and see what happens.
Yep.
Things can happen. You get injuries and all those kinds of things. And so they're going to try to
can help you next year, too, if you end up being the host of the 100th Memorial Cup, because they're still in the bidding there with Hamilton.
Exactly. So they want to maintain having a strong team. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually make a couple of moves to maintain their Eastern Conference lead. Then you look at another team like the Hamilton Bulldogs. I mean, they're a team that's, you know, hovering just over 500. They were serious sellers last year, but they got some very good, strong young players that have really added to their mix. And they're a team that's on the upswing. I wouldn't be surprised if the price was right that they could buy as well in the East.
I think they're another strong team. And those are the only 2 teams in the Eastern Conference that have a positive goal differential. When you
Shockingly,
look at it.
yes.
Yep. So, for certainly looking to upgrade and but not give away too much. But the rest of the Eastern Conference, you got to think Mississauga, Barrie, Niagara. They've gone through theirs, and they have some key pieces, especially for the Otters' sake. Some defensemen that you may be able to pry away from them for not too much. I know the Otters don't want to give away. You don't have a whole lot of picks over the next couple of years, and they don't want to trade away the future. But there's some options when you look around the OHL, this Eastern Conference, and may find out Saginaw, they end up selling on the Western side.
Well, I have to think that the Saginaw Spirit are going to be sellers. They're sitting in the basement in 10th place. I don't think a lot of people thought that was going to be the case, you know, with the horsepower that they have on that team. I mean, Mitchell Stevens, obviously a guy that's been named to the selection camp for Team Canada. He's a point-a-game player. You know, he's a highly drafted player, a guy that certainly is, with a 1997 birthday, you have to think he's going to be desirable to other teams.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised, of course, you know, Erie has an overage spot, and there's Marcus Crawford, you know, a veteran defenseman with a strong pedigree. He's a half a point a game player with a good defensive pedigree as well. He could be a guy that, you know, the price might not be terribly high on him to move him on. And we'll see what happens. I mean, depending on what happens with the Owen Sound attack, if they made Michael McNiven available, and they're sitting in 6th right now, if they stay in 6th or 7th, you have to wonder. I mean, Michael McNiven most likely wouldn't be back next year. If they look at the power ahead of them and they feel that they can't get through the entire Western Conference, perhaps the thing to do for your future is to move Michael McNiven. The price we've seen in other years, you know, could be 4 or 5 draft choices, a couple of young players. It could be a guy that would move, but should he not be in play, you have to think Evan Cormier, the goaltender for the Saginaw Spirit, might be in play, a New Jersey draft choice.
And the one team I did want to mention, too, because we talked about it briefly before coming up here into the box, and Western Conference starting to get set, and you're starting to see who those teams are and where pretenders are at. For a team like the Sarnia Sting, it's time to try to I mean, your plan was you were going to have these guys come back. Chikrin was going to come back to you. He's still in Arizona. And also Konechny staying in Philadelphia. That whole plan just kind of out the window with what you lost to the NHL. And you got to think Benozzi, an overage defenseman, could draw, definitely help a team on the blue line. And Fazio could be one of the goaltenders that could be mentioned and named around there. He's had a pretty good year himself. But are they sellers, Sarnia Sting? And do you think they figure that out or go that way soon?
I think they do. I think they are sellers. You know, they've got a strong home record, but they look in front of them and they see the power almost comparable to their team last year where they were going for it. And there's, you know, 3, 4, maybe even 5 teams that are legitimately capable of making a run at this thing. And the Sarnia Sting are not in that mix. You know, they've got some young players that they're bringing along as well. And when you get unlucky with the Konechny situation, who is playing very well in Philadelphia, of course, there might have been a school of thought on getting Pavel Zacha back, potentially at least. There was a possibility. It didn't happen. You mentioned Jacob Chikrin. I mean, they have to consider moving some older pieces, getting some young players for the next couple of years.
And back to the Eastern Conference. I know we're bouncing back and forth a little bit. But the Mississauga Steelheads.
Wow. I mean, who would think that they would be in 10th place? They're 8 games under 500 right now, and they are playing some absolutely dreadful hockey. But you look at their team, I mean, they've got some serious horses that other teams would have tremendous interest in. They paid a king's ransom for Vili Sarajärvi.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's barely played, of course. He's been injured. He's just started back in their lineup in the last few games. But they're going to have to consider recouping that investment in Sarajärvi. And if they could move him on for, similar to what they paid for him, I think they'd have to consider that. Mike McLeod, of course, a high-end offensive player. Again, a guy that's been named to the Team Canada situation. Certainly a high-end NHL draft choice as well. Spencer Watson, another guy that's certainly very, very useful to other teams. Yep. And even a guy I really like in Nathan Bastian, I think is one of the more underrated players in the Ontario Hockey League. You got to think 1, 2, maybe 3 of those guys would be in play to try to recoup some of that investment if they stay anywhere near where they're at. That said, I mean, there's such parity in the Eastern Conference. I mean, even as bad as they've played, they're only 5 points out of 8th place. But what does 8th place really get you? I mean, that's not going to accomplish a whole lot. They were thought to be Eastern Conference contenders, and right now, I think they're literally 20 points behind the Oshawa Generals. I think realistically, they got to sell.
I think that would make a lot of sense. No, I just can't get over that. That team,
it's shocking.
Preseason favorites to win the Eastern Conference and to come out as flat as they did all season long. For the Otters, and I know us just chatting off the air and a couple emails exchanged, and you believe the Otters may be the cream of the crop for the Western Conference and the favorite in the OHL.
I do.
What's left to add? What do they need to add? And that could put them over the top that they need to get over teams like a Windsor and London coming out of the Western Conference.
Well, they have an interesting situation where they have that one overage spot that is unfilled, and there's only so many things that other teams, we all know that the cut-down period from going from 4 overagers on your roster to 3 is coming up, but also to try to recoup something for the future for teams that are out of it with maybe a high-end overage player. So I look at somebody, we talked about Mitchell Stevens could be a guy, he's a 97 birthday, but maybe somebody like, Stefano, Roy Radke, Barrie Colts players that, probably you look at Barrie, I mean, they're 8-16-3. I mean, they realistically have to recoup on their investment. I expect they will. Johnny Corneal, another good player there. They're going to deal a few of those guys, I have no doubt. Maybe Ryan Mantha, veteran defenseman with the Niagara Ice Dogs, could be a guy that, potentially.
NHL pick as well.
Exactly. So those sorts of players are going to be out there, and Erie in a pretty good spot with that one overage spot that they could grab a veteran player that can bring a lot to their team. And you have to think, maybe the price is something like a 4th or a 3rd round pick. That's something that Erie could potentially pay and not really damage much of their future, and it would add a really solid player to the mix.
That being said, all the fun starts, pretty soon. You should expect the phone bills to start to pick up with teams contacting back and forth. And Dave Brown, he has said he's going to listen to every offer. You're going to hear from Dave Brown actually next, or in the next intermission, on his plans going forward into the trade time period with the trade deadline under about a month away in early January.
You have to think that the London Knights, as always, are going to be buyers, of course. Here they are near the top of the Western Conference and, only 1 point behind Erie for the entire league lead in points. I don't think anybody would have expected that, considering they lost their entire first line from their Memorial Cup team last year all to the NHL. It's surprising. I don't think it's maintainable for, I think they've overachieved when given their roster. I don't think they're as deep as Erie, and I think that you're going to see them slide back a little bit as time moves on here. And they're going to be, as we talked about last night, they're going to be damaged like the Erie Otters are in terms of the World Juniors are going to take some of that depth away. Erie, in my mind, has more depth to weather that storm a little bit. Yeah. They've got players that are going to be capable of stepping into a higher role. I don't know if the London Knights really do.
So that we'll find out soon with those camps starting on the 10th in Canada, and USA will be starting as well shortly after that. We're going to take a break, and we'll check out the out-of-town scoreboard and recap the first period after this on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
An Erie landmark since 1953, Nunzie's Place serves generous portions of great food at reasonable prices. Family owned for almost 60 years, Nunzie's prepares the finest Italian food in Erie. Come see why the Erie Times News said Nunzie's is known for food that tastes good. Nunzie's Place, located at 2330 East 38th Street, near the Bayfront Connector. To call for reservations or place an order for takeout, call 825-2940. Nunzie's, known for Italian food that tastes good since 1953.
SEO, text message marketing, social media.
As a business owner, you know the best way to reach customers is online.
Viral videos.
But you don't have time to keep up with the latest digital marketing technology.
Web design.
That's where Local Edge comes in, especially for the one term you're most concerned with.
ROI.
As a full-service digital marketing agency, Local Edge offers turnkey solutions to grow your business online. From search engine optimization and marketing, to social media, to mobile advertising, to video promotion. Our expert support team is ready to customize a program to your needs and track results throughout the campaign. Plus, as a division of the Hearst Corporation, Local Edge is backed by the largest, most diversified communications company in the nation. So when you're ready to generate leads, find new customers, and increase your revenue, talk to the digital marketing experts. Visit localedgemedia.com. Think digital. Think Local Edge.
National Fuel says, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130. If you detect something that smells like rotten eggs, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the premises immediately and contact National Fuel from a different location. Do not use your phone or turn on a light inside the area. Immediately leave the premises and call National Fuel's emergency line. Play it safe and remember, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130.
It's time to celebrate. Tim Hortons is introducing new smoked ham as part of the 2 for $4 breakfast sandwich deal. That's 2 breakfast sandwiches with egg, American cheese, and your choice of sausage, bacon, or new smoked ham for only $4. It's the kind of deal that you should save for a special day of the week, like every day. Tim Hortons 2 for $4 breakfast sandwich deal at participating U.S. restaurants. Offer available on standard breakfast sandwiches and wraps for a limited time plus applicable taxes. Single sandwiches and wraps at regular price.
Keep up on all things Erie Otters by following us on social media. Follow the Otters on Twitter and Instagram at Erie Otters, and like us on Facebook at facebook.com/Erie Otters Hockey. You'll get up-to-the-minute news on all things happening with your Erie Otters, so check us out on social media today.
Welcome back inside the J.D. MacArthur Arena. Erie Otters, Owen sound attack here inside the UPMC intermission report. Got to quickly get through the recap. That is the Arctic Spas recap with the only goal belonging to Ivan Lodnia. 11:41 into the first period. That's the only goal to report with the Otters ahead, 1-0 after one. And as always, our out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by our friends at the Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels, proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. You Otter be staying with the best in a couple games out there. The Flint Firebirds, the 1-0 lead over London Knights after one. Ottawa 2-1 over Mississauga, closing out the first period. Sarnia Sting 1-0 lead over the Niagara Ice Dogs. And later on today, Windsor Spitfires and Saginaw Spirit. We got to take a break. Second period is next on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Over the years, technology has greatly improved the productivity of the business office, from faxes and copiers to multifunction printers. Now we don't know how to get things done without them. And that means you need a reliable printer copier and a dependable service plan. That's why you should trust Cooper Business Machines. They are Erie's only authorized dealer for Sharp document systems. And most importantly, they will maintain your machine so that it continues to, well, work. Just like your car, it needs regular maintenance and parts need to be replaced regularly. If your copier isn't properly maintained or you're not getting toner in a timely fashion, then you've been reminded what it's like to work in the dark ages. Don't wait any longer. Your business requires dependability. Shouldn't you expect the same? Cooper Business Machines, Erie's only authorized Sharp dealer and service provider, helping you get back to business since 1980. Online at cooperbusinessmachines.com or call 456-7585.
Programs, get your programs!
You know, Millcreek schools have all the programs you need.
Really?
Yes, they have preschool programs, Center for Performing Arts programs, Honors College and ROTC programs, dual enrollment and student internship programs, not to mention 16 advanced placement courses, 30 varsity sports, and over 50 high school clubs and activities.
Sounds like they do have a program for everybody.
Programs, get your programs!
In the Millcreek School District.
Otters fans, if you're looking for the best hand-cut steaks, fall off the bone ribs, made from scratch sides, ice-cold beer, legendary margaritas, and fresh-baked bread, then look no further. Texas Roadhouse, located at 7475 Peach Street, Erie, is the place for legendary food and legendary service. Whether you're looking for a special occasion or just a night out with good food and friends, think Texas Roadhouse. And don't forget to cut your wait time by using their famous call-ahead seating. That's Texas Roadhouse, 814-864-9494.
It's Erie Otters hockey on Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330 The Fan, WFNN, Erie.
Back in action from Owen, Sound, Ontario. The Otters the 1-0 lead. Heading into the second period and a power play to start for the Owen Sound attack. Suzuki into the zone. Put it off the body of Fitchburn. Heads back up the wall. The blue line. Here's Palmer. Wrist shot through traffic. That one sails high. Rising off the glass. Poked up the near side by Darren Radish. Kyle Pettit unable to clear. Palmer will keep it alive. Just swing it towards the net. Where it bounces behind. And on for Suzuki along the right wing circle. Tide thinking down on the power play. 5 seconds left. Cross ice pass into Ramy. Underneath Timpano, who slides to make the save with the right pass.
Well, Centuremi, he's been snake-bitten this weekend. He had a couple of great chances last night, including an open net that he mishandled the puck, and good shot there. He at least got a good opportunity away, and coming across with the pad and putting it in his glove is Timpano.
Aaron Cooney and Steve Fitzsimmons on the call for you. With 2 seconds left on the Taylor Radish call. And I'm sure they could try to get Taylor Radish out of the box. Here's McNiven trying to keep his team aware, knowing that Radish now out of the box as we get back into action. Dylan Strome going to nudge it out to center ice. Taylor Radish plays it back to the defense. Here's Eric Sternak out the center, right wing side, long range wrister, gloved by McNiven, who holds on. But the first, you couldn't have drew it up any better. The Otters out shooting Owen Sound 11-5 to get the goal on the board. The perfect road start, as you mentioned a few times, Steve, and now got to keep it through the second period. And this is where Owen Sound seemed to ramp up their game last time.
It's really right now about matching the intensity of the Owen Sound attack. They're a desperate hockey team after trailing by one after the first period, and they're going to come at you firing right here in the early part of the second period. It's about matching their intensity, and we'll see what the Otters can do here.
Erie 13-2-1-0 in scoring the first goal of the game. This one, as the draw was rolling towards McNiven, he covered up another faceoff coming up. Strome against Zapola to the right of McNiven. 59 seconds into the second period with the Erie Otters leading 1-0. Ivan Ladnia back in the first period. Strome run it onto the wall and was directed back behind the net by Friend. Paul Moo controls now, skating left wing side. His pass out to center, off his skate, as Zapola spinning and twirling into the offensive zone, has it knocked off of his stick, and the Otters reach, looking for Dylan Strome. Nice pass to Brinket, looking for a trailer. They'll take it right wing side. Wrist shot off the glove of McNiven and poked onto the corner by Centuremi. Now Paul Moo out at center ice. On for Sean Dursey, left wing side. With the backhand in front, that's sticked away by Timpano. Thrown back out, jam attempt by Paul Moo. And it's Sandbrook trying to keep him out of the play, and Timpano keeps the puck out of the net.
Well, Petrus Palmu, a feisty little guy, and he goes right into the blue ice to try to whack that puck free. And Timpano sticking with it, able to hold on to it with some pressure right in that blue ice.
I think you'll start to see a lot more pucks being fired towards Timpano. Here's Friend letting one go. That went high. Bouncing on the far side and played off a stick, popped to the near side corner. And the Otters take it. Oh, Newman wipes out. It allows Schmalz to keep it momentarily, but Newman recovers and chips it down the right wing side. The foot race to the circle now. Here's Newman. Lost the handle, and in behind the net, Price. He loses the handle as well. A sloppy play, but the Otters working in front, turning his head at the shot, goes wide. Here's Fellows towards the goal, poked away by McNiven. Out ahead, Price will play it for Aiden Duda. Runs into Darren Radish and Kyle Pettit. Timpano corrals the puck and just settles for a face-off to his left.
Well, when you consider it's 2 minutes and 7 seconds into the second period, and the attack already have 3 shots in this frame. They only had 4 in the entire, or 5, I should say, in the first period, so they've already got 60% of that of what they achieved in the first period. So like you said, Aaron, they're going to try to focus on getting a ton more shots, shooting from everywhere on Timpano.
Sent a couple high. One from Jacob Friend and the one on the power play as well. As Erie gets out to the neutral zone, Maximovich sends it around the horn looking for Ladnia. Deflected by Friend up the near side boards, and they'll take off the center ice. It's Brack. They average nearly 40 shots on goal per game, Owen Sound. 38.41. Leads the league, that mark. Played down to the near side in the honor zone. Roberts on for Struthers out of the corner. Back for Roberts. Going to take it to the goal line. They'll find some open ice in the corner again. Up the wall, cycle through for Brack. Checked there by Jordan Sambrook. Gains possession one more time. Comes out to the near corner. Brack with it. 28 in white. Waits from the goal line. Fires it off the side of the cage. Sambrook sends it up the near boards. Here's a drop pass to Cernak from Ladnia. Out ahead for Strome. Cross ice. They'll just flip it just enough to get it into the far side corner. Here 3 minutes into the second period. Deflected towards the Otters net. That one just underneath the mesh netting behind Troy Timpano, and will stay in play. And Josh Wayman surveying the scene. Gives to his right. It's Mitch Byrne in some trouble. Gadjevic in on the forecheck. Force it back behind the net, and Hancock hustling to get there first. Tied up by Wayman. Gadjevic jumps in to help out. Squirts loose the near side. Mitch Byrne from the corner. Turn around by Suzuki. And Suzuki able to knife it away. Here's Gadjevic. Quick shot. Better save. The stick to the corner by the Otters goaltender Timpano. As Bork, he thought he had on the blue line, then little stick handle sends it offside. They got a touch up as Josh Wayman gets back on towards center. Ahead by Suzuki, now Gadjevic. On down the right wing circle, and tie up in front. They put it that way, stretching out as Timpano with Hancock on the doorstep after the play in front by Suzuki.
Well, this line of Hancock, Suzuki, and Gadjevic getting some things done in the offensive zone. Some great cycling and some good forechecking work down low. And they're able to get a chance in front there from the side of the goal. Hancock trying to shovel that by. Goaltender Timpano, who's been looking sharp here. He has 11 shots on him thus far, and he's been letter perfect.
Here's Paul Moo back in control, battling along the near side. Tied up by Fergus, 25 on 25 there. And Gurney escapes the center, giving off to Sean Biley. And too many white shirts. They strip him of the puck and Zapulau at center. Trying to come on in, muscled by Garrett Padovny, who takes over. Skates out the center, 1-on-3. Nice move around Friend. Walks in. Wrist shot just high on McNiven. There's the flashes that we've seen of Garrett Padovny. But it's Owen down with the puck. Jersey on back for King. Played out the center, and Fergus will send it in for Erie. McNiven turns it on. Look out. Nearly turned over to Biley on a miscue. The Otters have the puck in the offensive zone, though. Padovny trying to get out to the blue line. That's intercepted, and Paul Moo and Jersey the other way. They're offside coming in. There's the whistle. Jersey and Paul Moo. And it couldn't sync up on the play. 15-14 to go in the second. 1-0 Erie Otters.
Well, that was a confidence-boosting rush there for Garrett Padovny with a nifty-looking move as he dressed the defenseman inside out and got a good chance away on goaltender McNiven. And you just can see that the offense is going to come in his game very soon. When some of these folks go away to the World Juniors, I expect he'll be able to step into more of a role. I bet you he's going to do well.
Penalty coming up here as Sambrook slide around the near side. Looks like it's coming to Owen Sound. Kicked loose, and Cernak controls it. It will be. Erie's going to the power play for the second time tonight. Lifted in, and McNiven comes out to scoop it up. And we will get the call. It's right after the dump it in front of the benches. And Kevin Hancock comes over. Flashing is the call. Both teams 0 for 1 on the power play. The Otters negated their power play by taking a penalty of their own in the offensive zone by Taylor Radish. That big unit will start. Radish, Strome, both Radishes, Darren Taylor, DeBrincat, and Kyle Pettit. And here's Darren Radish controlling. Leaves it on for Strome, in some trouble, tight quarters, and they lift it up on ahead. Paul Moo may have a chance here. Down the left wing side, coming to the goal, he shoots, save made by Timpano on the shoulder. And DeBrincat able to pick it up. Gone out to center ice. But they know how to score shorthanded goals. Second most in the league with 6 of them this year. Get it out to center ice one more time. Radish back to control and hands off to DeBrincat.
Nice save by Timpano on a shorthanded chance by Petrus Palmu as DeBrincat tried to get back and catch him, but he was just had a couple of steps on him, got a good shot away.
Here's Darren Radish. Erie trapped their own end here. Zapola causing some trouble. Radish recovers on the far side. And now DeBrincat ahead. Strome left wing side. Gets in the zone. Drop pass. Pettit. Cross ice pass is reeled in on the backhand by Taylor Radish as the Otters set up shop. He gives his older brother Darren, and now back near side circle. It's Strome. Backs off from the traffic and hands off to Taylor Radish. Wrist shot off a body in front. Comes back to Taylor Radish. In front to DeBrincat. Scores. Mama Pajama bouncing around, and DeBrincat puts it home. 2-0 Erie.
Tic-tac-toe. Beauty play by the Erie Otters, and there was all kinds of traffic in front of Michael McNiven. He had no idea where the puck was, and it's sent out to Alex DeBrincat to the left of McNiven. He reached back with his stick a little too late, and DeBrincat with a nifty power play goal.
Was telling you in the media room, he doesn't go long between in goal droughts. It's
couple of 3 games, I think he said, yeah.
2 goals out a game. We said he was due. He gets on the board here. And Alex DeBrincat may have, he's got 27 now. It's quite possibly 30 before the World Junior Tournament. Radish and Strome the assists on the power play goal. So 2-0 Erie. The power play marker puts them ahead. Some fortunate bounces. Out to center Lodnia as we get back at action. The Otters' 3rd shot on goal this period. Given down to the corner for Maximovich. Lodnia in there also. Poked off of his stick. Maximovich gives right back to 27, Ivan Lodnia. And he's tied up by Trenton Bork. Works loose for Roberts to play it up the near side boards, but Alan McShane crashes in, moves it on for Lodnia in front. It'll come off the stick of Maximovich, kept alive, is turning and firing. McShane off his stick. Save McNiven. Here's Brack. He's rubbed out of the play by Eric Cernak to keep it alive offensively, followed by Roberts, who sends it in to the honor zone, and both teams will change. Laid ahead by Sambro. Tipped in by Sean Biley. Ran into by Brenda after the dump in, who has the puck now 2 in white. Ahead for Suzuki, right wing side. Out here is Gadjevic and Hancock. Gadjevic finding it in the near corner. Put it on through the goal mouth. Nobody home. Deflects off the stick of Suzuki to the far corner. Tied up by Mitch Burns. On down further behind the net as Podubny took a penalty. Tripped up Hancock, and Erie's going to the penalty kill.
Tough call there for Garrett Podubny as the Owen Sound attack player tripped over his stick more than him doing anything really himself. But it's still a penalty. Yep. You got to have control of your stick, and Podubny gets the call there.
That is true. That's Garrett Podubny's first penalty in his OHL career. But a chance for Owen Sound to get on the board. I think it would love to find one here. Trailing 2-0 with 12-14 to play in the second. Mitch Burns played up the near side board. Burns, he's got a lot of penalty kill time here this weekend. Struthers working up the near side. Here's the pull up line. Fires from the point off the stick of Darren Radish and kept out by Timpano. I don't know if he got a piece of it, but he was down along the ice. It looked like it may have gotten bumped by Matt Schmalz in front, but Darren Radish able to keep that puck away. And the Otters clear it. Played out to center. That goes off the stick of Alex DeBrincat. Strome send on the near side, and there's Dylan Strome and Jacob Friend meeting out at center ice.
The game within the game.
Strome backs off, and now takes the puck away from Jacob Friend. It comes right back out. Strome on the near side board. Otters back up. Lofted on ahead by Alex DeBrincat. Here's Phillips in control from his blue line. They'll give to Jacob Friend on the left wing side. Stolen away by the Otters, and now Dylan Strome. Oh, he would have loved to make them pay there. But Zapola able to follow up, and now Friend again to drop it back with a minute left on the power play. Friend now. Skates through center, across the line, left wing side. All the way down to the corner. Byrne watching. Centering pass off the stick of Darren Radish at the far corner. Here's Gadjevic with a turn. In front for Zapola. Off his skate. Comes back to Gadjevic. Sends it high. Bouncing puck. Zapola with it. Turn it in front. Off his stick to the Otters. Bouncing around in front. Able to nudge it ahead by Mitch Byrne to center ice. A couple great chances for Gadjevic there on some rolling pucks. Here's Suzuki now into the zone. Waits, goes to the backhand, trying to tuck it in front. Denied by Timpano. On the power play, 25 seconds left. Here's a shot. Save made. Timpano from Centorami. Ball move from the left point. He'll fire one towards the goal. That's blocked by Darren Radish. They're throwing everything in the kitchen sink here on this power play. Suzuki, left wing side. Holds, waits, in front. Palmu, one-timer wide. Suzuki finds it off the near side half wall. In front for Hancock, off of his stick. Pettit the steal. Ahead for DeBrinket. With 1 second on the power play, DeBrinket into the zone. Into the fires it. Shot, save made. It bounces onto the corner. Pettit was looking for that rebound, but they are gassed at the end of that penalty kill. Out of the box is Podubny. Erie has killed it off, but Suzuki going to get right back in the zone, right wing side. Brister was blocked by Fergus. And chipped ahead by Newman. Friend at his own line. Left it there for Aiden Dudas to push. Right back to the defense and quickly ahead for Brack left wing. Launch it off the end board. Bank it onto the far corner. Patrick Fellows dumps it back for his own D, and now it's Cernak controlling. Just like that, shots are 15-15. Midway through the second period.
10-4 Owen Sound here in the second period as they're turning up the heat.
Here he dumps into the far corner. Friend turning away from Patrick Fellows. He makes his way to the bench. Along the near side, pushed out by Phillips. And now Aiden Dudas, who was a teammate with Alan McShane at the Under-17 World Hockey Challenge, where they both won silver medals with Canada Black, and now Cernak took an interference call. The Smalls was trying to come behind the net and chase Alan McShane with the puck, and Cernak stepped in front of him, impeding his progress, and they're going right back to the power play with 9:08 to go. Second period, Erie ahead by 2.
Cernak having a few choice words for the officials. Didn't think it was a call that should have been made. But the Owen Sound attack power play will go back to work. They rank 16th in the OHL, 14.7%. Fairly tepid percentage. The Erie penalty killing 5th, 84.4.
I thought that was going to be it. That was the whistle for the timeout, and now they get the buzzer and have the announcement. As I can fill you in that Otters fans, you can keep your clothes in top shape with Chido's Dry Cleaners, complete with an easy, accessible drive-through and free pickup and drop-off. Chido's Cleaners is second to none. That's Chido's Dry Cleaners, the official dry cleaning service provider of the Erie Otters.
Wow, you can't beat that drive-through for dry cleaning. That's awesome.
It's really 2-3 blocks away from the arena. So perfect. I can swing by Chido's, pick up my suits, and I'm ready to go for the game.
Get all those former Connor McDavid jerseys washed?
Yeah. Everything looking fresh and clean.
I wonder how many they would do in a month for Connor McDavid's jerseys, because of course there's a ton of people that own one, that's for sure.
Oh, they are around. Yep, they're everywhere. And I think they still take orders from Edmonton.
They probably do.
Mike Johnson, our the Otters merchandise manager, still sending McDavid jerseys, 97s up to Edmonton, because you want to be, you want to be the first one to have that. I was watching him before he was even in Edmonton.
That's right.
Junior hockey. We were about ready to head back to play, and the Otters onto the penalty kill for the third time now. Owen Sound 0 for 10 against the Otters in the season series to head to their 11th chance. With this being the 5th game between the two teams, as Paul Moo directs it off for Gadget. Good poke from Darren Radish. Comes to Suzuki, though. Lets one go off the blocker of Timpano. Deflected on to the near side. Pushed ahead by Taylor Radish, and the Otters may have a break. Strome with Radish on the side. Strome wheeling in. Goes to forehand. Save made by McNiven. It's pushed out ahead for Jonah Gadjevic. He's turned around by Jordan Stanbrook. Bounced on the right wing side. They're in the zone. Suzuki for Hancock. Gadjevic back onto Hancock in the corner. Paul Moodline, 30 seconds off the power play clock. Slows down a little bit. They go cross-seated in. Here's a shot. Suzuki save made. Rebound in front. Hancock lifts it over the goal. And it bounces to the corner. Centorami, the blue line. It's Paul Moo. Waits. It's Suzuki right side on the pass. Back to Paul Moo. Distribute near side. One-timer blocked by Darren Radish. But it's kept in. Paul Moo from the left side. Down to the circle. Goes cross-ice. Suzuki moving in. He scores! Been tipped in front by Gadjevic. He'll make his way through the high five line. He's made it 2-1. Jonah Gadjevic goals in back-to-back nights.
Well, you knew the Erie Otters were playing with fire, taking so many penalties and having the domination of the Owen Sound attack here in the second period in terms of shots and chances, and it comes to bite them. A nifty-looking goal on the power play. Suzuki with the shot. We'll see if Gadjevic gets credit, but you may well be right. Tipped in front, not much the goaltender Timpano could do about that one.
Goes to Suzuki to start. Here's a chance in front. Judas nearly ties it on the drive to the front of the cage. Just trickled wide on Timpano on the cross-ice pass. He got momentum now here, Owen Sound, the J.D. MacArthur Arena. Here's Friend along the near side. Turns the puck over to Newman, and Fellows has in front. Newman, one-timer, kicked out by McNiven. Out ahead for Palmu, just directs it for Aiden Dudas right side, and he'll flip it down the near wall. Inside Erie territory, Zapula. Onto the corner for Palmu. Turn around by Fergus. Erie plays it to the blue line, not out. Jersey lets one go. That's blocked by Newman. Could not clear. Jersey holding from the blue line. Back to Palmu. Inside the offensive zone here. He's at left wing side for Jacob Frem. Throw it to the net. Into the glove of Timpano with 7:15 to go. And now the Otters 15-5
on their heels. So they give the goal to Nick Suzuki. Hits his 18th, and your point was well made about Gadjevic in front disrupting Timpano. Looked like he might have got a piece, but they're giving it to Suzuki from Palmu. 11:48 on the power play.
Suzuki turns right off the pad with the shot, and the rebound trickles near side. Here's Alan McShane looking for it from the circle. Able to push it away before Hancock could get there, and Lodnia on for Maximovich right wing side. Ducks around Phillips on the play. Picks up for the backhander through the goal mouth wide. Erie finds it along the wall. Cross ice to Cernak on the right side. Wrist shot. That one high. Gloved by Centorami along the ice. As he takes it behind the net to leave it on for Gadjevic along the near boards. Skated out to center ice. Goes on to Suzuki on the right side. His shot blockered away. Bounces up to the near side circle, and Lodney is there for Erie. Pass to McShane at center. He leaves it for Cernak. Can skate out to the red line. A nice pass by Maximovich. Good distribution by the Otters. And fire at long range. McNiven closed it down. The face-off of Cummings to his right.
Well, the Otters will take the offensive zone face-off because they have been hemmed in their own zone for the better part of this period. They're going to put out the Podubny line to try to get something going here. Get this thing steered back in the right direction. Because it's been domination by the attack here in the second.
They had 16 shots on goal in the third period against the Otters last night. Now 17 here in the second. Face-off is won to Jacob Friend. Blast around the near side, pushed ahead for Roberts. One-on-one against Darren Radish. Roberts pushed it onto the far side, corner wide. Jersey stand on the keep-in, able to recover and backhand it off for Roberts in the corner. Looking pass towards the front of the net, swiped away by Timpano. And Christian Gurney will skate out to center ice. Gurney right wing side, drops it off to Podubny, fires a shot right into the glove of Michael McNiven. That one looks like it may have sailed high. One of the easier ones for McNiven to watch come through from up high.
Well, when you see how the second period has developed, how big is the Alex DeBrincat goal now? When they get that 2-0 lead, and the Owen Sound attack has certainly pushed back hugely, and they narrow the gap to 2-1 on that power play goal by Nick Suzuki, his 18th. But the Otters have to get things going back in their direction.
They'll try. Chris Almach's going to push the button. Big guns out there. There's Fergus. Smart move. DeBrincat. Fergus again. Gives off to Darren Radish. Has a lane. Radish walking left wing side. Tilts it to the net. Off the pad of McNiven. And he sprawls out to cover with Taylor Radish in the mix. That's Sidney Overload trying to guard for everyone out there. There's Darren Radish. Wide open on the left wing side. Can't beat McNiven though. They'll stay out there. Strome, Taylor Radish, and DeBrincat. 5:47 to play here in the second period. The Otters ahead 2-1. Face-off win by Owen Sound. As Suzuki hit by Darren Radish on the far side to keep it alive in the offensive zone, but it's finally taken on skating Hancock. Ships down the left wing side. Hancock looks like he just wiped out on his own with Fergus providing chase, but Suzuki has the puck, drags, fires, kicks out, save made by Timpano. Another one towards the goal by Hancock, and a backhander Suzuki off the shoulder of Timpano. And now Fergus looks ahead. Timpano, the last 2 games he has been on the money for the Erie Otters here, giving this a 2-1 hockey game. Center ice established to Brinkett. Stick handle through some traffic. Leaves it on to the near side. Strome gets into the zone with Taylor Radish, busting down the right wing side. Leaves it for Strome in front. Fan on the shot. Got it right back. Looking to bank it off the goaltender. No dice. McNiven has a couple words with him as Strome heads over to the bench. As the puck goes all the way down to Erie ice.
A little bit of chirping going on. They'll see each other in a couple of weeks, of course.
The Otters trying to get it out of their own end now. Sandbrook and Eric Sternak able to lift it ahead. It will be teammates. Taylor Radish there also. Team Canada selection camp played out in front of the Otters net, defended by Pettit. Erie just slides it onto center ice. There's Trenton Bort. Sean Jersey right wing side. Back around the horn in the Otters zone. Zapola, little chip to Paul Move, fires a shot wide, had Dudas in front. But it's Patrick Fellows in the far corner taking control after the misfire. Sandbrook going to bounce it up the near side. Put it off the glass. Newman runs into Dudas and allows Paul Moo, almost kept it alive, but Newman recovers and now trying to get around Bork. Has the puck right wing side. Shot. Save, sticks behind the net by McNiven. Bouncing in, Bork finds it out of the far corner. Fakes left, gives right, and Dudas chips around Cernak and trying to make his way around the big Slovakian defenseman. Gets dumped by Kyle Pettit, Aiden Dudas. The Otters taking the puck behind the net. Pettit to Maximovic. Right back for Pettit in the circle. Another drop pass, and they'll angle it for Cernak on the near side. A 2-1 lead. The Otters nearly turned the puck over at the line. Schmalz just came on. But Newman would have dumped it back in the other way. Santarami finds it in the corner. The bank pass, no good for Phillips, but it's Roberts pushing it out towards the blue line. Good work from the Otters, keep it alive offensively. Now Struthers will finally lift it out off the window down to Erie ice in the final 3:05 second period. Erie holding to a 2-1 lead. Alex DeBrinket's power play goal and his 27th of the year is the go-ahead tally right now. It's Lodnia escaping out to center ice. Going to jump around Phillips. Ends up on his wallet on the check from Phillips, but McShane the takeaway. Now Lodnia. Here's Maximovic in the slot. Couldn't pull the trigger. Strickles loose. Fergus let one go. Off the crossbar. McShane in front. And it pops out of play with 2:39 to go.
Michael McNiven was a bit fortunate there because that one went off the crossbar. He was completely screened by McShane, kind of reaching up, trying to find where that puck was. It hit the crossbar out of play. Interesting story I have for you, too. Entering the building today, I ran into a veteran NHL scout. And I mentioned I was doing the Erie broadcast today. He said, you should scout out if there's another Radish younger brother coming because the other two are pretty good.
And Darren Radish, he was ranked the 6th best overager according to Sam Cosentino with his power rankings, his top 10 list that came out a couple weeks ago as it's bounced onto the far side corner. And, he mentioned Darren Radish, no NHL interest right now. That could change by the end of the year, but he has a free agent. Second in defensive scoring in the OHL. There's Sean Biley playing one through the goal now. Back the other way. Ahead for Hancock. As he's dumped by Fergus, and Fergus is going to get a penalty. Interference is the call. Fergus has got caught a few times with that, just mistiming the hip check.
Just playing hard, but half a second wrong. He's on the wrong side of that call with 2:03 to play here in the second period. An ill-timed penalty to be sure for the attack to put a full-court press here on right in the last 2 minutes of this second period.
Trying to tie it up. They scored on their last power play chance. And Karan, the linesman, got in the way of that clearing attempt by the Otters, but Pettit able to follow up, taking it down to the near side corner. Great work from Pettit here. Kills some more time. Has it tied up with 2 Owens down attack. Going to reach in there and pry it away. And now Zapola can look ahead. Forced to drop it back to Sean Dursey as Pettit now makes the change. Good work from the overage center for Kyle Pettit. 30 seconds off the clock, mostly because of him. Struthers in the zone, however. His shot deflected in front. Timpano, a big save on Jacob Friend. Had the sticks down along the ice and changed the angle.
Nice stop there by Timpano. Had his pads on the ice and scooped it up from midair on a pretty good shot by Jacob Friend.
20th shot on goal for Owen Sound this period.
Under siege.
The face off the right of Timpano. Strom against Hancock. Won by Hancock, but it splits the 2-point men. They'll have to go fish back to their line. Paul Moo leaves it on right side. Centorami wheels into the zone. Leaves it for Suzuki, who has the power play goal to bring within one. Paul Moo center point. Wheels near side, throw it to the goal. Deflected wide. Either hit Byrne or Gadjevic, but they maintain possession. Hancock, Centorami now near side. Paul Moo doesn't shoot on the fake shot. Leaves it for Suzuki. Right wing circle. Fires. Glove save. Timpano with Gadjevic in front.
Well, Gadjevic in his office right in the face of goaltender Timpano, and great focus by the Erie netminder to snare that one under some traffic in front.
Gadjevic, 6'2", 201.
Good guy.
Big body in front. 57 seconds on the period clock, and most of it, this one bounces off the glove of Paul Moo into the Owen Sound bench. Face-off will come to the neutral zone. The power play. Fergus will come out with just 2 seconds on the clock. Should everything go down to the wire that way. Here in the second period. The Otters ahead 2-1. Final 50 seconds. Paul Moo back to his own circles to pick it up. Here he comes. Leaves it to the right side for the captain, Centorami. Couldn't get it into the zone. They got to back up from the red line. Try again. And Suzuki this time. Cross ice. Off the boards. Gadjevic directs it to the wall. Gets some help from Hancock. 3 Otters swarm the puck. They try to clear it up the boards, and Paul Moo keeps it alive. Here's Paul Moo left side. Weaving in the offensive zone. Leaves it for Suzuki at the top of the left wing circle. Backhand in front. Bounces out to the blue line. Paul Moo winds. Doesn't shoot. There's 15 seconds on the clock. Paul Moo, right side Centorami, wrister into the glove of Timpano again with Gadjevic blocking the vision. Timpano makes the stop.
Well, again, under pressure, Timpano with Gadjevic right there. In fact, bumping him as the puck came into him. Able to hold on and keep the Owen Sound attack at bay here with just 12.6 seconds left on the clock in the second period.
Strom against Suzuki. Big face-off in the zone. Strom won it back, but it's pushed ahead. Good follow-up support. Is a wrist shot from the point blocked by Gadjevic. Bounced onto the far side. 5 seconds left. Paul Moo Centorami with a one-timer blocked by Byrne. Chips it up the near side. Fergus will try for the net, but time will expire on the period. Mitch Byrne with the huge block on Santino Centorami. And then the clear will preserve the 2-1 lead. For another intermission.
Shots in the second period, 22-8 in favor of the Owen Sound attack. Very much the story of the territorial advantage in that period, but Alex DeBrincat with his 27th goal of the year keeps them at bay to some degree. They were leading 1-0. Now they lead 2-1 after 2.
We'll have the second intermission for a UPMC intermission report. We're going to hear from General Manager Dave Brown. Coming up next on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
This holiday season, my good friend gave to me 7 Powerball tickets, 6 match 6 chances, 5 cash for life, 4 cash for life, 3 pick 3s, 2 Mega Millions.
Pennsylvania lottery tickets make great gifts, like the new $1 million snowbank with top prizes of $1 million. Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
And best wishes from the lottery.
The The Sheraton and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join us for the pre- and post-game celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill. Let us help you fuel up for the high-energy game with our extensive menus and craft brew selections. You Otter be dining with the best.
Whether you're a student athlete, a seasoned competitor, or a weekend warrior, UPMC Hammett Sports Medicine is the only regional program with more than 30 years of experience treating sports-related injuries. From sports injury prevention to specialized treatment, visit us in our facility located in the Bayview Center at 100 Peach. UPMC Hammett Sports Medicine is recognized for its expert treatment and rehab of any sports injury. Count on UPMC Hammett Sports Medicine, the choice of area athletes. Visit upmchammett.org for more information.
Northwestern Pennsylvania winners, don't let them keep you from driving. Instead, drive more safely in an all-wheel control Mitsubishi. Among sedans, the Lancer's absolutely the lowest priced all-wheel control car in the market today. Only $17,700 right now at Interstate Mitsubishi. The all-wheel control Outlander Sport is the most affordable CUV in its class. It's priced right now at only $18,990. With the 2016 all-wheel control Outlander, you can drive up to 7 passengers more safely at the incredibly low price of only $21,990. All of our vehicles offer top safety features and are covered by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Buy an all-wheel control Lancer for only $17,700, an all-wheel control Outlander Sport for only $18,990, or a 7-passenger all-wheel control Outlander for only $21,990. Get outside this winter. Drive to Interstate Mitsubishi 1/2 mile south of the Millcreek Mall on Route 99.
Price is based on 2016 model years MSRP. Stock numbers 3540, 4066, 3634 plus tax, title, license, and dock fee.
All the exciting action of OHL hockey.
The Erie Otters
On Fox Sports Radio, 1330, The Fan.
Welcome back inside the UPMC Intermission Report. Aaron Cooney with you, joined by General Manager Dave Brown of the Erie Otters. Dave, big news for you guys. And I mean, for you to be maybe sweating a little bit trying to figure out the plans coming into post-World Junior time and trade deadline, everything like that. But Dylan Strome returned maybe earlier than a lot of people thought. How did that conversation go? How did everybody find out that Dylan Strome was coming back to the Erie Otters? And where do you go from here?
Well, I think that, it obviously makes our job easier. We were looking at all the different options prior to that, whether it had been, adding to our already our team that we think is good, or, do we look at, the future and that sort of thing. And I think our future now is today. And, I think we've got a great opportunity moving forward here with the core of players that we have to maybe do something we haven't been able to finish in the last few years. So 100% makes my job a little easier than having 4 or 5 days after World Juniors had he returned at that point. We're kind of grateful as an organization to have him back now, and it's an exciting time.
Now, I wanted to ask you, too, with Dylan coming back, what has his mood been like? And I know he's probably one of the first ones that talked to you, but for Dylan, everybody questioned how's he going to report to Erie and how's he going to feel after having a taste of that NHL dream, and now you're kicked back down. I know he's got a lot of relationship with his brother. Same kind of thing happened, and you went through that as well with Ryan.
Yeah, I think, it's funny because, I think the perception is the guys don't want to come back and that, they'd rather be in the NHL. And, obviously the lifestyle's a little better, the money's a little better. We travel on bus, they travel by plane. But you know what? He's been ultra positive about the whole experience. He sees the experience that he had prior, with Arizona as a building block, and obviously something that he looks to transfer to the other guys. I've noticed a difference in our team in terms of how their habits, whether it be before the game or after the game, and how we're conducting ourselves over the last few weeks, and hopefully that continues.
So coming, you have Dylan Strome back. You've been on record too before saying that you're not going to trade away and waste the future away just for one run. How do you mix that together and make some moves, make some deals that make this team even better, but at the same time you're not sacrificing what you have in the future because of this core that you've built up for the last few years with yourself and your scouting crew?
Yeah, I think that there's always a temptation to go crazy at this time of year, and I think what we're going to do is we obviously, Chris and I have spent a lot of time and BJ and Wes over the last few days kind of really evaluating where we are and that sort of thing. Obviously, there's not a ton of opportunities that you're presented with to be in the situation that we're in, and we've looked at it and evaluated everything, and you know what, we're going to listen to everything and everything that's shot our way, and we'll determine what the next move is for this hockey team. I think we do owe it to a lot of the guys that have been here over the last few years. We were talking about Darren Radishes and the Pettits and Stromes and the DeBrinkets that have put up some very good numbers for us on a personal basis, but also as an organization, and 50 wins. So we are evaluating the situation moving forward, and I think that as a staff, we feel somewhat obligated to make sure that we're doing whatever we can to make that next step.
And with that next step, how has this in the last couple of years, and now with another chance for another 50-win season, and to go above and beyond, and as you mentioned, take care of some of the business you haven't been able to do, how much more enticing does this make the Erie Otters as a team when you're going out and whether it's free agents or even prospects being drafted that aren't sure of coming across the border and coming to Erie? Does this kind of put even more so Erie's more on the map than even when Carmen did was here?
Well, I think so, and I think you're always going to be evaluated based on your final accomplishment. I think I spoke to an NHL assistant general manager yesterday, and he just to kind of get his idea or his opinion of where we are, and one of the things that he had said was you're always evaluated on your last accomplishment, and having not won the Ontario Hockey League and gone on to the Memorial Cup, obviously that's something that we're going to be graded on, and we're looking at that, and we're saying, hey, it would be really nice to finish off the accomplishment. 50 win seasons are really good, and you know what, I think there's a real opportunity before us to do something special. Now that special obviously has to have a lot of things go right, and we've seen teams in the past that haven't been able to finish what they set out for, and I think you really have to evaluate the character of your team, and I think at this point that's one of the things that I feel real comfortable with. I love our leadership in this group. I love the compete that our guys have, whether that even be in practice. Costs us a little bit in our stick budget, but definitely the overall compete of the general consensus of the team is really good. So I feel pretty confident about this group, and we're going to evaluate between now and the absolute last second on January 10th.
All right, thanks with Dave Brown, and enjoy tonight's game.
Thanks.
That's Dave Brown of the Erie Otters, general manager. And hockey coming up next on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
An Erie landmark since 1953, Nunzi's Place serves generous portions of great food at reasonable prices. Family owned for almost 60 years, Nunzi's prepares the finest Italian food in Erie. Come see why the Erie Times News said Nunzi's is known for food that tastes good. Nunzi's Place, located at 2330 East 38th Street, near the Bayfront Connector. To call for reservations or place an order for takeout, call 825-2940. Nunzi's, known for Italian food that tastes good since 1953.
SEO, text message marketing, social media.
As a business owner, you know the best way to reach customers is online.
Viral videos.
But you don't have time to keep up with the latest digital marketing technology.
Web design.
That's where Local Edge comes in, especially for the one term you're most concerned with.
ROI.
As a full-service digital marketing agency, Local Edge offers turnkey solutions to grow your business online. From search engine optimization and marketing, to social media, to mobile advertising, to video promotion. Our expert support team is ready to customize a program to your needs and track results throughout the campaign. Plus, as a division of the Hearst Corporation, Local Edge is backed by the largest, most diversified communications company in the nation. So when you're ready to generate leads, find new customers, and increase your revenue, talk to the digital marketing experts. Visit localedgemedia.com. Think digital. Think Local Edge.
National Fuel says, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130. If you detect something that smells like rotten eggs, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the premises immediately and contact National Fuel from a different location. Do not use your phone or turn on a light inside the area. Immediately leave the premises and call National Fuel's emergency line. Play it safe and remember, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130.
Tim Hortons holiday treats? Oh, but there's so many. Okay, stay focused, Dave. Remember, it's for the office. Okay, definitely one peppermint hot chocolate, red velvet muffin. Ooh, I want a cinnamon bun iced coffee.
And some mint chip Timbits, and a gingerbread ice cap, and chocolate mint filled cookie with peppermint bark.
Come into Tim Hortons and let our holiday treats bring out the child in you at participating U.S. restaurants for a limited time.
I'll just take one of each, thanks. It's for the office.
Welcome back. You're inside the J.D. MacArthur Arena, part of the Harry Lumley Bayshore Community Center. Aaron Cooney and Steve Fitzsimmons on the call for you. This is the UPMC intermission report. You just heard from Dave Brown there, and from everything he said, it sounds like Erie's going to go for it, as they're going to entertain just about every move that's in every phone call that comes their way. We'll see what happens over the next couple weeks, and you heard some of the topics and possible prospects the Otters could be looking at. From Steve and I last intermission, we're going to talk about some NHL prospects in just a couple minutes, as we're going to look at the Arctic Spas recap, how we got there in the first period, as the Otters out to a 1-0 lead on Ivan Lodnia's 12th of the season. That coming at 11:41. Nice setup by Dylan Strome to give Ivan Lodnia the break in front. The backhand finish, 1-0 Erie. And the second period, we expected the pushback from the Owen Sound attack as they fired 22 shots on goal at Troy Timpano. It took them till midway through to get on the board, but it's the Otters at 6:17, a power play chance of their own, and it's Alex DeBrincat doing what he does best. The power play goal at 6:17, set up by Taylor Radish and Dylan Strome. Taylor Radish held scoreless last night for just the second time all year. He gets on the board with an assist. Dylan Strome, the other assist. Erie heads 2-0. A power play chance for the Owen Sound attack. And it's on the right wing side with Suzuki. Traffic in front. Lets the shot go that leaks its way through. Troy Timpano may have been deflected in front with Gadjevic stationed out there. Either way, it's 2-1. The Otters to kill off another power play late in the period, with Owen Sound roaring back with the 22 shots on goal, but the Otters keep them at bay, at least for until the intermission. We'll see how the third period plays out as we take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard. Always brought to you by our friends at the Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels, proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. You Otter, be staying with the best. The London Knights with a 3-1 lead over the Flint Firebirds. They've come back with a 3-goal second. That's with 2:55 to play in the second period. Mississauga Steelheads ahead of the Ottawa 67, 3-2 with 26 seconds left in the second period. The Sarnia Sting with a 1-0 lead over the Niagara Ice Dogs, 36 seconds left in the second. And in about 20 minutes, the farewell to the Joe Louis Arena game in Detroit, Michigan. The Saginaw Spirit hosting the Windsor Spitfires for that one. We had a little bit of time, and I know Steve wanted to get into, this was our last topic that we had picked out there, but NHL prospects. The OHL, nobody liked that draft 2 years ago, as you had Dylan Strome, Mitch Marner, Connor McDavid, but some good players coming out of the OHL again.
Yeah, there very much are some good players, rather, and there's 6 players ranked as an A prospect, which would be a first-round pick for the upcoming NHL draft, including Ivan Lodnia, of course. And you know the interesting thing about Ivan Lodnia, I mean, obviously he has that offensive flair that we've seen. He's 5'10", 182, but he has that late birth date working for him as well, August 31st, 1999. Scouts always look for that, especially when they're in the mix already, because it gives them that extra time to develop when they're a late birthday like that. So that's, to me, a huge advantage for Ivan Lodnia.
That's big for him, and he's off to a pretty good draft here now, playing with Dylan Strome. Picked up his 12th of the season here tonight, but the rest of those A prospects, I mean, again, Mississauga with a host of guys that go in the first round.
Yeah, Nick Hague, Owen Tippett. You wonder if the way that things are going in Mississauga, the sheen may come off a couple of those prospects ranked as A prospects that may fall down in the list. But another name, of course, that Erie fans will be well familiar with, a guy named Strome. You might have heard of Matthew Strome, of course, the younger brother of Dylan Strome, and he's an A prospect as well. And you know what? the prototypical family size, 6'3.5", 206. He's a big man as well, and certainly over a point a game this year, acquitting himself very well.
Gabe Velarde rounds out those A prospects. I mean, he's, unfortunately for him, and he's up to him a couple times, missed him in the first matchup against Erie. He was still recovering from that knee injury, and then had an appendectomy a couple of weeks ago. That's a theme this season for whatever reason, appendectomy. But
yeah, it is so.
But for him now, yeah, he'll be out there as well. And teams always liked him last year. Got to see him play, and looking forward to watching him again. He's off to a great start.
Certainly high skill level there, 6'3", 201. Power forward type, to say the least. You look at some of the other prospects, and somebody that I see a lot, Isaac Radcliffe of the Guelph Storm, a power forward type, 6'5.5", ranked as a B prospect, so that's a second or third rounder. I really think he's going to raise his stock into the first round. He's averaging close to a point a game, and really, really has improved his game and his foot speed for a big man. He's acquitting himself fast very well. Of course, Garrett Podubny, a guy, he's a C prospect, but I could see Garrett Podubny playing his way up the list there. They rank that as a 5th to 7th round pick, but he's going to get his opportunity very soon with some of these Erie players away. And you can almost see in just the 2 games I've watched him here, well, the 3 including Friday, he's really finding some more confidence out there on the ice. He's getting some better opportunities. That maybe that fluky goal is going to get him going last night. I see good things ahead for Podubny.
We got the conclusion coming up next. Third period on the way on Fox Sports Radio, 1330, The Fan.
Over the years, technology has greatly improved the productivity of the business office, from faxes and copiers to multifunction printers. Now we don't know how to get things done without them. And that means you need a reliable printer copier and a dependable service plan. That's why you should trust Cooper Business Machines. They are Erie's only authorized dealer for Sharp document systems. And most importantly, they will maintain your machine so that it continues to, well, work. Just like your car, it needs regular maintenance, and parts need to be replaced regularly. If your copier isn't properly maintained or you're not getting toner in a timely fashion, then you've been reminded what it's like to work in the dark ages. Don't wait any longer. Your business requires dependability. Shouldn't you expect the same? Cooper Business Machines, Erie's only authorized Sharp dealer and service provider, helping you get back to business since 1980. Online at cooperbusinessmachines.com or call 456-7585.
The Otters skate here. Fox Sports Radio, 1330, The Fan.
Welcome back inside the J.D. MacArthur Arena here in Owen Sound, Ontario. The Otters, the 2-1 lead heading to the third. In the offensive zone, there's a shot from DeBrincat just getting underway. That was stopped in a backhand and returned by DeBrincat. Puts it to the back of the net, 15 seconds in. As the Otters answer the attack, it's 3-1.
Well, that is just what the doctor ordered, as the Erie Otters were under siege hugely in that second period. Were fortunate to escape with a 2-1 lead, and here they add to their lead to make it 3-1. A statement goal early in the third. Alex DeBrincat, you mentioned, he doesn't go into a slump for long, and he's got 2 here this afternoon.
Broke out of it here tonight. Radish, Strome, they pick up the assist on that one again, but DeBrincat, 28th of the year. It's his 10th multi-goal game this season. Only 1 hat trick. Here's Hancock right wing side, trying to get it back. The unassisted for Alex DeBrincat. Bouncing puck, Strome at his own line. Nudge it ahead to center. Hancock coming back in. The wrist shot off the pads of Timpano. Suzuki finds in the far side corner, trying to get it right back if they can. Strome directs up the near side forwards, but it's kept alive by Phillips. His shot deflected in front, and the back of the net goes Suzuki. It was tripped up by Timpano, but the Otters get it out to center ice. Here a minute into the third period. 3-1 Otters on Alex DeBrincat's 28th of the season. Timpano, a little bit of trouble. Able to move it on for Kyle Pettit. Slides it right back for Sambrook. Gives on the right side. There's Darren Radish. Puts it on ahead too far for Fellows, and this could be an icing call, but Kyle Pettit beats it out. swooping into the near side corner. Poke checked away. That was by Trenton Bork, and the Otters will go back to work on the pick-off by Brent Newman. Behind the net, directed to the near side corner. Fellows in a foot race with Bork. Pettit there also. Rolling to the blue line, Darren Radish bounces it down low, off the skate of Pettit. Back down deep, and it hits a little bump in the run on the ice. Pops over the stick of Patrick Fellows, and off goes the Pola. Otters from center ice again. They can dump it in. Those 22 shots on goal. The most the Otters have given up in a period. The last time they gave up 20 was against the Owen Sound attack last year, January the 16th here in this building. McShane a couple nifty moves around Bork, but couldn't get the puck on net. Lania back onto center ice for the Erie Otters. They tailed through some traffic. Poke checked away. Otters move it back to their line. Here a little over 2 minutes in from the third period. The Otters have quieted down the attack with the goal 15 seconds in from Alex DeBrincat. Mitch Byrne at the blue line. Dump it back in around the horn. Max Simovich on for Alan McShane. Tried to put it in front for Lodnia. Still loose in front. Pushed away quickly by Struthers with all the traffic in front. Here's McShane again back after the puck. Leave it on to the corner. Aiden Dudas run into by McShane. Lodnia follows up, but it's sent to Remy. Ahead for Struthers to flip it towards the Otters line. That's about as far as they go as Fergus has it for the Otters. And back down into Owen Sound territory. Jersey up on ahead. Dudas run into by Byrne. The Otters take the puck. Flip it back to the near side. Out off the stick of Christian Gurney. They got some fortunate bounce there off the linesman. Probably put up for an icing call. Instead, the puck's out at neutral ice. And it's Pittsburgh's Paul Moose snaking around with the puck. Angles it towards the Otters zone. Timpano will move it. Onto the tape of Paul Moose, but the Otters recover. Chop it off the stick, and Gurney sends it in from center. Matt Schmall. Pass out the center. Intercepted by Taylor Radish. Lines up the slap shot blocked and knocked out of midair by Zapola. Lost his glove in the act. Paul Moose skates to center with it. On right side, Matt Schmall is busting down the right wing side. Fires the shot, and then running into the goaltender, Paul Moose pulls over Timpano, and he's going to go to the penalty box.
After Paul Moose at full speed as he went crashing into Troy Timpano.
Broke the stick of Timpano as well.
Paul Moose trying to plead his case with the officials, but I mean he was at top speed as he crashed right into him. Made no attempt to get out of the way either, and as a result, he's going to get a 2-minute penalty.
Anything you do to try to take the goaltender off his game. He has stopped 28 of 29 thus far, Troy Timpano. But Erie a chance to add another one to the lead. DeBrincat controls in front for Radish. The shot was blocked. They've hit their own man Pettit in front. Leaves the puck along the near side circle. Trenton Bork skating to the corner. Run into by Pettit and Taylor Radish. Down along his knees. Looking to move it. Three Otters on watching. Trying to move the puck away. Along the ice is Bork still. Suzuki trying to push it, but it's Pettit down to the corner. Off of his tape to DeBrincat. Put it in front. That's glove down. Otters slide it onto the far side. Picked up off the wall. Now to Taylor Radish. Near side, DeBrincat off his skate. Looking with traffic, Darren Radish. Quickly right side, Dylan Strome. Holds, so down low for Pettit. That puck went wide on a shot attempt looking, and now the Otters take a penalty of their own. DeBrincat. And he hooks up, Santino sent to Ramy. And we're going 4-on-4. The Erie Otters kill off one of their own, another one of their power plays with a penalty of theirs. And DeBrincat, the hooking call.
So minute 15 left in the penalty to Petrus Palmu, so the attack will come out of this with a 45-second power play at the end of that time. As Alex DeBrincat in the box. Alex DeBrincat having himself an afternoon. He's got 2 goals. His 130th goal in the Ontario Hockey League, and this is 154th game. Crazy numbers.
Insane.
Add to that, he has 129 assists as well.
Jersey shot, that's blocked by Stamrook as we get back to action. Phillips a wrister. Oh, that one just missing on the glove side. Popped out in front, jam attempt by Bryce, but it kept out by the pad of Timpano. And quite the find for the Erie Otters at a rink in Sault Ste. Marie. They're out scouting one of their other prospects. There's Wadnia the other way. Elevates this one high over the net, and it sends off Owen down. Price, left wing side. Couldn't get it by Eric Cernak. Followed up by Phillips, but the Otters take, and Wadnia, nice stick handle move. Wadnia in on goal to the backhand. It's stopped by McNiven. Erie gets it back. Wadnia wrister blocked. Comes on to Maximovich to the blue line. Nobody home. Danbrook will get there for the Otters and slide it on for Eric Cernak. Wadnia, there's that skating ability and offensive just knowledge to know where he's at, and the nice move sets him up on the breakaway. The other way, though, it's Hancock to the net. The shot was kicked out by Timpano. And now Taylor Radish to center ice. 5 seconds on the penalty to Petros Paul-Mu, and now they're on to the power play. Hancock with a big slap shot stops Timpano. The rebound behind the net, pushed out in front. Erie couldn't cover it. It's Paul-Mu in behind the net. On the power play, 34 seconds. Paul-Mu, and he's fresh too. Slide it behind the net, Hancock right back to Suzuki. The blue line, Friend, and on the right side, Centorami. Back on the blue line, Friend. Wines doesn't shoot. Suzuki from left wing circle. Holding. Skates in. Fires. Blocked. Otters on the right side. Taylor Radish will fire an open lane down the near side. McNiven wanted an icing call, but they're on the power play here. So he slides it over. 5 seconds left with DeBrincat in the box. Left wing. Jacob Friend gets in. Risker. That's off the stick, bounces to the near side, pushed ahead to DeBrincat out of the box to try to get it to him, but it bounces over him. No icing this time. First man there was DeBrincat, forces McNiven to play it. With Centorami able to recover and fires to center ice. Gadjevich winds it back for Friend. No reset. D and Friend looks left. Gives it away Zapola around Gurney. Onto the circle, Zapola. Put it out in front, turned away by Cernak. And the Otters march on ahead. Look out, Gurney hit by Schmalz, and a penalty coming up. Pettit into the zone, right wing side. Put it towards the net, and that's covered. And I know Schmalz tried to lay it up as much as he can, but that is a big boy. At 6'6", and Christian Gurney at 5'10". It could have been a lot worse, that collision.
Very much so. Big size difference there, and he got the elbow up on him. And they're going to call that every single time. These hits to the head, we'll see what the call is, but could easily be a hit to the head. Or an elbowing or whatever.
Now the Otters, they'll go back to the power play. Their fourth time, if I'm not mistaken. DeBrincat has the puck. Looks for an option. Darren Radish right back to DeBrincat, left wing side. Fires in front. Tip attempt for Pettit as the shot went wide. It trickles out to center ice. I didn't hear the call.
Oh, it is a head check.
Head check, okay. Erie to the power play. Here's DeBrincat. On for Strome, down the middle of the ice. Strome, near side, Pettit, off his skate, followed up by Taylor Radish. Erie never got a shot on the net. Darren Radish now. Dylan Strome, right side, wrist shot, save made, rebound. Oh, it was loose.
Pretty quick whistle there as Pettit was ready to pounce on that loose puck as it came free. McNiven never had possession of the puck, but the whistle came very quick. Tough break for the Erie Otters.
Pettit's 9 power play goals this season. He's had an offensive awakening for the Otters this year. His overage year also leads the league in shooting percentage, 31.8%.
Certainly goes to the dirty areas in the ice to get those goals as well.
Here's Strome, broke his stick, tried to boot it along on a pass. That's ahead and get a new twig as Timpano slows down the dump in on the clear. Strome with a fresh stick, skates out through neutral ice with the puck. Nice move around Centorami, drops it off for Radish, and on goal, the shot is blocked by Friend. Jammed up the near side boards, but not enough steam on it by Centorami. He'll give the Friend instead from the left corner, and he'll launch this one all the way down the length of the ice. 54 seconds on the power play. Small's in the box for a head check. Darren Radish off his skate, got it right back. He takes it himself down the right wing side, Darren Radish. From the corner, posted on the near side boards for Pettit. Down low, but trying to find Taylor Radish. Centorami gets there first. In some trouble now with 3 Otters on the hunt. Strome takes the puck in the corner in front for Radish. Stick lifted by Paul-Mu. He will escape to the blue line, but not out. Kept alive by Darren Radish for the moment. And then Paul-Mu launches it on goal from his own blue line. There's 20 seconds up on the man advantage. Erie with the second unit on, most of it, as Sandbrook. Strome still a hangover here. Left on the near side point, Fergus. Swipes it back down low. And there to play the puck was Cameron. And on to center ice. That'll do it just about on the power play. 4 seconds left. Lodnia into the zone, left wing side. Cuts into the middle of the ice. Fires. Scooped up by McNiven. On the play by Ivan Lodnia as time expires on the power play.
Good glove save there by Michael McNiven as Ivan Lodnia came into the high slot and let a wrister go. Good looking shot. Equally good save by McNiven. 33-24 the shots on goal favoring the Owen Sound attack. But the scoreboard says a completely different story. The Otters up 3-1.
Draw along the near side. And the Otters in their fourth line on. You're going to wonder where fatigue settles in here. The latter stages of the third period. Both teams playing a third game in 2.5 days. And the Otters, the advantage here being ahead and a 2-goal lead into the third period. Cernak will duck a check from Smalls crashing in. And Biley out to center ice for Christian Gurney, followed up by Garrett Podubny from the left wing. Trying to float it towards the net, off the stick and bounces to the far corner. Phillips, guy back on ahead. Jordan Sandbrook is there. Pass out to the blue line. Look out, Biley comes in, penalty coming up. Gonna go against Owen Sound, and you name it, tripping or kneeing call. Here he's going to the power play. Midway through the third period, it's 3-1 Otters.
And Nick Price going to the box. The Erie Otters power play will go to work. A tripping call it is. With exactly 10 minutes to go here in the third period, the Otters have a chance to put this one away.
Otters fans, meet our neighbors at the new Arena Bar and Grill, located at 723 Front Street. It's your official before and after game meeting place. That's the Arena Bar and Grill. A saucer pass away from the Erie Insurance Arena.
You know, Aaron, I think this is an advantage for the Erie Otters as we get into the late stages of this third period. You mentioned a 3-on-3 scenario, but what we've seen throughout the weekend is the Erie Otters have certainly utilized their fourth line a lot, and they've been very successful with it, especially last night with those 2 goals. And with the situation of the 3-1 hockey game, a deficit for the Owen Sound attack, you have to think they're going to shorten their bench, go with their big players, and they've been played a lot this weekend. So I think that favors the Erie Otters.
2 tight games for them all throughout. And the Otters going to have to be cautious, too, while on the power play. 6 shorthanded goals for Owen Sound. Suzuki has got 4 alone. They're back in action, played off the skate of Paul Moon. The Otters head back to their own blue line, and Fergus is back. Gives the Lodnia, returns right back. Still holding TJ Fergus. Between his circles, now on to Sandbrook. There's Suzuki out, just stepping on, and Maximilic, a little shield from the linesman. Moves it on down to the corner for Sandbrook into the zone. Left by McShane to Lodnia from the left wing. At the half ball to the blue line. Too far on the stretch for TJ Fergus, and Erie back to their own blue line. Pass nicely to McShane. Drops it for Maximilic along the right wing side. So hammered around as he got dumped by Jacob Friend on the far board.
Did he ever?
And the Otters looking for the puck. The pass from McShane's intercepted. Off goes DePola. A little energy for after the big check is DePola right wing side. Couldn't pull the trigger, staying with him. And now a stick comes up on Maximilic. And DePola's going to the box.
Well, Maximilic getting roughed up on this shift, starting with Jacob Friend. Now he gets a stick in the face. And it's going to be 4, yep. There's a 1:01 left in the initial penalty to Nick Price, so a huge opportunity for this Erie Otters squad to put this one away. Strome having a word with the officials here. And Maximilic, you can see the blood on the ice from getting cut. And now he's up to his skates and heading for the bench. He's a tough customer, Maximilic.
And you gotta be smaller guy, only 5'9", 174 pounds, over 70 points last year. It's a little disappointing not to hear his name drafted, maybe later in the draft, but Using that as motivation this season, the Otters a chance to put this away. Like 5-on-3 for a full minute. But the attack sending it down ice here. Otters ahead by 2. A chance to extend that lead even further. To bring it into the zone. He's got a pair of goals tonight. Gives off the Strome left wing side. Winds up flat shot off his stick. It was blocked by Friend. Paul moves the biscuit on the far side corner. And Friend broke his stick. He, on the shot from Strome, he's going to get to this puck on the near side. He tries to cover it up along the near boards, and all the Otters after trying to pry it loose here. Time is running down on the first penalty here. DeBrincat takes it over, on for Strome in the ice. Here's DeBrincat, doesn't shoot. Strome, one-timer into the net. Dylan Strome scores. It's 4-1 Erie.
Nice power play goal by the Erie Otters. Dylan Strome. He has his first of the afternoon on a nice little pass from Alex DeBrincat, who's known for his scoring, but he's equally adept at giving across some beauty passes. And that one was in the back of the net. And, of course, Friend, without a stick, broken stick, did everything he could to hold it along the near wall. Had 3 Otters chipping away at it. Finally comes loose. And when you're 5-on-3 and then one of your players doesn't have a stick, not much you can do.
Actually, 5-on-2. Well, at that moment, there's Dylan Strome's third point of the night. He fits him right on the money. That's the prediction. The Otters still in the power play for 3 full minutes, which that's the biggest enemy, the clock now for Owen Sound, trailing by 3. Here's a shot off the stick. That goes wide. A tie-up behind the net. Biley and Centurami. The Otters have the puck. Stambra. Biley on the right circle. He holds off. Waits. Backhanded down low for Alan McShane. Back to Biley at the circle. Walks in. Wrister off a stick. And it's Ivan Ladia behind the net. McShane. Fergus in front of the net right now. Give him back on. Looking for the blue line. Stambrook. Almost kept it alive, but Schmall's able to clear now. A tie-up with Fergus. Couldn't get around him, but it does get down ice on the play. Champano will play it on to Fergus. Comes with a whack, and Schmall's going to the penalty box. This is a dumb penalty by Matt Schmalls.
And then he throws the puck into the Erie bench area. And Matt Schmalls becoming unhinged here with 7:17 to play and puts his team at a huge disadvantage. They're already trailing by 3. That's just a bonehead penalty by Schmalls. Fans booing him, and I think they're booing him, not the call. They're booing Schmalls. They know that was not a smart play.
They did it right in front of the referee. Jason Goldenberg right behind in the far corner behind the Otters net. Watch the whole thing. So now 7:17 to play in the period. Erie another full 2 minutes of 5-on-3 play. And they're ahead 4-1. Strome holding the goal line. Trying to put it in front for Pettit. Comes loose to Darren Radish. Escaping to the blue line. DeBrincat now to the left side. Taylor Radish along the goal line. Back to DeBrincat off the stick of Jacob Friend. It'll roll to center ice. Left for Dylan Strome at center ice. Comes across the line. Curls it for Strome, or rather for Taylor Radish. Right back for Dylan Strome. DeBrincat in the slot. Give and go with Strome. Intercepted and sent down ice by Kevin Hancock. Set up by Tim Pano along the near side circle. And Radish lugs it ahead. Back to Strome. Had to stop to pick it up, but has enough open ice to skate down left wing side. Leave it at the top of the circle for Pettit. Now DeBrincat at the blue line. Minute 5, it's a 5-on-3. Taylor Radish in front. Looking for Kyle Pettit. Couldn't get it to him. Back at the blue line. Taylor Radish, left wing circle. Walks in. Sends it high on the glove side. Darren Radish will hold in. Fan on that pass. Puts it off his skate. Now Suzuki with a short-handed try. Will give off to Paul Moo, left wing side. He'll come 1-on-2. Now skating against DeBrincat. Able to keep his footing here. Wheels behind the net. All the way to the near side circle. And fires this one all the way back to his own end. Smart penalty killing by Petrus Paul Moo. Just blasted back to the Otters blue line. 30 seconds left, 5-on-3. Strome enters. Holding along the blue line. Drops it off for DeBrincat. Taylor Radish on the left corner. Looking to trade places with DeBrincat. Now gives it to him. Moving down along the goal line. DeBrincat. Toe drag in front. Pass for Pettit. Off his stick. And trickled all the way to center. The Otters never really got a shot on goal with that. 10 seconds left on the 5-on-3. Strome back into the zone. To the net. Live in Lodnia. Strome watching left wing side. Backdoor play. Sambrook the shot. He scores! Jordan Sambrook joins late, and a 5-on-3 goal. The Otters taking control 5-1.
So Sambrook converts with just 1 second left on that first penalty, and he jumped into the rush off the blue line, and Michael McNiven looked behind him in desperation, and it was in the back of the net. He thought he might have got a piece of it, but not to be.
Now Jordan Sambrook is 5th of the season. Detroit Red Wings 5th round pick this past draft, and the Otters still on the power play. Another 13 seconds left, and it's Ivan Lodnia. They'll leave it back for Sambrook. Near side to Fergus. I know the Sambrook plan is in the building. Saw them at the hotel the other day. Here's McShane with the puck, dancing with it. Power play over. Lodnia has the biscuit, holding, fires, scores. 2 for Lodnia as the Otters run away with it here in the third period. That's their 4th of the frame. 6-1 Erie.
Another power play goal. Ivan Lodnia, top shelf with a blast over top of the shoulder of Michael McNiven. And this has become a runaway for the Erie Otters, largely because of penalty trouble by the Owen Sound attacks them on disciplined play. And the Erie Otters have certainly capitalized on it.
That was one of the keys. The Otters had to keep the discipline up. And it seems they're known for their discipline too under Chris Knobloch. And it's Owen Sound who got a little carried away and ended up costing his Brack towards the goal and ends up over the top of the cage. McDuffie to it. Back on for Mitch Burton, ahead for Patrick Fellows. Sends it down. Ice to be an icing call. Goes to the Otters. 4:31.
So in less than a minute, Sambrook has a goal and a helper in this game. He gets the assist on the goal by Lodnia at 15:06 after scoring himself. And Strome picking up his 4th point, a helper on the goal by Sambrook.
Back-to-back 5-on-3 goals for Erie. Followed it up. As here's Aiden Dudas. That last one counted as a power play goal. Brack to the goal. It was blocked. I couldn't tell at the time. I didn't hear the announcement either. But
it may have been an even strength goal, but it was just an even strength goal if it was.
As skating to center, Brack into the Otter zone. Shot sticked away by Timpano as it was trickling wide. Struthers leads to the blue line. Throw it to the net. Kicked out again by Troy Timpano. Directed on for Mitchell Byrne of the Otters. Second-year man. Stretched ahead. Newman couldn't take the pass. Directed right back down. Here's Paul Moo. Leave it on left wing side, Nick Suzuki. Paul Moo, one-timer, kick, save, and a beauty from Troy Timpano. The Otters will take the center and just fire it towards the net. McNiven gloves it down. Directed behind the net. They'll try to rush out ahead. Bork looking for Struthers. Rather Hancock, right wing side, gets into the zone, leaves it for Suzuki. The shot, fought off by Timpano. They throw it back in front off the skate of Suzuki, held in by Friend. Rishton, that's deflected away by Josh Wayman. And on down to the near side corner, Suzuki. Nice body play, keeps it on for Paul Moo. What's he going to do? Thought he was going to try to lift it up and lacrosse it over. Does not. Plays it out to the point. Nobody home. All the way down, McNiven will play next.
He certainly is a crafty player, and you never know what he's going to do. He's got lots of tricks in his arsenal.
There's Suzuki. Back out through neutral ice. Pulls the trigger. Save made. Gurney picks up the rebound for the Otters. And up the near side. Tipped by Newman. Sean Biley on now in the final 3 minutes. Here in regulation time. It was tight coming into the period, but DeBrincat, 15 seconds in, extends the lead to 2, and then the Otters power play takes over. The pair of 5-on-3 power play goals with Strome and Sambrook, and then Ivan Lodnia adding one late. Play out in front with a shot on the left side. We have a Kingler stop by Timpano, sliding from left to right.
Well, Troy Timpano certainly in the zone tonight. 39 saves as the Owen attack have outshot the Erie Otters 40-28, but the Otters have overwhelmed the attack here in the third period. They lead to 6-1 with just 2:27 to play.
I thought, how would Timpano follow up last night's performance? 34 saves. This is 39 tonight. Phillips wrist shot, walked in front. Deflection try from Dudas on wide. Left wing, it's King from the corner. Puts it back down to the near side corner of the Otters zone. Garrett Podubny bounces it out to the circle. Wayman is looking to control it, but it's Dudas taking over. And Garrett Podubny, good stick work with the lift and pushing it down ice. Left on for Ivan Ladnia. Got two tonight already. McShane in front. Podubny couldn't reel that one in. Who had a chance, whether backhand or forehand, loose in front of McNiven. Price going the other way, right wing side. He wheels his way through the net. Spun out by Mitch Byrne, looking for a call, doesn't get it. The Otters to center. Here's Sean Biley. Swipes it down low. McNiven. Let's let it go for Jacob Friend to push back to the near side. With 90 seconds to play, here from Owen down. Biley the steal in the right wing side. Tucks it on the backhand, doesn't shoot. Peels off with the break, now towards the goal. That one behind the net wide. Fergus, a little head fake. Suzuki on him. Plays it down the near side. Stolen away. Off goes Hancock. The pass in front. Looking to get to Paul Moe. Deflected into the Otters bench by Josh Wayman. The Otters will stay ahead in the OHL for the time being. London looks like they're ahead 3-1 over Clinton Firebirds in the third period. Here they have a 1-point lead. Knights do have a game in hand on the Otters. This one off the stick of Josh Wayman, kept in by Hancock on the right side. There's Suzuki. Turned around in the corner, trying to put it on behind the net. Hancock chases off the wing. Drops it off. Nice pass between the legs. Suzuki cycles for Paul Moe. Comes up the far board. Paul Moe to the blue line. Holding Friend, wrist shot. Another save made for Timpano. You can give him 40. As Gurney, look out, stick handled in traffic, lost the puck. Paul Moe, the jersey walking in. Puts it in front for a deflection try on the back door, no dice. Here's Paul Moe, his shot to the mitt of Timpano with 33 seconds on the clock.
Well, there's no quit in this own sound attack as they continue to apply the pressure. Point shot coming there from Petras Paul Moe. And yet another good stop through some traffic by Troy Timpano, who has had a tremendous weekend here on behalf of his Erie Otters, and certainly is making a strong case for being among the elite goaltenders in the OHL, matching up very nicely against Michael McNiven this weekend.
Podubny will guide it into the offensive zone. Puts King into the boards as McShane finds the puck behind the net. Time ticking down in regulation. 15 seconds left. It's Podubny. Otters no quit either. They're going to fire one high. Out to the point, held in by Mitch Byrne with 10 seconds to go. Bounces behind the net. Podubny after it. Split up by King to the far boards. Final 3 seconds. Bouncing puck. And time will expire. 4-goal third period for the Erie Otters. Take this one, running away 6-1 by the end of it. And the Otters take 4 points on the weekend, and they continue a stretch where they have been, for the last 2 seasons, they haven't lost a third game in a third day. 5 last year, 2 so far this year.
Impressive offensive performance here this afternoon by the Erie Otters, of course. Really breaking this one open in the third period, and we talked about the big guns that they were going to come and be present and counted today, and they were. Strome with a goal and 3 assists, and DeBrincat had, 2 and 1 for 3 points. Big afternoons for those guys.
We'll recap everything for you as we got the Duskus Martin Funeral Home post-game show up next on Fox Sports Radio 1330 The Fan.
Keep up on all things Erie Otters by following us on social media. Follow the Otters on Twitter and Instagram at Erie Otters, and like us on Facebook at facebook.com/Erie Otters Hockey. You'll get up-to-the-minute news on all things happening with your Erie Otters, so check us out on social media today.
What's 10,000 square feet with 100-plus arcade games, all set to free play, including air hockey and 1 round of glow golf, all in one great space?
If you said Playport Erie Arcade, Erie's largest indoor arcade center, you're exactly right. And if you haven't had a chance to stop in and enjoy all those old favorites and new challenges, now's the perfect time. Race your friends head-to-head with the 4-player simulators, ride motorcycles, boats, skis, and more. Playport has bowling, pinball, basketball, hunting games, and of course, all for a one-price admission. Come on into Playport Arcade. It's like having Having that feeling when you wish you were a kid again. Yeah, that's the feeling you'll get at Playport Erie Arcade.
Playport is more than just an arcade.
Playport is Erie's first indoor glow golf attraction. It's like walking into another world as you enter the glow golf room filled with neon and different fun obstacles at every hole. Playport is fun for all ages.
And now for a limited time, grab 3 people along with yourself and take advantage of the 4-pack special. But hurry, it's only for a limited time.
Playport Arcade on West 12th Street in the big white building just east of Peninsula.
I beat my best score. I love this game.
Programs, get your programs!
You know, Millcreek schools have all the programs you need.
Really?
Yes, they have preschool programs, Center for Performing Arts programs, Honors College and ROTC programs, dual enrollment and student internship programs, not to mention 16 advanced placement courses, 30 varsity sports, and over 50 high school clubs and activities.
Sounds like they do have a program for everybody.
Programs, get your programs!
In the Millcreek School District.
Otters fans, if you're looking for the best hand-cut steaks, fall-off-the-bone ribs, made-from-scratch sides, ice-cold beer, legendary margaritas, and fresh-baked bread, then look no further. Texas Roadhouse, located at 7475 Peach Street, Erie, is the place for legendary food and legendary service. Whether you're looking for a special occasion or just a night out with good food and friends, think Texas Roadhouse. And don't forget to cut your wait time by using their famous call-ahead seating. That's Texas Roadhouse, 814-864-9494.
It's Erie Otters hockey on Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330 The Fan.
WFNN, Erie.
Welcome back inside the Harry Lumley Bayshore Community Center to J.D. MacArthur Arena. Aaron Cooney and Steve Fitzsimmons with you for the Duskus Martin Funeral Home post-game show. Duskus Martin working tirelessly to give your loved ones dignity. As we jump inside the Arctic Spas recap, it was the Otters, as we expected, a pushback from Erie early, especially with their big guns and their offensive players. And it was Dylan Strome setting up Ivan Lodnia for the first as Erie led 1-0 after one. They had a power play goal to Alex DeBrinken at 6:17, but I think in that second period where the Otters had to face 22 shots on goal, Campano turns away 21 of those in that frame as Suzuki gets on the board with a power play goal at 11:48. But that's kind of where things ended for Owen Sound. The Otters blanked them held them off for just one despite all of the opportunities and 22 shots. Campano great again tonight as he follows up last night's big performance, 34 saves, 39 tonight, where the Otters just unleashed in that third with 4 goals. DeBrinket 15 seconds in for his second of the evening. Dylan Strome, 5-on-3 power play at 11:42. Jordan Sambrook at 14:42, another 5-on-3 goal. And then seconds later, Ivan Lodnia at 15:03 as time was expiring on the power play. 6-1 final from the Otters. But all the predictions you made came true. The Otters had to not get away from themselves mentally and stay away from the penalty box. They did that, and it was Owen Sound that shot themselves in the foot. And the Otters, those big guns, Strome, DeBrinket, Radish, all in on it here for this one, pouring it on 6-1 by the end.
Absolutely, you feel bad in one way for Troy Timpano. We'll talk about the 3 stars in a moment, but again, he's not one of them, and I think he's one of the main reasons the Erie Otters are victorious this afternoon. He kept things at bay in the second period when the Owen Sound attack really put a push on, as you mentioned, with all those shots and good scoring chances to keep it at that 2-1 with DeBrinket getting that goal to make it 2-0, and then, of course, Suzuki coming back to narrow the gap. Then that set things in motion for that early goal by DeBrinket in the third, which for me was a statement goal by the Erie Otters that, you know what, we're taking this game. And then they put, the Owen Sound attack got into some penalty trouble, and the floodgates just opened with all the offensive players, doing some damage. The likes of Strome, DeBrinket, and Sambrook getting in on the action as well with a goal and an assist in a span of just under a minute and a half.
The Otters finish this one up 6-1. Aaron Cooney and Steve Fitzsimmons with you for the Duskus Martin Funeral Home post-game show. And why don't we do it? Let's jump into the 3 stars. That's their Iron Workers Local Union number 3's Ironman of the game. As the 3 stars is a clean sweep for the Otters. Ivan Lodnia, the 3rd star, he had a pair of goals on the evening. And then 2nd star, Alex DeBrinket, 2 goals and an assist for a 3-point night. And Dylan Strome, you said 3 points. He ended up with 4.
A goal and 3, yeah.
So,
I shortchanged him by 1.
Just 1. after he went scoreless yesterday. And we're covers with that for a 4-point night as the Otters take 4 points on this road trip. And with those guys clicking, we talked about some trades earlier, but the Otters have to be really happy the way they responded. Even today, you knew it was going to be a hard-fought battle. Owen Sound was going to dig in at home because they could use the 2 points as well, staying in the standings, but Timpano able to best McNiven.
You know, you could just tell early where you saw Dylan Strome being engaged by Jacob Friend and turning away and staying away from him in that aspect of the game, and you just knew that it was going to be a big day for Dylan Strome when you saw that kind of response compared to yesterday when he got engaged a little too much with Jacob Friend. And fortunately, the Erie Otters were able to hang on to that win, but it could have went the other way just as easily when you get unglued in your own game. But today, different story, and Strome the best player on the ice. Let me just say that I have the Rodney Dangerfield Award, too, for the I get no respect from the three-star selections. Troy Timpano easily could have been the first star last night. You and I both believe he was. He wasn't in the top three. He easily could be one of the 3 stars tonight, not in the top 3, but I give him the thumbs up Rodney Dangerfield Award because I get no respect, but Troy Timpano was a star this weekend.
73 saves in under 24 hours of the 2 games that he stopped and helped propel the Otters back, stopping them to taking 4 points over the Owen Sound attack as they'll win take the season series. 4 wins now over the Owen Sound attack, and they got their final matchup later at the end of February. As this one, the Otters will wrap things up with the Duskus Martin Funeral Home post-game show. Steve, I want to thank you again for coming on and joining me on the broadcast. I thought everything went great. It was great to have another voice and join me on the radio side. Makes my job just a little bit easier.
Yeah, it was fun, and we'll maybe catch you along the road here in another stop and join you for a couple more here.
I want to thank John Kleiner back in studio, and I'm Aaron Cooney saying so long. Erie taking on the Niagara Ice Dogs at home Wednesday night. It's Jordan Sambrook poster night. So be sure to get your tickets at erieevents.com. It's the Erie Insurance Arena box office as well. The next time you hear from us, as we'll be on Fox Sports Radio as always. You're home for the Erie Otters. Final score 6-1. Otters prevail over the attack. As we say goodnight from Owen Sound, this has been the Erie Otters on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Okay, thanks, Aaron. And thank you, Steve. Aaron Cooney and Steve Fitzsimmons up there in Owen Sound, the Elmway Arena. The Otters in attack just now. 424 and change, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan. John Kleiner, the Boston Store. It's off the first floor, lobby thoroughfare, across from Voodoo Brewery. Gang University Golden Knights in action. Half number 2 of today's men's game. On Jet Radio 1400, Sean Amakuchi calling the plays. Benny Mitchell running the electronic back fence just off the State straight side of Portland Center. I'm going to tune that in. If college hoops be your pleasure. Right now, fan weather from meteorologist Dan Zabosian and Jet from Weather Authority. Rest of today, mostly cloudy, high 43 Erie, 37 to 40 inland and mountains. Light southeast winds. For tonight, cloudy, rain or light snow likely, mainly all rain near shore. Inch or 2, eastern higher elevations, and 1 elsewhere on Lake Shore. South to southwest winds 5 to 15 miles per hour, lows 36 Erie, 29 to 32 inland and mountains. For your Monday, chance of morning showers, mixed or light snow, little to no accumulation, mostly cloudy afternoon. Highs 44 Erie, 38 to 41 inland and mountains, west winds 5 to 15 miles per hour. For your Tuesday then, chance of late day showers, high of 50. And that's on the historic Boston Store of downtown Erie, and it's 42 degrees. And that'll do. Yours truly, John Kleiner. This end of things, this second Sunday of Advent. 2 days before St. Nicholas Day. Things you're a patriot, you're patient, you're a fanhood. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other. God bless you. Hope the good stats be yours. It's been Erie Otters Hockey here on Fox Sports Radio, 1330, The Fan. Follow them at ottershockey.com.
Somebody that has such a prominent
position in the history of the organization, not only saying it, but then asking the team for favors and to be on the sideline. I mean, it's a bad look.
By
if
the
you're a
way,
head coach.
yeah, we don't know that he actually was asking for favors. From what I understand, Eric has been on the sideline many times, as you might guess. And the call was made to tell you, by the way, you're not coming anymore. It wasn't like, hey, coach, I'm calling you for sideline passes, and Jeff said no. The call came from Jeff to Eric. And by the way, somebody else shared this with me this week that I find interesting. I didn't realize this. Apparently, if you're in the Hall of Fame, you can go to any NFL sideline anytime you want and bring 2 guests to any NFL game. All you got to do is call the league. So he doesn't even need these favors from the Rams, Robert.
Okay.
Comes with the yellow jacket.
But it's still your team, and you can tell a guy, look, man, I know that you can be here. We like you being here. Just tone down on calling us out publicly if you want to be a representative of this organization. And look, that's what you have to deal with. Like when you're in the media, you lose credibility if you can't speak openly about your favorite teams. That's fine, and I understand that part of it, but. You have to understand the position of the organization and that coach in particular. Like, I mean, everybody's got their jobs to do, and they have to understand what other people's jobs are too. And it's a bad look, man. It just is.
Yeah, I think it's a bad look to have guys who are making millions of dollars in Market 2 of America worrying about what somebody else is saying. You got to fly at a radar.
See, but that's a simplistic reductionist view and description of what's really going on. It's not. I mean, he hears a lot of things from a lot of different people. It's something different when it's somebody that is. Implicitly part of the organization by being where they are and criticizing you and your club and organization the way that he is. He just puts you in a bad situation.
Now, Eric was very careful to point out this week, though, Robert, he's not a part of the organization. He's a part of the organization in spirit, I guess. He's a part of the organization as far as the fans are concerned. Because
that's why I
history.
said implicitly.
But he's not getting paid anything by the Rams now.
I understand that. Well, then don't show up on the sideline. Because to everybody else, that's what they see. Like, you're part of the team. Like, I show up on the sideline of the Vikings, and like it's. I'm part of the Vikings organization. I'm not saying, man, this joker needs to be fired and all that. Like, I'm being
If you had a
realistic
radio
here.
show every week in Minnesota, maybe you would be saying that about their offensive line. I don't know. You wouldn't?
Well, I don't know. Like the voice of the team, I think part of that job, and I'm just speaking honestly here. Like, it's like when you're a play-by-play guy or you're a color guy for the team. Your job is to color honesty the way that matches the color of the team. Like, that job is a little bit different, and I understand that that's not Eric's job necessarily, but it's also not the team's job or responsibility or burden to have people that are bad-mouthing the organization, in their view, be featured prominently on the sideline.
All right, let's scoot into these late games. They're all underway. Cardinals with the ball first against Washington. The Chargers have the ball first. Just got a first down at the Tampa Bay 36-yard line. They're moving the ball on the Bucs. And the Steelers have the ball first at home against the New York Giants. We'll update all of that. The Raiders are driving as well while trailing 3-0 against Buffalo. It's Mark Willard, Robert Smith, Fox Sports Radio. First, here's what's trending.
Now, one of the big shockers today was in Atlanta, Falcons and Chiefs.
Tevin Coleman is the running back. Now Ryan will throw. It's intercepted. This can be returned for 2. This can be points for Kansas City. It would give Kansas City the lead. It's Eric Berry. 40, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. It is a 2-point conversion the other way for Kansas City. The first time in Chiefs history. The Chiefs have pulled it off. And the Chiefs lead 29-28.
So Eric Berry wins the ball game for Kansas City, 29-28. Berry in the ball game also had a pick 6, and the Chiefs also scored on a fake punt. for a touchdown. Meanwhile, in New Orleans,
Lions lead it by 15. Here's Breeze on first down. Plenty of time. Throws. It is knocked up and intercepted. Intercepted by Tavon Wilson.
one of 3 picks in the ball game for Drew Brees. Lions beat the Saints 28-13. I'm David Gascon.
FS1. FS1.
The best station on the planet.
Look at me. Don't look at anybody else. You look at me! To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. It's easy to save 50% or more on car insurance with Geico. Go to geico.com or call 800-947-AUTO. Only hard part figuring out which way is easier. Dontrell Inman from Phillip Rivers. Touchdown. San Diego Superchargers on the board. Look at them trying to stay in San Diego and all that stuff. Anyway, we'll talk more about that in a second. Extra point is pending. But first, let's go to Kevin Burkhardt joining us live. Part of our family here at Fox, and, of course, on the call with Patriots and Rams earlier today. Kevin, thanks for coming on. My God, we were just talking about this Jeff Fisher thing. So today comes to an end, maybe the worst week any head coach has ever had. Of course, the extension got announced earlier today, but, man, this has been a rough go for this football team, and it continued today.
Well, they're a mess right now. I mean, that's the bottom line. They got off to a good start. They're 3-1. They're 1-7. Their last 8 games, and they're gonna finish up this year, looking worse than they have the last couple years. So, I think for the Rams, there's a couple things at play. Positively, they hope that they have the quarterback for the future. And you can't go off today. Today was a mess in every aspect, really, for them. But there, you hope you get a few games where Goff can show you something where you feel pretty good about going into next year with him. Biggest thing for me, and there's a lot of them with the Rams, they can't run. I mean, they cannot run the football. And they went from being one of the more dynamic running teams last year, coming in today, the 29th best in the league. They can't run. I don't feel like they try to run enough, to be honest with you. I feel like they give it to Gurley once or twice. They kind of give up on it for a while. It's a bad combination. They can't win without running with Todd Gurley. They simply can't, and they're not winning now. So they're in a bad place. I mean, the extension announced today, it's just weird in the timing because of all the stuff that happened this week with Eric Dickerson comments, and then today they get absolutely skunked. So, yeah, not the greatest week for the L.A. Rams.
Well, what's been going on with this run game? I mean, is it that teams just load the box because they don't respect the passing game? Is it, have there been some injuries on the offensive line? Because I know Todd Gurley hasn't forgotten how to run.
I don't think, Robert, the offensive line's very good. I mean, they spent all these draft picks the last couple of years on trying to build this offensive line. And I don't know that anybody in place right now is where they want to have them.
Well, they sat Robinson. They sat Robinson last week, huh?
Yeah, I mean they sat him. He wasn't any good today. He had another penalty today. He got beat a couple of times. Greg Robinson was a number two overall pick. He's got 29 penalties the last 2 years. It's the most in the league by far. So I don't know that anybody in the offensive line is guys you're going to go forward. I don't know that they know that. I think Gurley's been off a little bit, and again, I think that I just don't know if there has been enough of an effort. I think it's a combination of everything, but the bottom line is until they fix that, I don't think they've got a chance.
Kevin Burkhardt joining us. He was on the call for Patriots-Rams. Kevin, how different did the Patriots look, especially in the red zone with no Rob Gronkowski?
They did what they do. They're spreading it around, and they, I think that, my partner John Lynch brought it up on the broadcast. They've got plenty of weapons, and they can go down the field, and Brady's Brady, and he's so accurate, he's going to move. The issue is getting the big play down the field. Those plays that Gronkowski can stretch down the seam, where are they going to get that from? Bennett has had a nice year, but he's been banged up. They got a big play down the field from Edelman today. And they have 3 really effective running backs, 2 of them which can really kick the ball out of the backfield. But it's the big play today. It's those plays down the field that open up a defense. That is going to be the thing that's going to be challenging to come by, I think. But they're going to get their yards. They're going to get their yards, and they've got enough guys to find it in the red zone. Hogan did it today from down in there, and he caught a nice back shoulder pass from Brady. It will just see as season goes on, and certainly in the playoffs, if that big play threat without him is enough if they can overcome it.
Kevin Burkhardt on Patriots Rams. Hey, thanks for jumping on for a few, Kevin. Appreciate it.
Anytime, guys. Talk soon.
All right, there goes Kevin Burkhardt with Fox. And next up, we go straight to Albert Wilson of the Kansas City Chiefs. Huge 29-28 win in Atlanta today for Albert and company. Albert, thanks so much for jumping on, and congratulations. We've been talking about your team, some of the ways you guys have won this year. 21-point comeback against San Diego. Last Sunday night with the overtime game in Denver. This with the two-pointer here at the end with Eric Berry. Do you believe in magic? And what is it you guys got going on with that team, man?
You know, we just stick to our game plan and, you know, our scheme, and, you know, we just go with what the coaches is telling us, and we just take it one play at a time. Of course, this season, actually, that they've been down to the wire, but I'm taking. But you know, we stick to what we know. We play hard, Kansas City football, and hope we come out with the victory at the end.
Albert Wilson of the Kansas City Chiefs joining us after a 29-28 victory. Take us through the play where you scored, Albert. That was something else.
Yeah, definitely. You know, 4th and short. We've been working on 4th and short all week on the punt team, and we got a look that we really liked, and we went through it. I think the coach made a great call. I think the guys up front did an excellent job at executing their job, and we came out with a touchdown. We really was only fighting for a couple yards to get the first down, but, you know, we'll take the score.
All right, Albert. Go ahead, Robert.
I'm sorry. Three out of the last 4 opponents going to be AFC West tough division games, and obviously you guys are in a tight race. Is it just one game at a time, that simple, or is it time to start getting a little bit of excitement in the locker room?
You know, our plan is to go 1-0 every week, and we're going to prepare for that. We're going to get back into the meeting room, so we're going to get back on the field, and we're going to take advantage of this short week and be professional about it. And we're going to come out on Thursday and play Kansas City football and try to go 1-0.
Albert, really great win for you guys. Now at 9-3. Congratulations. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. No problem.
Okay, Albert Wilson, Kansas City Chiefs, 29-28 in Atlanta. And the Chiefs suddenly grab a couple wins that you probably didn't see coming a couple of weeks ago, and they are very much in control of the AFC wildcard position. And if I'm the Oakland Raiders, man, you can't get comfortable. You can't get comfortable as the Chiefs already have a win in hand against the Raiders. And the Raiders right now, you know, they're in a dogfight right now as we speak against Buffalo. If they lose today, check this out. Who saw this coming, Robert? If the Bills win this game today, the Chiefs are in first place. Poof, just like that. Where'd that come from? I mean, no one was even thinking about that, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's the way that this season has gone, and as you mentioned earlier, you know, the reasons that you know, in your mind and in my convinced mind, that Derek Carr is an MVP is because of what's around him, and especially on the defensive side of the ball, they don't necessarily have the you know, they don't have the strength on that side of the ball. And this Kansas City team, man, I know they scored in a lot of different ways today, but they're just efficient enough on offense. Alex Smith does a pretty good job at, you know, protecting the football, which has been, you know, kind of the story of his career. He's been one of the more underrated players, I think, in the league, really, over the history of his career. And all he does is keep making plays and keep finding a way to win.
Bills right now 2nd and 5 at the 10-yard line of the Oakland Raiders, so they are threatening. In fact, they've now got a 1st and goal as Shady McCoy takes it inside the 5. We'll update you on that. David Johnson just scored a touchdown for the Cardinals, and the Dontrell Inman touchdown stands for the San Diego Chargers. So those two teams are both up 7-0. We'll get our first look at the Bucs and the Redskins here momentarily. Also, Sunday night game. Need your thoughts on that. This Richard Sherman Cam Newton meeting. Let's discuss. Mark Willard, Robert Smith, Fox Sports Radio.
You can feel the hits through your speakers.
Did you hear me? It's the remix. Hot, hot, hot.
In those magical plays that come to life.
Weaving his way to the 5, into the end zone for the touchdown.
The NFL
makes the catch.
It's right here
On the ricochet, Hail Mary.
on Fox Sports Radio.
I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. Mortgage rates have dropped again. In fact, recently mortgage rates have dropped to the second lowest level in history. Now is the time for you to take advantage of these historically low rates and save serious money every month by refinancing your mortgage. The rate today on a 30-year fixed rate mortgage is all the way down to 4.125%. APR 4.82%. Call Quicken Loans today at 800-QUICKEN to see how far we can lower your mortgage payment. For 6 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. And for the third year, they also ranked us highest in the nation for mortgage servicing. It's a great time to refinance with Quicken Loans and save hundreds every month. This ultra-low rate of 4.125% won't last long. So call 800-QUICKEN or go to QuickenLoans.com. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Every day, the men and women of the United States Marine Corps demonstrate their commitment to defend the American way of life. Since 1775, we have served our nation as a force in readiness. From combat operations to humanitarian assistance in every corner of the world. No matter where the mission takes us today, or wherever our country needs us tomorrow, we always remember the land we call home. As Marines, we take a stand for each other, for our nation, for us all. The few, the proud, the Marines.
From the vantage point, Mafatu saw 6 war canoes drawn up on the beach. The wet held the boy's eyes in awful trance, with the figures springing and leaping about the flames, darting, shifting, bounding toward the sky. The eaters of men. Cannibals. Firelight glistened on their oiled bodies, on flashing spears and bristling decorations. Mafatu watched the strange scene, powerless to move, and he felt doom itself breathing chill upon his neck. In that very instant he heard a crashing in the undergrowth. 4 figures were tearing toward him through the jungle. He could see them now. He turned and ran blindly down the trail, slipping, sliding, stumbling, his breath all but choking in his throat. Only one thought gave him courage as he ran. His canoe ready and waiting. If only he could reach it before the savages overtook him. Explore new worlds. Find out what happens next by reading the book Call It Courage by Armstrong Sperry. For other great book ideas, visit literacy.gov. Literacy.gov. A message from the Library of Congress and the Ad Council.
This is the Dan Patrick Show.
Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
He's the former NFL quarterback, Drew Bledsoe, joining us. When did you know that Brady was going to be this kind of Brady?
Man, probably not for a couple years after he first started. You know, I mean, he was a kid when he came in, man. Everybody had great affection for him. You know, just kind of infectious personality, and he was over at our house a bunch. And you know, we took him in and took good care of him, and still cheer for him because he's just done everything right. That it makes it easy to cheer for him, even though ultimately he took my job. But I don't think anybody saw him as one of the all-time greats kind of quarterback. You know, for a number of years after that initially happened. But going into that season, you know, I signed a 10-year extension, and you know, as far as I could tell, as far as anybody else knew, I was going to finish my career as a Patriot. But I got some great experiences after that, and it was a lot of fun.
The Dan Patrick Show.
Weekdays 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific
on Fox Sports Radio.
As one of the over 3 million healthcare professionals in America, do you worry about not communicating effectively with some patients?
May I help you?
Could differences in language and culture maybe mean you need to explain why a medicine or medical treatment is necessary?
Hey, you're right on time.
Being understood and accepted by people of different cultures and backgrounds is still a challenge. Mrs. Hernandez, a 66-year-old Latina whose doctor recommends a mammogram.
The radiologist will be with you shortly.
Raised to think cancer always means death, she may skip the test and not even want to know. But her doctor understands family is important to Latino culture and points out that a mammogram could save her life so she could care for her family.
That wasn't so bad, now was it?
Millions of public health professionals face problems like this every day. For the latest research on these new healthcare communications challenges, the book Speaking of Health is free online at nap.edu, a free resource for any health professional looking to better serve the public. Speaking of Health
at nap.edu.
This is Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
Yeah, that one.
We're talking about guys who all stink.
Wow. Flip on over to us at iHeartRadio.
Is this like the craziest thing?
Who are we? We're FSR in your search window. Type in Fox Sports Radio and enjoy us every day.
You can hug your iHeart listeners.
Well, let me have it. Fox Sports Radio.
Everybody needs a little time away.
You may need some time away.
Whoa!
But never from Colin Cowherd. The Herd. Weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The Herd.
Catch The Herd on FS1.
And Jameis Winston gets picked off right here as we speak. The San Diego Chargers already have a 7-0 lead. Is that Casey Hayward again? That's number 7 on the year. Leads the NFL. We talked earlier, you remember, Robert, to David Deal and said, what do we think of this matchup of Casey Hayward and Mike Evans? Well, Casey won, Mike none.
I didn't have a chance to see that pick to see to see what happened on it, but this is something that has been the difference in the turnaround for this Tampa Bay team is that they've really been taking care of the football, and the fact that they've been taking the ball away a lot as a defense. So that's a huge play for San Diego early, especially being down or already being up in this game. It'll be interesting to see how Jameis bounces back in this one. He's been much more mature and a great leader in his second season. Going to have to do it on the road in a tough environment this week.
Yeah, the one thing to remember about the Buccaneers the last 2 weeks, they beat two teams that you wouldn't expect them to beat. They beat the Kansas City Chiefs. They beat the Seahawks. But keep in mind the scores of those games. The offenses look better. Let's not call them dynamic. They scored 19 to beat the Chiefs. They scored 14 to beat the Seahawks. So let's
not call the Chiefs and the Seahawks.
No, they're
bad defenses.
They're very good, correct. But my point is that it's not like the Bucs are out there running up 30-something points on these teams.
Well, let's just see how many they score on your Chargers.
Yeah,
today,
let's
see. And then we'll talk about it later. All right.
Not 3, not 4, not 5.
Things are off to a good start, but guess what? Things are always off to a good start for the Chargers. It's that whole finishing thing that is often the problem. So Chargers up 7-0. They get the turnover. They've got the ball just short of midfield. We can also mention in that game, ugly-looking injury to Cecil Shorts. Just got a 14-yard catch on the previous play, and a very legal hit over the middle, was hit kind of in the middle of the leg, went head over heels. And they had to wrap the leg and get him on a cart and took him off the field there. So
anytime you get that Eric cast out there, it's always tough to see, no matter who you're rooting for in a game. And it's something that as a player that it could happen to you or one of your teammates on any play. So I wish him the best.
Melvin Gordon had left the game momentarily on the first drive for the Chargers, but he comes back in on the first play of this drive and goes for 17 yards, and the Chargers have it just shy of the 30-yard line. Check in on that one in a second. I do want to ask you about this game tonight. Carolina visiting Seattle. These two have had a lot of battles the last couple of years. So, one, how do you think the game will go? And two, Richard Sherman is so smart. This guy's a Stanford-educated dude. He knows what he's doing. He likes to make it look like he's just throwing. Boy, he's crazy. He'll just say anything. I feel like everything he says has a reason. So do you take him at his word when he says Carolina is suffering from bad karma this year because of what Cam Newton did and tearing a 12th man sign last year after they beat the Seahawks in the playoffs? Or is he just trying to get in Cam's head?
He's just trying to get in Cam's head. This is clearly calculated in my mind. Richard Sherman doesn't strike me as the type that believes in karma, number one. But number two, I think he also knows how sensitive Cam was. I mean, you look at Cam and walking out at the end of the Super Bowl press, not at the end of the Super Bowl press conference, before the end of the Super Bowl press conference, because he couldn't stand to hear the Denver secondary talk about how they knew that if they forced Cam Cam to throw from the pocket that they would win. So yeah, he's definitely getting into his head. And you look at this Carolina team. They're so banged up right now. They lost their center, their backup center this week, had to go out and sign a player off the street basically. So they've had their problems with the offense. Cam, his quarterback rating this year is the lowest in his career, going against one of the better defenses in the league. So they've got their issues, but hey, Seattle, had some trouble moving the ball. Last week we just got done talking about that game against Tampa Bay. So they're gonna be facing a Carolina team that this is it for them basically. If they lose this game, any possibility of them, which is very remote possibility anyway, any chance for them to get back to the playoffs is a remote possibility. So their backs are truly against the wall. We'll see how this one plays out.
Yeah, I might have thought that was already the case for Carolina, but with the Chiefs beating the Falcons today,
mathematically,
first place is only 7-5 right now in that division. So maybe the Panthers are still alive. Interesting here, the Chargers. It's only third down. Okay, third down from the 29-yard line. I thought they were going for it on fourth down in a field goal potential situation. They've got a 3rd and 6 at the Buccaneer 29-yard line. So the Chargers already moving into scoring position, already leading this one 7-0 now. Now they just took a sack.
It's very cute. You're so excited.
Gosh, I update every game the exact same, Robert. I don't know what you're talking about. I do know, though, that Phillip Rivers just got sacked at the 35-yard line. 52-yard field goal try for Lambeau, or do you punt? You're in sunny San Diego. You try the field goal, right? 52-yarder? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Right?
Go up 10. Put a second-year quarterback under even more pressure on the road. Absolutely.
That's exactly what they're trying to do right now. Josh Lambeau lining up for a 52-yarder. We'll let you know. We can also pass along the Bills. Got a Mike Gillislee touchdown. So Derek Carr is going to have to be Derek Carr again today because that Raider defense, as usual, not really stopping anybody. The Lambeau field goal is nowhere near anything. Oh, my gosh. That was okay. So no, I don't think it did. I think it was just a straight shank. Let's put it this way: at the end of the kick on the TV screen, you couldn't see the goalpost anymore. The the cameras followed the ball. You could not. The goalposts were not on the screen. That's
funny.
That's how bad he missed that one.
It was the wind.
Yeah, it was, the weather there in San Diego, it's terrible. You just have no idea what's going to happen. So, anyway, that's no good. Chargers still lead 7-0. And again, Cardinals have now had it twice. Redskins have had it once. It remains a 7-0 lead for the Cardinals. That came on a David Johnson 1-yard touchdown run. But back to Derek Carr, Robert. He's going to need to do, I can just tell, you look at this game right now, there's going to need to be more second-half heroics for him.
Yeah, absolutely. And this Bills team, that defense has been up and down this season. But Derek Carr, he's gonna have to earn that MVP that you've already given him. And yes. I guess I've signed on to it now too. So we both gave it to him. We're both under a lot of pressure here in this game.
That MVP award that we gave to him. Robert, good stuff as always. Look forward to talking to you again next week.
All right, have a great week, my man.
Fox
Thanks,
Sports
everybody.
Radio.
We are Fox Sports. Metallica, Hardwired to Self-Destruct, the new album. The best thing they've done since the Black Album. 5 out of 5 Ks, says Kerrang! Magazine. Rolling Stone says it's full of crushing and thrashing metal racers. 2 discs with nearly 80 minutes of music featuring Hardwired, Moth into a Flame, and Atlas Rise. Metallica, Hardwired to Self-Destruct. Available at all Best Buy locations.
Hey, Billy, you want some soda?
I sure do.
Just don't spill it in my new truck.
I promise.
You just spilled in my new truck!
Oh, I'm sorry.
Got dandruff, Billy, got dandruff! You promised me and you broke your sacred promise!
But you have the exact contour floor mats from Husky Liners, remember?
Mm-hmm.
The exact contour is precision measured to fit your floorboards perfectly.
Yeah?
So ain't none of that soda gonna mess up your truck.
You're right, Billy. Love you, son.
I love you too, Mom.
Husky Liners, guaranteed for life.
The Yankee Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peachtree, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at Yankee Honda.
BC Wolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
In 50 feet, turn left. Why are you driving so slowly?
After a few drinks, I'm taking it slow.
Well, you're not fooling the cop behind you.
What?
Get ready to pay in 0.1 miles.
Getting pulled over for buzz driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzz driving, because buzz driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
A flat tire can ruin your day, but an improper tire repair can put your family at risk. When that next pesky nail punctures your tire, remember this. Repairs are limited to the inner tread area only, never the sidewall. And punctured tires must be removed from the rim to assess and fix damage on both the inside of the tire and the outside. Learn more. Visit BeTiresmart.org. A message from the Rubber Manufacturers Association.
Welcome back to the Dog Show. Up next we have Satchmo. Satchmo is a member of the Shelter Pet Group.
That's right, a group known especially for their couch snuggling, ball chasing, face licking, and of course companionship. Now let's see him in action. Look how he makes eye contact with his person. That's actually known as the treat stare.
How intuitive, and now he appears to be excitedly turning in circles.
Ah, the happy dance will come in with this group.
But really, the best way to know an amazing shelter pet like Satchmo is to meet one.
Visit theshelterpetproject.org today. Adopt.
Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Families come in all sizes and shapes. Sometimes your friends are your family by choice, or sometimes you're just stuck with Uncle Charles. But what we know is that you want to protect the people that are close to you, but the flu can unravel everything. Your flu vaccine protects you and your family. No matter what draws your family together, protect yourself, protect your family. Everyone needs a flu vaccine.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans. When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer. One place on a I want to be a football I want to be a bike that races around the country. I want to be a bench on a forest trail. When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. Brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
Kids and the Ad Council.
Who's the microphone assassin?
It's the Ben Maller Show.
Transmitting now.
Gus Bradley of Jacksonville. He is the worst coach in the history of professional football of any coach that has lasted 59 games. And so the question must be asked, why? Why? Does he have pictures of ownership here? Now, I realize that the general disgust is there year after year, no matter who the coach is, in Jacksonville/London. And that there is a bit of indifference, if you will, with that franchise. But it makes you wonder, like, Gus Bradley, he's not going to be the coach next year, right? We assume that he's one of those coaches that will be let go when we get around to Black Monday in the NFL. That he'll be one of the first coaches let go.
Ben Maller. The Ben Maller Show.
The microphone throttler.
Weeknights, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific on Fox.
Broadcasting from the Bud Light Studios in the historic Boston Store. AM 1330. Fox Sports Radio. WFNN Erie. The Fan.
Fox Sports trending now.
In and out we go, fellas. Week 13, Cardinals, Redskins.
Snap to Palmer. They're going to run it up the middle. David Johnson hit at the one, trying to power his way in. He got in. Touchdown. What a drive by the Cardinals. Consecutive weeks they score on the opening possession.
Cardinals Radio Network near the end of the first quarter. Arizona leads 7-0. So holding call in the end zone of the New York Giants, and so Steelers took advantage of it. They get the safety. They lead 2-0. About 48 seconds to play in the first quarter. Meanwhile, in Oakland,
Gillislee, the tailback, 2nd and goal from the 1. This time they give it to Gillislee. Buries his head, drives forward into the end zone. Touchdown, Buffalo. Mike Gillislee from 1 yard out.
10-3 Bills are on top, courtesy of the Bills Radio Network. Some finals from earlier today. The Chargers still lead the Buccaneers 7-0, but Chiefs now 9-3. They dumped the Falcons 29-28. I'm David Gascon.
You thinking about getting freaky? You might as well get freaky in the herd.
Awesome!
Weekdays, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The herd.
Catch the herd on FS1.
Hit it! Hit it!
Your second half coverage is cracking on the field.
Let's go now!
This is Fox Football Sunday with Mike Hill and 13-year NFL veteran and NFC champion Ephraim Salah.
Too high, baby.
From the highs to the lows. Fox Football Sunday is now. Live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, here's Mike Hill and 13-year NFL veteran and NFC champion Ephraim Salah.
Got me dabbing on them folk.
What up?
Dab on them, folks.
Dabbing on them. You know why? Because my boy is back in the studio.
I'm here.
Sir.
I'm here, baby.
It's me and E doing it like we know how to do it for the next 3 hours right here on Fox Sports Radio. Coming to you live and direct from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. Talking about week 13 of the NFL season. Oh, my goodness. And can I tell you one thing? You know, usually I'm so hyped. I'm so fired up as I look at the afternoon games. Of course, I see my Giants in action right now, down 5-0 against the Pittsburgh Steelers.
5?
Yeah, 5-0. It's a safety, you know, that type of thing happens sometime. It's like the Mets playing the Pittsburgh Pirates right now. But, yeah, they're down 5-0. Defense trying to step up. We'll get into all those afternoon games. But can I tell you something, man? Can I just keep it real with you?
Keep it real.
Can I keep it real with the people? And I know we're supposed to promote the National Football League because it is still the greatest sport in North America. Hell, this is the greatest sport in the world.
Okay.
It is. I know soccer's popular, but the National Football League is the greatest sport in the world. We love it. Wow. The ratings may be down, but can I tell you one thing?
Not that far down now.
They're down just a little bit. But can I tell you one thing?
What?
Them early games suck.
What, you didn't like San Francisco, Chicago?
Man, them games was terrible, man. I'm telling you, they were. I know we're supposed to find something good. I know
Miami,
it's radio.
Baltimore. That didn't turn you on?
Didn't do nothing for me, man. Didn't do nothing for me, man.
Philly, Cincinnati had to turn you on a little bit.
It's like a 400-pound woman in the Playboy Mansion. Ain't getting no action. I
tell you one game that was good.
Woo.
Kansas City, Atlanta.
Now I like that one.
Okay.
I like that game right there.
Well, let's talk about that.
Okay, we're going to talk about that. Since you want to go glass half full here, let me be negative for a second. But I'm glad you brought me back around. That was a good game. And you know what I like about that is because I told you how much I like rule changes over the last couple of years.
Right.
And I love that they pulled the extra point back.
It's changed the game.
Literally
back. Changed the game.
And you remember how New Orleans lost the game earlier this year?
Yep.
The Atlanta Falcons lost the game the same way. It wasn't on a kick. It was on a failed 2-point conversion. How about my man, Eric Berry, from the ATL?
Can you pay that man?
Can
you pay him?
I'm going to tell you right now, I don't care what. Eric Berry ain't got to make another tackle in the NFL, ain't got to pick off another pass in the NFL. But what he went through a couple of years ago. And
this man beat cancer.
Coming back to play at an elite level. I am a lifelong fan of Eric Berry. A man I got a chance to meet this past year.
Okay.
At the Ed Block Courage Awards when I was emceeing the event. He was the Kansas City Chiefs winner for that.
You all over the place.
Yeah, I move around, man. I'm world renowned, baby. That's what I do. That's what I do. But so I met him, and he's a real cool, down-to-earth, real humble guy, whatever, man. But that way it ended. I mean, you think you about to go up trying to take a 3-point lead, and all of a sudden, man, bam, they take it back the other way.
Yep.
You down by 1, and you lose the game like that.
On that play.
Amazing.
Get him man the money, man.
Give him the money. First of all, give him the money. But can we also talk about giving the Kansas City Chiefs a little bit of respect?
You got to respect him now. If you didn't respect them up until this point, you have to respect them doing what they're doing in that division. Seriously.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the best division in football. Right?
It is.
I mean,
Yes,
even
it
the
is.
Chargers aren't a slouch.
Nope.
The Chargers have some games this year that they should have won. They just didn't
About
win.
4 games that they should have won.
They always find a way to lose in the fourth quarter.
Right.
Well, when you talk about Oakland Raiders, a team that came into they tied with the best record in the AFC with the New England Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about the defending Super Bowl champion Denver Broncos.
Yep.
And the Kansas City Chiefs being right there, and the way the Chiefs came back against the Broncos last week
Right.
to win that game, and to get the W in Atlanta today.
Hey, man.
Man, give
Take
Andy,
notice.
But then let's go back to last year and the way Andy Reid finished. How come
They won, what, 10 straight?
They
11
won 10 straight to get into the playoffs. And I think they won, 18 of their last 20 regular season games, bro?
Say what you want about Alex Smith, man. Say what you want. He may not be flashy and shiny and athletic looking, but he is consistent. He is almost mistake-free, and he'll get you there. Sometimes you want to get in the sports car in the passenger seat, and you want to drive with the drive. He's driving all crazy. You're like, you're going to get there in 10 minutes, and you know, sometimes you get a little car sick, right? Or you can get in the car with the regular old, and he's just taking a scenic route, and you got him in a good conversation, and you get there, maybe not in 10 minutes, maybe it takes 20 minutes, but you get there.
Ain't nothing wrong with the minivan.
Ain't nothing wrong with a minivan.
Ain't nothing wrong with the Volvo.
Ain't nothing wrong
It's
with
safe,
it.
man.
It's safe.
As long as it's safe, it gets you from point A to point B.
Alex Smith is the minivan of the NFL. You heard it here first.
And we like that. It's kid-friendly and mother-approved. Kid-friendly and mother-approved, man.
And
Alex Smith, and he's getting the job. What did
Get
Big
it
Daddy
done.
Kane used to say back in the day? I work. I get the
Baby.
job done. I work. Baby. That's what Alex Smith is doing. And you know what? Here's the thing about Alex Smith. What I like about him is that a former #1 overall pick, by the way.
Yeah.
He will remember that. People forget about that.
Right.
Who at the beginning of his career, we thought he was going to be a bust. Not a bust.
That's what they said.
Not a bust.
A lot of people said it.
A man who, by the way, you think they wish they had him in San Francisco? Did I bring that? Remember that? When Harbaugh, he was playing great.
He
by
wanted
the
the
way.
shiny sports
So
car.
he wanted to bring in, but at the time,
that sports car was fire.
That Ferrari was humming right then. I mean, he led them to the biggest car show.
Yeah,
being the Super Bowl.
He was showing out.
He was
didn't
doing
want to
his thing.
He didn't want to pull up to the Super Bowl in a minivan.
Nope.
He wanted to come in a Ferrari.
In the Ferrari.
And Kaepernick, and that's what he pulled up in, which was cool at the time.
And they almost got the job done.
Yep.
Almost got it until Baltimore blew out the tire.
It was a play away.
It was a play away on the 5-yard line.
Yep.
That close. But Alex Smith, man, you know what? The thing is, I respect him because they say he manages football games, but he can win games for you when he has to. He did it in San Francisco. He did it last week. And he did it kind of earlier today against when he hit Kelsey a couple of times, throwing the ball down the field. Nothing wrong with that. But let's talk about two teams, man. One team is one of the biggest disappointments in the football. And that would be the Cincinnati Bengals, a team that I picked to go to the Super Bowl this year.
Really?
Yeah, I did, man. I mean, I got caught up 5
Ew.
times, 5 straight years going to the playoffs. I'm thinking that they're going to make the next step, finally win a playoff game.
Yeah, but that's a big step. Winning the playoff game in the Super Bowl, that's a huge step.
I didn't want to go with the Patriots and everybody picks the Patriots and the Steelers and all those teams. I wanted to go off take a chance. That's what we do, right? I also picked the Arizona Cardinals to go. So just don't listen to me when it comes to Super Bowl.
Stop picking.
Anyway, yeah, I shouldn't. Eagles started off the season great, played the Bengals. Bengals got the job done against the Eagles. Guess who called the game, man? Our guy, Charles Days. We love Charles Days. What's up, Charles?
Hey, guys. How you doing? What's going on?
Man, sorry you had to actually call that game today, but I know it's your job. Eagles and Bengals. It was a game that the Bengals, look, they're in the AFC North. I know the Baltimore Ravens won today and Steelers are playing right now and whatnot. Right. Anything's still possible in the North. Are they still believing, even though their playoff hopes right now on life support?
They played like they believe. I think even more, they played like professionals today. And that was the key to everything. I think maybe they even kind of took the playoff stuff and put it aside and said, let's just go ball like we're supposed to. I mean, this has been a team all year long. You said it before. It's been an extreme disappointment. I mean, that they can always talk about, this guy's gone and, Reggie Nelson. And look, it happens to every team everywhere. The core of that team was back intact. Their quarterback was back. They're supposed to be better than now 4-7-1, and they know it. And today they went out there and played like it. So that was a big deal. Is it going to happen? They got to win out and get some help. That's the bottom line. But for me today, they played like pros. They played like a group of guys that had a lot of pride, and that was a big deal. And to me, ultimately, that's why they had the performance they had.
Let me ask you this: what has happened to Carson Wentz? Right? Do you want your rookie quarterback to throw the ball 60 times?
No,
you gotta be
don't.
crazy.
You don't, and you know that, Ephraim. I mean, that's the last thing you want is to have that happen. But they look up at the scoreboard, and it was one of those. It's almost like what's that term they use in business where things just disappear and you can't account for it? They call it creep.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Where you can't account for it on your ledger, like someone puts 2 in their pocket and it's only supposed to be 1 and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that happened to them in the scoreboard today. It's 3-0, then it's 10-0. And it's 13-0, and you're like, well, we're still there, we're still in it. One big play, and then it's 20-0. Well, actually, it was 19 because Mike Nugent missed another extra point.
Right.
And then it's 26, and at 19 and at 26, Ephraim. Now you have to throw the ball every down. And here comes the Bengals, and they didn't get a lot of sacks. I think by the end of the game, they only had 1 sack.
Right.
But we showed a chart at one point. He'd been hit like 20-something times, 5 passes batted down. To his credit, he's hung in there and thrown the ball, but you shouldn't have your rookie quarterback. Heck, you shouldn't have almost any quarterback throwing it 60 times.
So at this point, are they doing more harm than good, right? The offensive line obviously is broken down. They can't run the ball. They're putting this young man who had early success, who we all anointed. We put him up on a pedestal early in the season, which Mike, I will say, warned against. Are they doing him a disservice now by allowing him to get hit so much and putting him in situations where he can't win? Like, he's not getting better right now. He's regressing.
Well, I think part of it is, do they make a determination that the season is shot, and I don't care what the scoreboard says, we're going to run offense that takes care of him a little bit better, as opposed to we're trying to win this game, quote unquote. And that'll be the big decision that Howie Roseman, Doug Peterson, all the decision makers are going to have to make, because if they're going to continue to be down, he's going to have to throw the ball the way he's throwing it, and he's going to go and compete and play. I don't think you take him out of the lineup.
No, absolutely not.
I don't think you change a ton of what you do, but you got to bring your offense in and say, look, we got to run the ball at some point to help this kid out. And yeah, we've had some offensive line shuffles, but you're going to have to run the ball. And they told us that Wendell Smallwood, who had to play a lot today, is capable of 15 to 20 carries a game. Well, you got to get him. And he didn't get them today.
No.
Sproles has a broken rib. Matthews, if he gets back, he can be that guy. But you got to do something to kind of protect him a little bit, because you want him to get the experience, but as you've noted, you don't want him taking the beating.
All right, Bengals improve to 4-7-1, while the Eagles fall to 5-7. They have lost 7 of their last 9 games after that 3-0 start. Charles Davis, always a pleasure hearing your voice, my friend.
Thanks, Charles.
Hey, thanks a lot, guys. You take care of yourselves, okay? Right. Happy holiday season to you.
Same, too. CD, one of the class acts around the National Football League. He is just an amazing guy. I've been doing it for years. That's my dog. That's our dog. That's what we do, man.
Okay, Giants.
Yeah, there.
We got interception.
Did you see, man? What?
Interception.
See,
that was live and up front interception.
See.
From the 5-yard line, Eli Manning throws an interception.
This is what this is.
Speak on it, Mike. Speak on it.
This is what kills me about Eli Manning. Is that as good as he is, he still makes these mistakes. Still, after all these years, he still makes these mistakes. He is not a rookie anymore.
No.
You ain't been a rookie since 2004. As a matter of fact, this is a matchup of the 2 rookie quarterbacks from that 2004 rookie class with Ben Roethlisberger and himself and Phillip Rivers in action right now. And you can't. Man, look, I already got too much stress in this world, man.
I can see your hair getting gray as you speak.
You know what?
Right
we
now.
will talk more about this. And you know what, dude? I need the pictures that Jeff Fisher got.
Oh, it's got to be something.
Somebody, please.
It's got to be something.
Give me the same pictures that Jeff Fisher got, because I'd be a rich man right now. We'll talk about that coming up next.
I'm not going 7-9. I'm not going to settle for that.
And now, come on, say it. Not getting your football hits on the field?
I love football.
Our social media will get you locked in.
Hey, let's lock in.
From our Twitter account at Fox Sports Radio to Facebook.com/Fox Sports Radio. Your social media home for football is right here on Fox Sports Radio.
And now, insurance-minded speeches from Geico.
Let's talk about power. To illustrate this, allow me to tell you a story about how I moved a tow truck 25 miles using only my index finger. I was stranded with a flat tire. I opened the Geico app. Then, with a few taps of my finger, I beckoned emergency roadside assistance and a tow truck to my car. I invite you all to unleash the full potential of your fingertips with the Geico app. Thank you.
Burger King presents Breakfast Stories. Today's story, Big Jim and 3 pancakes for 89 cents.
I don't care what you call them, pancakes, flipjacks, flapcakes. The point is, at Burger King, you can get a stack of 3 of them for 89 cents. What kind of deal is this?
A great one? Fill up on 3 golden pancakes for 89 cents. This is not breakfast. This is a Burger King breakfast. Get 3 pancakes for 89 cents. Only at Burger King. Limited time only. Price and participation vary.
I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. Mortgage rates have dropped again. In fact, recently, mortgage rates have dropped to the second lowest level in history. Now is the time for you to take advantage of these historically low rates and save serious money every month by refinancing your mortgage. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is all the way down to 4.125%. APR 4.82%. Call Quicken Loans today at 800-QUICKEN to see how far we can lower your mortgage payment. For 6 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. And for the 3rd year, they also ranked us highest in the nation for mortgage servicing. It's a great time to refinance with Quicken Loans and save hundreds every month. This ultra-low rate of 4.125% won't last long. So call 800-QUICKEN or go to QuickenLoans.com. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Bianchi Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peach Street, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
A message from DAV to all returning veterans. Thank you. Thank you for doing your duty. Thank you for doing our bidding. Thank you for laying it all on the line. Thank you for stepping up and not backing down. Thank you for putting your future on hold to put our enemies on notice. Thank you for putting your buddies' lives ahead of your own. Thank you for putting yourself in harm's way. Thank you for defending our freedom, for displaying your honor, for being a hero, even though you don't want to be called one. For all this and more, DAV thanks you, and we're here to help you. Expert DAV advisors will make sure you get the health, disability, and financial benefits you were promised and earned. If you're a veteran, visit DAV.org for free help. And again, thank you.
Okay, so 5 tacos of cheese and a large soda, that's $10,012. Please drive around.
Wait, 10,000 what?
It's obvious you're buzzed and driving.
I've only had a few. I'm fine.
Yeah, the food's $12, but getting pulled over for buzz driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Please drive around. Actually, just park and come in.
Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzz driving, because buzz driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Blue is my favorite color. What's yours? What's yours? Red is my favorite color. What's yours? What's yours?
Well, yeller's sweller for this little feller.
And me, I'm keen on green. So what's your favorite color? Tell us, please.
Kids will spend 20 minutes listening to songs like this.
What's your favorite color? Tell us, please. What's your favorite color? What's your favorite color? What's your favorite
about 2 minutes to brush their teeth? Brushing for 2 minutes now can save your child from severe tooth pain later. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. 2 minutes, twice a day. They have the time. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives and the Ad Council.
American Diabetes Association, Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation International, and the Ad Council.
Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330. The Fan.
This is great. We're not in Kansas anymore.
You like it like this?
Big news today out of the NFL.
Or like this?
Great is great. That's the reality of sports.
And what about this?
We're going to bring you the funny. We're going to bring you the news.
Whatever it is that you like.
Sex, underwear, and bras.
We've got it covered.
Yeah!
It's sports the way you like it. You know who this is? We are Fox Sports. Okay. FS1.
Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Mike Hill, Ephraim Slum, I got to give it to Antonio Brown, the second best receiver in the National Football League.
Who's the first?
Oh, he's playing against him. His team is playing against him right now.
Who's the first?
Number 13. You never.
Who is it?
Never heard of the guy Odell Beckham Jr.
Oh, I've heard of him. But is he the first? Is he the best receiver in the league?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, okay. Well,
absolutely. No.
Well, we'll see this game. It's a head-to-head game.
Right now, AB, got the better.
We'll see.
Matter of fact, let's find out what's happening right now. George Savarese joins us right now.
Right now, it's 11-0. The Steelers able to get the touchdown. Ben Roethlisberger, 22-yard touchdown pass to Antonio Brown in the end zone. A great catch by Brown. But then they went for the two-point conversion. It failed. They are leading 11-0. The touchdown was set up really a few plays before when Eli Manning looked like he was going to march the Giants into the end zone and intercepted at the Steelers 2 by Lawrence Timmons. Timmons returned it nearly 60 yards. And the Steelers then marched into the end zone 3 plays later. So here we are, second quarter, 7:10 to go on the clock. The Steelers 11, the Giants nothing.
So once again, 13-point turnaround, man. 13 points. I mean, that's at least 9 points right there. Because the Giants would at least had a field goal attempt.
Right. Yo, boy.
Eli still doing what Eli does after all these years, man.
Yo, boy.
Come on, man. Seriously? Hey, man. He's not a rookie anymore. He can't make these same mistakes, man.
You don't have to preach to me. I understand.
I don't get it, man.
Can't do it.
Still my quarterback. Hey, my quarterback.
You might have to let that go, man. You might have to let it go, player.
Man, it's just there just aren't that many good quarterbacks out there, man.
That's
And, true.
It's
almost like like when you got so you're married, right? Your wife ain't perfect. your girl ain't perfect, man.
My wife's perfect.
Well, your wife is perfect. Well, I mean, she might not clean up all the time. She might every now and then 3-4 times a week. She might hey, can I get a rain check on certain things? If you know what I'm saying. But she take care of the kids.
Well, that ain't how
I run
that's not how I run my castle. Just
I'm just
FYI.
saying, but she take care of the kids. And,
right.
you're looking around and you in a city where you can't find, you've been dating for a while. You ain't see anybody else that was better. You know what I mean? So you got to keep her. You know what I mean? He's like, oh, we just got to build. And then that's when your grandmama come up, well, baby, ain't nobody perfect. Ain't nobody perfect. Just bear with it. Just try and work it out. Let's work it out a little bit more, man. Let's talk to my man, Rondé Barber. He called today's game. He called the Lions at the Saints game, over on Fox. And Rondé, what's up, man?
I hear what you're saying, Mike. I hear what you're preaching. Amen, preacher.
Thank you, man. Can the church get an amen?
Y'all on your own, man.
I've been there twice, bro. I've been there twice. Anyway, let's talk about the Lions and the Saints. Did somebody forget to tell the Lions they were supposed to be in a 7-point game at the end of this one? They had an easy win today. What's that all about?
Yeah, they found themselves in a position they haven't been all year, man. Leading in the fourth quarter, leading big in the fourth quarter too. And I got to tell you what, it was almost a letdown game for the New Orleans Saints. I mean, they were riding on that big emotional high. I talked to you guys last week after that game against Greg Williams' defense, LA defense, and they came out equally as flat today, and it didn't show. It wasn't just the defense that played bad for New Orleans. It was their offense. Drew Brees, those guys, they didn't find a rhythm at all until some point in the third quarter. And by that point, Matthew Stafford and that offense, they were just real efficient. I mean, you guys see the final score, but there was 4 other drives into the red zone inside the 15 that they didn't score touchdowns on. They kicked field goals. So, I mean, this game could have even been, more out of touch than it was.
You touched a little bit on Matthew Stafford. Is he the MVP this year? When you look at him and what he's able to do, you look at his numbers. He's having the best year he's ever had so far.
Yeah.
Only 5 interceptions, almost 20 touchdowns. Is he the front runner for the MVP this year?
Yeah. He got his 21st touchdown today. Like, he threw 2 touchdowns.
Oh, yeah.
He's over
Right.
that threshold.
Yeah.
But you know what? If they make the playoffs, they win the North. I think it'll be him or Tom Brady. I mean, Tom Brady's 4 games, in hand with with everybody else. I think it's still amazing. But just what he's done, just the transformation of the guy. He was a backyard. When he had Calvin Johnson, big threat down the field, you throw 50-50 balls. It was like backyard football a lot of the time. They never have been able to run the ball,
right.
and they're still not able to run the ball, and he's still managing football games. They're like a methodical offense, and it's all because of him, his arm talent, finding, not elite wide receivers, but finding his wide receivers and making a bunch of plays. He threw for 340 yards today and made it look really easy. So he's got to be in the discussion.
Mike Hill, Ephraim Salam on Fox Sports Radio inside the Geico Fox Sports Radio studio talking to Rondé Barber, who called today's Lions at Saints game. This Lions team, dude, they have won 4 in a row. They've won 8 of their last 9 games. We're talking about the Detroit Lions, Rondé.
Yeah.
Are we?
Yeah.
Are they for real? I mean, in a year where the Dallas Cowboys is clearly the best team, maybe in the NFC, Seattle's right there.
Yeah.
Are they for real?
Yeah.
Are they a serious threat?
Yes, I'll say it again and again. They're the moxie that they've shown, the poise that they've shown to end the games, to win those close ones, I think makes them for real. And they give a lot of credit to Jim Caldwell. I mean, we had them week 7 this year, and, prior to that game, we were, just reading through the storylines. I mean, people are like, is this Jim Caldwell's last chance here to, put a winning team together? Is he on the hot seat? Well, fast forward, whatever it is, 7-8 weeks later, and no, they're going to win their division. They got some tough games coming up. They're on the road at New York. They're on the road at Dallas. At Dallas, and then they end with Green Bay. But they're in pole position in the NFC North. They're for real. I mean, they won a tough game on the road today against an offense that was supposed to be good, and because of Matthew Stafford, they have a chance. But Terrell Lawson's defense, I'm telling you, is getting better. They're starting to rush the quarterback. They're starting to create turnovers at timely moments in football games. And I wouldn't bet against them right now. I would not bet against them.
Rondé Barber, man, always a pleasure, my friend.
Thanks, Rondé.
Hang in there. We're gonna start a support group, man. Help each other.
No. Y'all keep keeping it real. You know what I'm saying?
Always, man. That's what we know, man. Talk to you later, man. Rondé Barber hanging out with us, man. Called today's Detroit Lions, New Orleans Saints game today, man. Look, man, Detroit, look at this, man. They have won 4 in a row, 8 of their last 9 games. And guess what, man? Matthew Stafford doesn't have Calvin Johnson anymore.
No, he doesn't.
And guess who left 2 years ago? So their 2 best players from 2 years ago no longer on the team, and his team is running it off like they're running it off right now.
People were saying, and even you said this, of course, but you were saying this a couple weeks ago, and I was like, what? Get out of here. Like, the fact that Megatron isn't there, it's like a security blanket, right?
Yeah.
When all else fails, you can throw it up in his direction, and he's pretty much going to do something special for you. So now that you don't have that, you have to be able to go through your progression. Don't predetermine where you're going to throw the ball. And when things break down, you still have to depend on your abilities.
But you know what? Here's the great thing about this, Ephraim, is like what you were just talking about is when that guy's not there, other guys know they have to step up.
Right.
Everybody else plays, and then there are other guys who feel like, you know what? If only I could get those balls that he's forcing the Megatron, I can get my shine on. And I can shine.
And Golden Tate is not a slouch. He wasn't a slouch in Seattle, and he's definitely not a slouch. Even when he was there when he was number 2 behind Megatron, he still came up with big games and big receptions. And I just like his attitude.
He has
one of those Steve Smiths, not as quite as aggressive as Steve Smith, but he's one of those players that believes in himself no matter what's going on. And you can see that when he's out there playing.
Steve Smith truly about that life.
I love Steve Smith, man.
Man, that's one dude, man. We talk about the people that you interview. I ain't never really been afraid of anybody. So Mike Tyson and maybe Steve Smith, man. Seriously. Like Mike Tyson. I saw Mike Tyson one time. I asked him for a picture, and he was like, "Oh, come on, let's get a picture." You know. So I took a picture with him outside of FS1. You know where that big one is when you first come in. So I was like, "Hey, man, Mike." He's like, "Oh, come on." So he looked like he was on his meds that day. So I felt like I could approach him. So I went up to him, took a picture.
Don't have him coming down to the studio, man.
Oh, I'm just saying, I'm not afraid of Mike Tyson. If he comes up here, he's saying what he wants to, I don't care.
You on your own, player.
You know, ain't like he drinks Nestle Quick. It's strawberry flavor.
You on your own.
We took a picture, and bro, the picture came out blurry. You think I asked him to take another picture?
I'll fix it. I'll fix it in post.
I'll fix it in post, man.
I'll fix it in post.
I'll Photoshop your picture in, bro. That's what I'll do. It's time to find out what's trending. Let's find out.
David Johnson still doing his thing for the Cardinals.
Snap to Palmer. They're going to run it up the middle. David Johnson hit at the 1, trying to power his way in. He got in. Touchdown. What a drive by the Cardinals. Consecutive weeks they score on the opening possession.
And that calls courtesy of the Cardinals radio network. They lead right now 7-3, under 4 minutes to play in the first half. Meanwhile, in Pittsburgh, Eli Manning showing his colors.
Manning calling signals in the shotgun set. Takes the snap, back to throw. Looks right, throws to the end zone, and it's intercepted. Picked off by Lawrence Timmons, and he's got a convoy down the left side, across midfield. Finally chased out of bounds. 57-yard return.
That INT led to a touchdown by Antonio Brown. Steelers lead 11-0. Under 7 minutes to play in the first half. Bills on top of the Raiders at halftime, 10-9. I'm David Gascon.
We are Fox Sports.
FS1. Yeah! FS1.
The best station on the planet.
Look at me. Don't look at anybody else. You look at me!
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Mike Hill, Ephraim Salam, taking a look at the late games here. Ephraim Salam taking a look at his fantasy team. You can always tell when somebody got somebody on their fantasy team.
I'm over
really
here
cheering for just the obscure team. Come on. And cheering for an individual, not the team itself.
Not the team.
Just the team, just individual.
Not the team.
How would you feel like if, so you got Antonio Brown, obviously, on your fantasy team.
Yes.
But your opponent has Ben Roethlisberger.
That's the tough one.
Yeah.
I hate when that situation happens.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because now I'm like, okay, no, don't. It's a tough one, man. And it all depends on which league you're in, because points are different in each league, and some receivers get more than quarterbacks and blah, 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 and yada, yada, yada. So whenever that happens, I'm just like, oh, God, here we go.
All right, so the Steelers are leading 11-0 in that game over the Giants. Giants on a 6-game winning streak. Tampa and San Diego, 14-7 there in San Diego. Chargers lead. And let's go out to Arizona right now, because the Redskins are threatening right now. They're down 7-3 inside of 3 minutes to play there. And on the call is Dick Stockton and Chris Spielman on Fox.
Davis makes his first catch of the game.
And that's rare for 22. Watching the film, 22 will come up and bring it, and he comes with bad intentions. He had a shot to make a play right there. And Vernon Davis just still doing it 10 years into the league. The only thing that Tony Jefferson did wrong was he went to his knees on contact.
Number 74, Ari Quanjo, is the extra offensive lineman, and here is Kelly, nothing doing. So the Cardinals clamp down there, and now it'll be 3rd down and goal as we wind down to the 2-minute warning. The Redskins trailing 7-3, and a touchdown would put them in front.
All right, so they're going to go to the 2-minute warning there. Skins are threatening inside the 2-yard line right now, down 7-3 to the Arizona Cardinals. Meanwhile, looks like the Steelers just picked up a first down on the Giants defense. And here's the thing about the Giants, man. I'm not going to – the defense has been playing well, but I'm still, like I told you last week, I'm not believing in this team, man. I like what they're doing. I know they're 8-3. I know they're on a 6-game winning streak. I know it looks good, but tell me who they've beaten. Give me the signature win for the Giants this year.
It doesn't matter.
No. I mean, but you also know when it's your team and you watch them all the time, you know if they're a good team or not.
I agree with that. But the fact that in the NFL, if you can win 6 games in a row, unless you played the Browns all 6 of those games, then that's something special. That's the bottom line is to win 6 games in a row in the NFL is big. It doesn't matter who they beat.
No, what I'm saying is, they might be able to. Look.
They beat the Browns, the Bears, the Bengals, the Eagles, the Rams,
Who got
the
a winning?
Ravens.
Okay, Ravens got a winning record.
At the time, the Eagles had a winning record.
Well, we see what the Eagles are.
Yeah, but that doesn't. We didn't know that at the time.
But we see what the Eagles are. I mean, that's in the midst. It's almost like saying, well, at one time back in the day, the Detroit Lions, if they would have beaten them early in the season, Detroit didn't have a winning record then, but Detroit's a better team now.
I get it.
It's a different team.
But they lost to the Packers, the Vikings, and the Redskins.
Okay.
All right?
Mm-hmm. They lost to the Packers.
They
lost to the Vikings.
Before the wheels fell off.
Yep. And before the wheels fell off of the Vikings.
Right. Vikings had the number 1 defense.
And the Skins are a better team this year.
Right.
All right. So that's what I'm saying. It's
so
like
when you say what are their signature wins, I mean, the 3 losses were at the time to playoff teams at the time that they lost.
Let me put it like this. This, to me, was going to be the measuring stick. I wanted to see – I know Pittsburgh struggled this year, but this is pretty much a must-win game for Pittsburgh, too. They want to try and keep pace with Baltimore that throttled Miami earlier today, and they want to keep pace with them in the AFC North, and you know how tough it is in the AFC with all 3 of those teams, maybe 3 teams coming out of the AFC West. So you basically almost have to win your division, it almost appears, if you want to, especially if you got 5 or 6 losses right now. You don't want to do that. So you want to keep pace with the Baltimore Ravens. This was going to be the test for the New York Giants on the road against this Steelers team, which has a highly explosive offense. And you know,
the best receiver.
And the second best or third best. Well, the second,
third.
Julio Jones. Julio Jones is there too. 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, I would say Antonio Brown, Julio, and then OBJ.
Oh, well, you got it backwards. But anyway, that's on you. I mean, you know what? You're entitled to be wrong. I mean, it's a free country. I mean, you know, First Amendment hasn't been taken away yet. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It might be in the next 4 years. I'm just saying.
Who knows?
Yeah, it hasn't been taken away yet. So you can be wrong all you want to. But anyway, I was looking at this as the measuring stick for this New York team, especially on offense. That's been the disappointment so far this year, Ephraim, is that, you know, the defense was going to come around. They had the new additions. They spent so much money, $200 million on that defense. So eventually you will hope that they would gel and play up to the level of their expectations. And I think Steve Spagnuolo is a really good defensive coordinator. So they've come together. The offense is what's troubling to me. The offense has not been consistent whatsoever. It has not been. Eli's still making these terrible decisions sometimes. They get timely and costly penalties that happen for them. They get bad drops, and they have no running game whatsoever, even though they're still trying to establish the run.
And that's the thing that's hurting them the most.
Yeah.
The fact that they have to rely on Eli so much. That's where you get into trouble, right? They have to rely on him so much, and for the last few years, they haven't had a running game, and it's been killing them.
Okay, if you're a good quarterback,
ain't
nothing wrong with trying to rely on your quarterback. In Green Bay, they rely on Aaron Rodgers. In New Orleans, they rely on Drew Brees.
But you see,
in New England, you see they rely on Tom Brady.
Yeah, but look, let's break that down, though, right? So you talk about Green Bay, they rely on Aaron Rodgers. Look at all of the ups and downs and inconsistency Aaron Rodgers has had this year because of the lack of a running game. Look at Drew Brees. We just got through talking about Drew Brees and his struggles because of the lack of a running game. And these are top-tier elite quarterbacks. So when you put that type of pressure that you're putting on the elite quarterbacks on Eli Manning, you expect him to do what? When some of the best in the league, the only person doing it like that in this league is Tom Brady. He's on a whole other planet right now.
Yeah, he's different animal.
Whether you run the ball or not, but they can't. But New England can run the ball. It's just if they choose to run or not. If New England came out to run like they did today, they can run the ball. That's nothing. They've proven that. But their offense is designed to go through Tom. Now, New York's offense isn't designed for that. Their offense is designed to be able to run the ball. They don't want to throw the ball 40 times a game. I don't care why they don't want to do that. I don't care what type of receiving core you have. You don't want to do that.
They can't run the ball.
No,
they don't have offensive linemen to open up holes to run the ball. Rashad Jennings is, he cool. He can hang, you know what I'm saying? But I don't really want you, being the main dude. You know what I mean? I mean, like, we have you in case of injury. Good. No, I like hanging with you and stuff like that. We want you on the team. You seem like a cool dude or whatever, but you ain't my first choice.
Okay, and let's not get it twisted. They're 8-3. Okay, they're in prime position.
They got the second best record in the NFC. I understand that.
I'm fighting for your team. I'm fighting you for your team.
Let's see.
I'm trying to give you a little something.
This is what I'm talking about. That type of stuff right there. They 3rd and 7. They got to get off the field. Or it's a flag. Maybe it was a hold. I don't know. But he did have a lot of time. Ben Roethlisberger had a lot of time on that throw right there, so maybe it was a hold. I don't know.
Or defensive holding.
That's why he was pass interference offense. Yeah, bring it back. So pass interference. So obviously, Steelers got to cheat to get ahead. Yeah, look. That was weak.
That was a terrible call.
Oh, no, it was a pick. That was a pick.
No, but
that
it was a terrible call.
Nope, that was a pick.
No,
that was a pick. He was blocking. You cannot block.
Blocking.
You cannot block before the pass gets there. He was blocking. That was a pick.
The shot we just saw was not blocking. He was trying to run his route, and he ran the defender right into the other defender. Period. I'm just saying. That's what I saw.
All right.
With all my expertise.
You know what?
Sorry. All right.
Oh, my gosh. Look at that. And they just picked up a first down.
Well,
all right, so they're close to being in the red zone. We'll tell you what the Steelers are doing. We'll take you out there if we have the time. Also, we got to get to find out. I mean, we need an investigator. Can we get a private investigator? We need one of those people, one of those investigator reporters to go and find out what Jeff Fisher knows. We need Hillary Clinton to go in and get Jeff Fisher's emails and figure them out, and maybe the Rams need to hire Hillary Clinton to get Jeff Fisher's emails so she can delete them, because obviously he's got something on this team right now. We'll talk about that coming up next.
The NFL is coming at you with full force.
That's the 5 into the end zone.
And when the game's end, dial us up 877-99 on Fox.
This game is over.
We've got the insight, and you've got the passion.
Wow!
Let's cover it together on Fox Sports Radio.
Listen to what Dave Ryan says about Andro 400.
Andro 400, I really love it. It's amazing to me that I feel so good. I've lost 50 pounds. I was a size 38 waist. I've gone down to a 32 waist. My mood has changed. I don't get stressed out. It gave me so much more energy to walk, energy to play sports. Everything is starting to work again, just like I'm 25. My wife is happy. I'm so happy. I'm just a completely different man. I'm taking this stuff to the grave with me.
Men, have you lost energy and gained belly fat? Are you feeling stressed out? Fight back with Andro 400, the safe, natural, and inexpensive way to increase your testosterone. For over a decade, Andro 400 has helped men lose belly fat, gain energy, and feel 20 years younger. Go to andro400.com. andro400.com, or call 888-400-0435, 888-400-0435.
In a small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him opening his own clothing store at the age of 18? 1 in 138,000. Excited to be a part of pop culture, he packed for the big city. The odds of finding someone to invest in his vision? 1 in 4.5 million. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. I encourage you to learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Early diagnosis can make a lifetime of difference. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Close your eyes in Chicago, and you can hear the sound of zebra braying in Africa. Look hard out your window in D.C., and you can see the snow-covered peaks of the Andes. Stand on a corner in L.A. and feel the hot wind of the Sahara brush across your face. The world is that small. We are that connected. Please visit earthshare.org and learn how the world's leading environmental groups are working together, making it so simple for you to make a difference. Because we are many, and we are one. Please visit us at earthshare.org to learn more. Earthshare. One environment. One simple way to care for it all. A public service message from Earthshare and the Ad Council.
JT the Brick with Tom Looney.
Can I get a timeout with Jeff Fisher? Can we give this guy a break for a day or two? Eric Dickerson's going on local radio, national radio, back on local radio just now, taunting Jeff Fisher. Jeff is one of 32, the fraternity of NFL coaches. Plus, he played the game at a high level earlier in his life here. Why are people picking on Jeff Fisher for getting a Patriot player or two, or maybe wanting someone not to be on the sidelines, but to sit in a beautiful luxury box where the tickets are free, the food's free, the drinks are free, and everybody seems to be happy about that?
Yeah, I think for one of the reasons, I think he hasn't been in the playoffs since 2002, and he still continues to coach. That might be one of the reasons. He never wins, and he still has that job.
JT the Brick with Tom Looney.
Why do you talk first? I wanted to talk first.
Weekdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
As one of the over 3 million healthcare professionals in America, do you worry about not communicating effectively with some patients?
May I help you?
Could differences in language and culture maybe mean you need to explain why a medicine or medical treatment is necessary?
Hey, you're right on time.
Being understood and accepted by people of different cultures and backgrounds is still a challenge. Mrs. Hernandez, a 66-year-old Latina whose doctor recommends a mammogram.
The radiologist will be with you shortly.
Raised to think cancer always means death, she may skip the test and not even want to know. But her doctor understands family is important to Latino culture and points out that a mammogram could save her life so she could care for her family.
That wasn't so bad now, was it?
Millions of public health professionals face problems like this every day. For the latest research on these new healthcare communications challenges, the book Speaking of Health is free online at nap.edu, a free resource for any health professional looking to better serve the public. Speaking of Health at nap.edu.
Fox Sports Radio.
1330 The Fan.
Again? No way. Your holiday shopping has begun. And when Mama brings you along,
My mama here. I love you, Mom.
take us with you. We're Fox Sports Radio on the iHeartRadio app. It's free.
I can't believe it. The ultimate gift for everyone.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. So share it with us.
Go to iHeartRadio.
Get the iHeartRadio app.
Download the free iHeartRadio app today.
On Fox Sports Radio.
Everybody needs a little time away.
You may need some time away.
Whoa!
But never from Colin Cowherd. The Herd. Weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The Herd.
Catch The Herd on FS1.
Yeah. You know what it is. Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow.
Mike Hill, Ephraim Salon with you.
You know what it is.
Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. Woo.
Yeah.
Cut the music down, man. Cut the music. Cut the music. I can't hear myself, man. Music's too loud sometimes. We got to play that black and yellow stuff, man. See what y'all doing with the Pittsburgh Steelers. All right. Let's get an update. Let's find out what's going on. George Savarese joins us right now.
Well, guys, right now, 24 seconds to go, first half. The Steelers have extended their lead to 14-0. Randy Bullock, who they just signed 2 days ago because their regular field goal kicker is out, he had just made his second field goal of the first half, this one from 34 yards. So 2 field goals, a safety, and a touchdown with no extra point gives them 14 points. Pittsburgh leading the New York Giants 14-0. A key injury at the end of the half for the Giants just a few seconds ago. Jason Pierre-Paul went off the field into the locker room with a groin injury, and his return, they say, is questionable. So we'll see if he comes back in the second half. That's a big blow to the G-men if he does not come back in this game. Right now, 14-0 Steelers, 18 seconds to go, first half.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Doom, 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 doom.
It's all right, man. I'm going to be all right, though.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure, man.
In today's Pass Happy League, how can you go into a game, come out of a game, and only have thrown the ball 15 times?
In the entire game?
In the entire game.
Was it
only,
bad conditions?
But only completed 5 of those 15 passes.
Was it in bad conditions?
I mean, I don't care if it was on the moon. Doesn't that seem weird?
15 times? Yeah, that's very weird.
That's what happened in Chicago with the 49ers.
You talking about Colin Kaepernick?
Well, he only threw the ball 5 times.
Oh, you're talking about overall as a team?
Overall as a team.
Ooh, Chip Kelly only threw the ball 15 times?
15 times.
Well, the weather outside was frightful. I'm gonna give him. I'm gonna give him up. I'm gonna just help him out a little bit.
You know what? California teams don't like to do? Play in the snow.
Well, how many times did they run the ball? 34 times?
They ran the ball 34
times. And they passed it 15. Well, then again, if you got Colin Kaepernick and Blaine Gabbert as your quarterbacks, you really gonna try and throw the ball that much? I mean,
you gotta give him a shot, though, right? You gotta try at least, right?
If you ain't got a quarterback, then he's like, you run the football. Why not? I mean, it's San Francisco too.
I mean, it wasn't like they were playing against Matt Barkley. It wasn't like it was Tom Brady or somebody on the other side.
Colin Kaepernick got benched, man.
Matt Barkley.
They sat him down.
Never heard of him.
Right.
They sat Colin Kaepernick down.
They sat him down because
it looked
terrible.
Take a knee, Colin. Go ahead and sit down. Yeah, well, hey, no, national anthem ain't playing right now. Go ahead. Take a knee over there. Got you.
That was one of them games where I wish I could unsee.
You watched that?
I watch them all. I watch them all.
You watch them all?
And
I'm sorry, bro.
I was trying to unsee that game.
I mean, look, let me tell you right now. When you get a certain age, and I don't know how, I'm older than you. I think I'm older than you.
Yeah, you older. You could be my dad,
when you get to a certain age, your mind has a certain capacity. And after a while, you learn to download stuff and not take in a lot of information that you just feel like it's going to be minutia. It's like a computer.
Okay.
Once a computer has a certain amount of memory, and once it gets to that memory, it starts to slow down.
Right.
And that's how I am. So I don't put that type of stuff inside of my head because I got more important stuff to concern myself with than the 49ers and the Chicago Bears at this point in the season. Now, I'll know the headlines. I'll know, Colin Kaepernick didn't look good and that Chip Kelly still sucks as a coach. I understand that. And yes, Chip Kelly should probably go back to Oregon with this.
You better hurry up. There's somebody about to take that job.
No, he wants to try and look at the National Football League. You know what?
Swing and a miss.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to find out he like Nick Saban. Maybe he could be the next Nick Saban. Nick Saban tried the NFL too.
Yep.
Didn't work out for him. Nick Saban went back to school.
He's doing okay for himself.
It's working for him right now. Nick Saban is a god.
Speaking about Nick
Saban,
football. Did you see that SEC championship?
Of course I'm an Alabama fan.
Good Lord.
I'm a Bama fan, baby.
That's what
they do.
Roll damn tide.
Roll damn tide.
Roll tide.
Roll tide. All the time.
War Eagle.
War what eagle? War what eagle? Get your eagle on. What? Eagle
Drop
what?
down and get your eagle on.
Okay. 14 non-offensive touchdowns.
That was crazy, man.
For Alabama this year.
I was watching that game. I'm like, wow. I mean, Florida.
That's another SEC team. I mean, the SEC East was down. Every team in the SEC had at least 4 losses. So the SEC as a conference was down this year. But Alabama, just that damn good.
Yeah.
They got to play Washington in the semifinals.
That's going to be real good. You know why?
Why?
Because when you get into these playoffs like this and you playing other superior teams from other top 5 conferences, you haven't spent a lot of time watching them. You know what I mean? So now it's going to be new, it's going to be refreshing, and it can be surprising.
We talk Jeff Fisher and what he knows coming up next.
Or doesn't
We are Offer not valid in all states or were prohibited by law. See website for details.
Need some extra cash today? Do you have bad credit or maxed out credit cards? If so, turn your radio up. 35cash.com is one of the nation's largest personal loan networks with over 50 different lenders. Now you can get a personal loan for up to $5,000 with any type of credit discreetly from your computer or smartphone and with no paperwork to send in. That's right, no paperwork whatsoever. Your cash will hit your bank account as soon as tomorrow as our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless regardless of your credit history. Visit 35cash.com and you can have up to $5,000 in no time. Just have a checking account and a regular source of income, and you can get the loan you need now, regardless of your credit. Go to 35cash.com from your smartphone or computer to get the cash you need. Visit 35cash.com. Type www.35cash.com directly into the address bar. That's 35cash.com. 35cash.com.
Yankee Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peach Street, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
ErieHelpWanted.com salutes the Employee of the Month, the one who works hard for that special parking space and shiny brass plaque. Wouldn't you like more of them and fewer? Well, let's just call them Dave.
Oh, hey, Dave.
Hey, Mr. Employee of the Month. What you been up to?
Oh, just consistently meeting my sales projections, adjusting my workflow to compensate for low-performance staff, and still finding time to brew that second pot of coffee when the first one runs out. How about you, Dave?
Oh, me? Well, let's see. I made an origami hippo out of your Q4 report, and I set it up with an InstaFace page. Already has 22 winks from the other Daves.
Love the hippo, Dave!
Thanks, Dave. See? Dave gets it.
Yeah.
We believe local businesses should be packed with more local employees of the month and fewer Daves. ErieHelpWanted.com. Local jobs that work.
We don't discriminate against people named Dave. Dave is a common name, fun to say, and so we're using it as a catch-all for lackluster employees everywhere. Please don't write us to tell us you were insulted by this ad. That would be a real Dave move, Dave.
Hi, I'm Craig Morgan. You might know me for my songs, but before I sang country music, I served in the United States Army, where I stood side by side with some of the most resilient people I've ever met. They taught me that one small act can make a big difference during tough times. If you're a veteran or service member in crisis or having thoughts of suicide, the Veterans Crisis Line can help. One conversation can save a life. Call 1-800-273-8255 and press 1, or visit veteranscrisisline.net.
How was your day? What did you do in school? I'm Mike Crusty, president of the Pennsylvania State Education Association. And these two simple questions can encourage learning in your home. Showing interest and asking about the school day can help motivate your children and keep them excited about learning. So stay involved, stay curious, and ask specific questions. Student success involves the whole family.
A message from the Pennsylvania State Education Association.
We try to hide our truths about our mental and substance use disorders from the world, and sometimes from ourselves. Saying I'm fine is a facade. By facing our problems, recovery begins. And we are empowered to speak our truth. Join the Voices for Recovery. Speak up. Reach out.
For confidential information on mental and substance use disorders, including prevention and treatment referral, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Public accountants and the ad council. This is the Dan Patrick Show.
Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
He's the former NFL quarterback, Drew Bledsoe, joining us. When did you know that Brady was going to be this kind of Brady?
Man, probably not for a couple of years after he first started. He was a kid when he came in, man. Everybody had great affection for him. Just kind of infectious personality, and he was over at our house a bunch. And we took him in and took good care of him, and still cheer for him because he just has done everything right. That it makes it easy to cheer for him, even though ultimately he took my job. But I don't think anybody saw him as one of the all-time greats kind of quarterback. For a number of years after that initially happened. But going into that season, I signed a 10-year extension, and as far as I could tell, as far as anybody else knew, I was going to finish my career as a Patriot. But I got some great experiences after that, and it was a lot of fun.
The Dan Patrick Show. Weekdays 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific.
Broadcasting from the Bud Light Studios in the historic Boston Store. AM 1330, Fox Sports Radio, WFNN Erie, The Fan.
Fox Sports Trending
now.
Second half of games continue. Start of the third quarter. Bills shoot right out and strike early.
Gillisley in the lineup now. First down at the 12. And Tyrod keeps it himself over the right side and read option into the corner of the end zone. Touchdown. Tyrod Taylor, 12-yard touchdown run. 2 plays, and the Bills establish themselves offensively again.
17-9 on the Bills Radio Network. Start of the third quarter. 10:02 to play in that frame. At the half in Pittsburgh, Steelers lead 14-0. Eli Manning was picked off in this game. Antonio Brown with a TD reception in the affair. Cardinals at the half are on top of the Washington Redskins 10-6. David Johnson with a score there. Chargers lead at the half over the Buccaneers 14-7. A final from earlier today. Chiefs top the Falcons 29-28. Chiefs sit now at 9-3. I'm David Gascon.
We are Fox Sports. I wanna get freaky with you.
You're thinking about getting freaky? You might as well get freaky in the herd.
Awesome.
Weekdays, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The herd.
Catch the herd on FS1.
Hit it! Hit it! Honey.
Your second half coverage is cracking on the field.
Let's go now!
This is Fox Football Sunday with Mike Hill and 13-year NFL veteran and NFC champion Ephraim Salah.
Too high, baby!
From the highs to the lows.
Oh, God, where's my helmet?
Fox Football Sunday is now.
Woo! Live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios.
Yeah, here's Mike Hill and 13-year NFL veteran and NFC champion Ephraim Salah.
Yes. Continues right here on Fox Sports Radio. From the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, Mike Hill, Ephraim Salam. Make sure you hit us up on our Twitter account at It's Mike Hill, at Ephraim Salam. Week 13 of the NFL season. Look at Buffalo, man, trying to make a little bit of a statement on the West Coast. Shady McCoy doing his thing. They're threatening again. They're up 17-9 over the Raiders.
West, y'all.
The 9-2 Raiders, third in inches right now, and they have just converted and gotten into the end zone again. And the Bills, pinning the extra point, up 23-9. Meanwhile, halftime is the New York Giants down 14. Yeah. I don't know. Alex is. I love Alex. Alex is our executive board operator, and he does a fantastic.
He does a great job.
This dude. I mean, if we make it and we do some huge things on radio,
he coming with us.
You got to come with us and lead the lap. Of course, our executive producer got to come with us.
You got to come.
We are a team.
Package
we
deal.
are family. They come to me tomorrow, and they say, you know what, Mike, Ephraim, I'm gonna move y'all Monday through Friday.
Woo.
You know what? And we're going to pay y'all this much money on roll. I'm like, you know what?
Give me a Rolls Royce.
Can't go unless my boys come with me.
They got to come with us.
And leave. But like, well, they can't come.
Okay, well,
I'm like, hold on.
We'll get someone else.
Hold on. No. I'll fight. No, man. I insist. Alex and Lee, you won't bring, huh? And David Gascon, that's right. Don't forget about David Gascon, my man. I did his podcast.
Who is it?
Yo, wow. See how Alex does? Taking them as a team, we coming as a team. Then if they say, hey, you know what? It's you got to go, and they get to go with you. Meaning out the door?
Oh, then we got it.
Then, yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. We tried.
We tried.
We fought, and we lost.
We tried. So, really. They changed the producer on this show about every other day, though, for real.
That's true.
Lee has been my producer like 4 times, back and forth. Lee will come back, he cuts his hair, then his hair grows back out, then he's come back.
Yeah, he's trying to fool them with different looks.
Man,
he got an eye patch on today. I'm like, what's
serious.
going on? What the mustache and the eye patch?
What's going on with you in HR, man? Is something happening with you, Lee? Why is it like you get put on the show, taken off the show, put on the show, taken off the show, and come back, and then here and there? What are you doing, man?
Oh, just making the rounds, man.
You making the rounds?
Everybody wants a little bit of the hair.
Yeah, he hoeing himself. That's what he's doing.
They want a little bit of the hair?
He want a little bit of the hair. That's what.
I don't even know what that means.
I know. How about the Chargers and the Buccaneers? How about the Buccaneers, man, trying to continue to make a statement? Buccaneers won 3 in a row. And they're coming off 2 impressive wins. One against Kansas City a couple of weeks ago. They beat Seattle last week. Jameis Winston really coming into his own. How about Jameis Winston and Marcus Mariota?
You know what?
Those two.
Hey, look, man. The young talent no one ever talks about.
I heard Clay Travis a little bit of a drop. That's what it dropped, that little preview of what was said in the week in Fox. And I know Clay lives down in Nashville. I love Clay. Don't get me wrong. Clay gets a lot of heat on Twitter or whatnot. And, he roots for the Titans a little bit, saying that Marcus Mariota is a top 5 quarterback. Slow your roll, bro. Bring it down a little bit. I know. Nashville, close to him, see him. Good kid. Great kid. Top 5 quarterback. Hold on, dog.
Not yet.
Hold on, dog.
We'll just say it like this. He's well on pace.
Hold on, dog.
He's taking the steps from year 1 to year 2.
We gonna get there eventually,
well,
but he ain't in your top 5. He ain't in. Eventually, he might get there, but he's not in your top 5.
Well, it is some subpar quarterback play this year, even from the top tier, even from the Drew Breeses and the Aaron Rodgers. Nobody's really blazing it like that, like we've seen in the past. You know what I mean? This is a down year in terms of huge numbers from the usual suspects.
Here's the thing. I guess we always have to explain ourselves in a sense when it comes to that, because when somebody says a top 5, to me it's like the top 5 quarterbacks you'll take. Or is it the top 5, the guys who are having the top 5 best seasons? You know what I mean? Because I would still take Aaron Rodgers, even though he's not having a better season. I would still take Aaron Rodgers over Mariota.
Okay, so if you're starting your team,
I would still take.
Listen. If you're starting your team today, you take Aaron Rodgers right now for the next 10 years on Marcus Mariota.
No. I mean, talking next team. Yeah.
If you're starting a team, we're starting a team. We're not starting a year. We're starting a team.
Are we talking about top
for
5?
the next 10 years? You're the GM. You have a 10-year deal. You have to pick a quarterback. Who are you starting your team with?
I'm still taking
Marcus
Aaron
Mariota or Aaron Rodgers.
I'm still taking Aaron Rodgers because I know Aaron's still going to give me 5. I might get a couple of Super Bowls out of Aaron Rodgers.
5 years?
You give me Aaron Rodgers and you give me weapons. You give him time. You give him a defense. You give me a team, and you tell me I need a quarterback. I'm taking Aaron Rodgers because I know what I got. I know Marcus Mariota. See, the thing is, we are so fickle. We are so quick to put him on the pedestal, but we're quicker to snatch him back down. I remember. Let me tell you, guys, Kenny Hill, that was at Texas A&M 2 years ago, and we was calling him Kenny Thrill or Kenny Trill or whatever his name after 3 games, got benched at Texas A&M, and now he's basically a part-time starter at TCU. I mean, we always, when it comes to these quarterbacks in this league, man, or players in this league, we get enamored with them, and then all of us, Robert Griffin III. Prime example. Rookie season, amazing. Transforming the national. They loved him in Washington.
Okay,
they loved him in D.C.
Hey, with your rant, okay? Can we get to some football action?
Oh, what we got?
Can we go out to the Redskins? They're in the red zone.
Nobody care about the Skins.
Dick Stockton, Chris Spielman.
Deshaun Jackson inside the 10. Yeah, we care about him now. They're playing the Arizona Cardinals. Let's go out there right now.
As far as he could, and it's very difficult to overthrow Deshaun Jackson.
He caught a 67-yard touchdown play against the Cowboys. TD catches each of the last 2.
And let's see if the Redskins are going to follow Jake Gruden's advice about if you want to be tough, get physical running, and then go back to the boot.
And here is the rollout by Cousins, and he's going to throw the ball away. Good pressure that time by Josh Morrow, who replaced Calais Campbell, who was shaken up and had to come out.
No, Dick. I mean, as a guy that's a student of the game, and Jay's a student of the game, if you run bootleg the last time you're in this position on first down, guess what? As a defense, you're automatically alerted. Watch the boot. Watch the boot. Great coverage by the Cardinals. Not getting sucked up on the run fake, defending the bootleg.
2nd and goal on the 5. Handoff is to Kelly, pushing the pile and still going. Kelly toast to the goal line, and he appears to be short by a half a yard. A lot of the Redskins are signaling touchdown.
Third down. So they ran the zone read. Now Kirk Cousins does have the ability. First of all, he's got a hand on the face mask, and Cousins does have the ability to run and keep that. And boy, that's close.
Yeah.
That was real close.
All it has to do is cross the plane, the football.
The front part of that plane, too, not the back part.
Quanjo comes in as an extra offensive lineman for the Redskins. 3rd down and goal. And it's Cousins with the quarterback sneak. No signal yet. Touchdown. Cousins got over. And the Redskins scored their first touchdown of the game.
All right, point after pending. Right now it's 12-10. Skins take the lead over the Arizona Cardinals. Another one of the big disappointments in the National Football League.
Another one.
Yeah. 14-0 Pittsburgh. Ball back in their own territory. Antonio Brown just gobbled up for a 3-yard loss there, so it's going to be 2nd down and 13 for Steelers backed up, but they're up 14-0. Meanwhile, Raiders are threatening against the Buffalo Bills. Derek Carr into the end zone, throws it away, 24-9 in the 3rd quarter, 6:06 to go in that football game.
2nd and goal now from the 5, I think that is, for the Oakland game.
For the Oakland game?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Second
to go from Derek Carr, 13-2400. Another guy that I would pick Derek Carr over Marcus Mariota right now.
Okay. Would you take Derek Carr over Aaron Rodgers? Starting a team next 10 years.
10 years. Ooh. Aaron Rodgers,
come on, player.
Dude, Aaron Rodgers is first ballot.
Okay.
First ballot.
I understand that.
Yeah, I mean, but see, that's what I'm saying. It's like
for the next 10 years.
How old is Aaron now?
I'm not saying for the next 5 years. I said for the next 10 years.
Let me see. Aaron.
These are all hypotheticals. So these are my hypothetical rules.
Aaron is 33 years old.
So you have to have him until he's 43.
Because what's Tom Brady? 38, 39 years old, still getting it
39.
done? 39 years old. All right, so you mean to tell me if I got him for the next 10 years,
you gotta have him.
I got a great quarterback for the next 6. And I know what I'm getting with Aaron Rodgers. Like I said,
when's the last time Aaron Rodgers went to the Super Bowl?
He's gone twice.
When's the last time Aaron Rodgers?
How many Super Bowl MVPs has he won?
When did he win the Super Bowl?
When is the last time Marcus Mariota even went to the playoffs? 2011 when he went to the Super Bowl. When's the last time that Marcus Mariota went to the playoffs? Okay, never. Okay, I know he's still it's new. I don't know what Marcus Mariota's going to do, man. It's still too soon.
Well,
once
since
again,
2011,
I like consistency.
We haven't had anything from Aaron Rodgers.
Since what? Man, Lee, look, man, you better get on here and defend your quarterback. I mean, this is
Lee, let me ask you, since you are a cheesehead, next 10 years, you're the GM. You taking Derek Carr or Aaron Rodgers?
Taking Aaron Rodgers. You don't get another Aaron Rodgers. Derek Carr, he's great. He hasn't quite proven it yet.
The next 10 years from today.
Absolutely. I'm taking Aaron Rodgers. Absolutely.
Yep.
And I would love to replace Ted Thompson, by the way.
The GM of the Green Bay Packers. Yeah.
All right, well.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Good luck with that, guys.
I mean, yeah, I'm taking him.
Good luck.
I got to take him. I got to take Aaron Rodgers because I know what I'm going to get with Aaron Rodgers. First ballot, still getting it done. It's not like he's if Aaron Rodgers looked like Peyton Manning did last year, obviously yes, but he still got it in him. Aaron Rodgers' down year is better than 85% of most quarterbacks' good years out there.
Well, this would be one of those.
Yeah,
years.
I don't even think it was a down year. I don't think he's having a down year. He's not having an Aaron Rodgers year. It's almost like Michael Jordan. Oh, man, instead of Michael Jordan averaging 32 points a game, he's only averaging 25.
So now Aaron Rodgers is the Michael Jordan of football? Wait.
No. Well, hold on. Hold on a second. I'm not saying he's the greatest.
You just said that.
But, it's the
you just said those words.
The expectations. I brought up Michael Jordan because of the expectations. I'm talking about the level. You look at
when you could have brought up anybody.
When you become somebody,
you brought up Michael Jordan.
When you become,
you could have brought up Kobe.
When you
could have brought up LeBron.
Same thing with Kobe.
Yeah, when you bring up Michael Jordan, when you say somebody's the Michael Jordan of whatever it is that they do, you're literally saying they're the best ever at whatever they're doing.
It's like looking at Michael Jordan and the expectations that people put on Michael Jordan. When you don't see the eye-popping numbers from Michael Jordan. Michael could score 25 points in the game, have 4 assists and 6 rebounds. And I'm like, oh, man, Michael's off tonight. But with Aaron Rodgers, it's like if you don't see the 300-yard games, you don't see the 4-touchdown games, all of a sudden you start competing against yourself. When you are a legend like Aaron Rodgers, when you're a legend like Drew Brees and Tom Brady, and you don't put up the eye-popping numbers, You are only competing against yourself. Obama explains Michael Jordan.
There is a reason you call somebody the Michael Jordan of. You may know what you're talking about. Because Michael Jordan is the Michael Jordan of greatness. He is the definition of somebody so good at what they do.
So good at what they do.
So you just called Aaron Rodgers the Michael Jordan
He didn't
of quarterback.
He didn't say the greatest of all time. So good at what they do. Michael Jordan is he exemplifies greatness. He's the quintessential greatness, the guy that you always expect.
You got to watch your words, though, man. You just can't be throwing stuff out there, man.
I didn't say,
Aaron
Rodgers.
Our listeners will go back and be like, hey, Mike Hill said Aaron Rodgers
most of
Michael
our
Jordan
listeners aren't as ignorant as you are. That's all I'm saying.
What?
That's ignorance.
Ignorant?
That's just dumb.
I'm highly educated.
You are just not smart today. I don't know what's gotten into you, but that I did not say that. That's not what I said.
I was on the honor roll my whole high school
words
career.
in my mouth. I am not married to you. I've gone through that too many times, and I refuse. My counseling session said
I had academic scholarships, just to put that out there.
Obviously, you did not use them. We will keep you updated on what's going on, and Ephraim will try and get his sanity back. That's coming up next.
He's the daddy.
The NFL is coming at you with full force. And when the game's end, dial us up, 877-99 on Fox.
Touchdown, 66 yards!
We've got the insight, and you've got the passion. Let's cover it together on Fox Sports Radio.
With TrueCar, you can see what others in your area have paid for the car that you want. And that's something that should give you a whole lot of confidence when you're ready to buy. But you know what? There's more to buying a car than just getting a fair price. There's the actual buying part. And if you want to enjoy a process that's fast and easy, you have to go to TrueCar Certified Dealer. There are over 11,000 certified dealers across the country, and they're there to help you find the car that you want. In fact, you can connect with a TrueCar Certified dealer and get on the same page before you ever get to the dealership. That makes things really easy when you show up. And it's a big reason why TrueCar customers are more likely to enjoy a faster buying process when they connect with TrueCar Certified dealers. When you're ready to buy a new or used car, visit TrueCar.com or download the TrueCar app to enjoy a better car buying experience.
Some features not available in all states. Message and data rates may apply.
If you're considering going back to school, ask yourself the following questions. Do you need the flexibility to take classes on your schedule? Do you have college credits you need transferred? Do you want to earn a quality degree from a world-renowned university? If you answered yes to any of these questions, Arizona State University is the perfect school for you. Arizona State University offers over 100 highly ranked degree programs 100% online. You'll earn the same degree as you would on campus from wherever you are on your schedule. Plus, ASU Online accepts most transfer credits.
For information, text the word TALK to 35517.
Learn for yourself why the Wall Street Journal ranks ASU 5th in the nation for producing the best qualified graduates, and why 90% of ASU grads are recruited within 90 days of graduation. Learn to grow, learn to succeed, and learn to thrive at Arizona State University.
To learn more about ASU online degrees, text TALK to 35517. Again, that's TALK to 35517.
Yankee Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peach Street, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
There are those who dedicate themselves to a sense of honor, to a life of courage, and a commitment to something greater than themselves. They have always defended this nation and each other. They still do. The few, the proud, the Marines.
I never get the flu.
My kids don't need more shots.
I don't have time.
We're all healthy.
My asthma's under control.
But I'm pregnant.
I've had the flu before. It's not a big deal.
My kids are too old for flu.
The media is exaggerating.
I can fight it naturally.
My diabetes, it's under control.
No matter how you build your excuses, the flu can blow your house down.
I can't believe I used up all my sick time.
I missed a week of school during finals.
Now my baby has it because of me.
The hospital? Death?
Keep your foundation strong. Vaccinate. Learn more at flu.gov.
A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Driving has a rhythm all its own. Don't wreck it with a text. Before you get behind the wheel, silence your phone. Or better yet, designate a texter. For more text-free driving tips, visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Welcome back to the Cat Show. Up next, we have Nico. Nico is a member of the Shelter Pet Group.
That's right. A group known especially for their sunspot sleeping, ball chasing, leg rubbing, and of course, companionship. Just look how she struts.
It's like she owns the place.
And see how she curls up and cuddles her person.
The pitch on her purring is simply perfect.
Nice one.
Fantastic cat. But really the best way to know an amazing shelter pet like Nico is to meet one.
Visit theshelterpetproject.org today. Adopt.
Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
This is Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
Great. We're not in Kansas anymore.
You like it like this?
Big news today out of the NFL.
Or like this?
Great is great. That's the reality of sports.
And what about this?
We're going to bring you the funny. We're going to bring you the news.
Whatever it is that you like.
Sex, underwear, and bras.
We've got it covered.
Yeah!
It's sports the way you like it.
With the radio on, I like it like that.
Do you know who this is? We are Fox Sports. Okay. FS1.
Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Coming to you live from the Geico Studios, Fox Sports Radio Studios. 15 minutes to save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. It's Mike Hill. It is Ephraim Salam. Late games. Shady McCoy went down in the Bills-Raiders game, but he is up on the sideline.
Please be up.
For Ephraim's fantasy team.
I need him.
Threatening inside the 15-yard line of the Bills. They are down 8 in that game in the third quarter. Arizona down 13-10 against Washington, but they're threatening. San Diego, Tampa Bay, it's 14-10 now, San Diego. And in Pittsburgh, 14-0. Giants still out of the end zone, can't get in. Let's find out why with George Savarese.
Green. Tackled by
Guys, 7:50 to go, third quarter here in Pittsburgh, and it is 4th and 1 at the 3. Just a few plays ago, Eli Manning threw it to tight end Will Tye across the middle. The pass was broken up by Ryan Shazier, who stripped it. And you're right, the Giants continue to knock on the door. They cannot punch it in, and they put no points on the board. An impressive drive. Odell Beckham Jr. with 4 catches in the drive, but the Giants couldn't deliver on a 4th and 1 at the 3. Pittsburgh gets it back, and they're trying to now dig out of a hole in their own end. Again, 7-16, looks like a fumble on the play, and the Giants may have recovered it, guys. That could be a huge play right now. The Giants recover a fumble, and they have the ball inside again, the Pittsburgh 20. 7:12 to go here in the third quarter. Steelers leading 14-0. Giants get a big break.
That is huge. Fumble on the looked like the hand. Was that
Le'Veon Bell?
That was Bell?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the Giants, they're looking to see, was it a fumble? It looked like the ball was out beforehand, and it's recovered. Eli Apple with the fumble recovery there. For the Giants, number 1 pick for the Giants this season out of Ohio State.
The Raiders.
Yeah, so, Le'Veon, they're checking to see if that ball is, and does the ball come out first? Ball squirted out. Yeah, the ball's out of his hand before he goes down because he was on a pile of players, and the ball was right next to Eli's foot, and he just reached down there and picked it up and grabbed it. So Big break.
Eli Apple, not Manning. No relation.
Big break. And like you said, the Raiders are in the end zone right now, so are they going to go for 2?
Nope.
Oh, so Janikowski's going to come out there and try and make it a 1-point game right now, 24-22, point after pending. They are reviewing the fumble in Pittsburgh, and the extra point bounces off the upright, but through, or did it go? Yeah, it went through. And so it's Buffalo 24, Raiders 23. So the Raiders are coming back, trying to go to 10-2 on the season. Once again, they are reviewing the Le'Veon Bell fumble. It looked like a clear fumble to me, but of course I'm a Giants fan, and everybody's going to say I'm saying he should be out. The ball should be out, and the Giants need a break. But the Giants have been inside Steelers territory a couple of times in this game.
Multiple times.
And they can't get anything. They can't find the end zone. One time, Eli Manning, they were threatening, got picked off in the end zone, which led to a Steelers touchdown. And then the second time, as you just heard George Savarese talk about it, they went for it on 4th and 1 from the 3-yard line, and Eli's pass was broken up by Ron Shazier. So Giants needed a break. Hopefully they can get in the end zone for the Giants fans that they try and finish up. They got a 6-game winning streak going on right now.
Phillip Rivers, come on, do something good for me, baby.
Oh! Phillip Rivers, he's talking about the San Diego Chargers. This is what we do. We're watching football. We're telling you about it. This is what's so great about this. We sit here. Our job, how great is our job? And I'm not you.
This is a good job.
We get to sit here, watch football, and tell you guys while you're driving in your cars or wherever you're listening, at work or whatnot. We appreciate you listening. Tell you about what's going on the screen, and then bitch and complain about the things that have already gone on. Be honest with you. I can get away with that. I got away with that. So,
okay, well,
good. Okay.
All right. If we don't get no letters,
it was an accident. It was an accident, Charlie Murphy. Sorry. Hey, we're coming to you from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. Just want to let you know that. Having a good time out here, enjoying Week 13 of the NFL season. But I wanted to get to, and I keep running up against time, because I want to take my time and talk about this. So I'll talk about it at the bottom of the hour. But I got to get into the Rams. They lost again today. They fall to what now? 3-8, 4-8 on the season. Yeah, they're 4-8 on the season. 12th game of the year. So after that 3-1 start, they have lost 6 of their last 7 games. Wow. And the Rams. That's what teams do. You know, when your coach is going to take you to another losing season, and you've lost 6 or 7, and the momentum's going the wrong way. That's when you get a contract extension. I need his agent. I'm just saying. I need his agent, and from what I understand, the agent's some kind of related to the big wig in the front office.
Wow.
And, yeah, you know how that thing goes, man.
A little bit of nepotism, huh?
What I will say about Jeff Fisher, and I do have a bit of a personal history with him. I wouldn't say a personal relationship, but a personal history. Is when I used to work down in Nashville for 3 years. When they first came to Tennessee, I was there working in Nashville. So I got a chance to meet and be around him, actually work on his coaches show that we used to do, his weekly coaches show.
Yep.
Great guy when he came to the media. Very intense guy, quiet guy, one of those, And the Giants have finally gotten into the end zone. On a little shovel pass, Rashad Jennings gets into the end zone from Eli Manning. A little trickeration, a little deception here and there, reverses, it looked like, and just a little shovel pass. And so the Giants convert that turnover into 6 points. Le'Veon Bell. They always show the cutaway of the person who fumbled or threw the interception just to get their reaction. Like, he already feels terrible. Hey, family members, we want to show you how terrible your family member feels on the sideline right now because you blew it and you cost your team 7 points. So we'll see if that can be a little bit of a spark for the New York Giants. Yeah, 14-7. The Giants, the Steelers actually need this game.
Yes, Shady, go Shady. Oh, sorry, what were you saying?
I'm still on this team over here. Yeah, I'm on the far left over here.
Okay, my fault, man. That's your team over there playing. I get it. You want to be all up on over there. But you were talking about Jeff Fisher. Can we finish the Jeff Fisher thing?
Oh, so if the Steelers aren't on offense, you don't really care because Antonio Brown is on your fantasy team. You don't have anybody on your fantasy team for the Giants offense?
No, I don't.
No?
Sorry, no.
You weren't lucky enough, fortunate enough to pick Odell Beckham Jr.?
Well, if we look at these numbers right now, I think I picked the right guy in terms of this matchup.
Oh, man, my Otter. And I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you pesky kids.
Yeah, looking at these numbers, I think I might have picked the right one.
You sound like you need the pins numbers, bro. Mike Hill, Ephraim Salon, inside the Geico Fox Sports Radio studio. We have completely fallen off the rails. David Gascon, help us out, man. Tell us what's trending.
Well, for fantasy purposes, I don't know if Ephraim would agree with this, but Derek Carr trying to lead a comeback.
3rd and goal, 3-yard line. Derek takes the snap, looks right, nothing open. Now going to throw it back to the end zone. Caught by Michael Crabtree. Touchdown, Raiders! Derek must have had a good 3 or 4 seconds there to hit Michael Crabtree in the back of the end zone.
Raiders Radio Network, they give the first 14 points of the third quarter, storm back with 14 of their own. End of 3 quarters up in Oakland. Bills 24, Raiders 23. Rashad Jennings with a short TD reception, and Giants are on top of the Steelers right now. Excuse me, that ball game's 14-7 as we speak. Steelers 14, Giants 7. Meanwhile, in the desert, Redskins leading the charge by Kirk Cousins.
Cousins under center. Quarterback sneak. Kirk to the goal line. No indication from the referee.
It looked
touchdown, Redskins.
We are Spark
FS1. FS1.
The best station on the planet.
Look at me. Don't look at anybody else. You look at me!
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Cardinals are down 13-10, but threatening inside the 10-yard line. Let's go out there. It's on Fox TV. Dick Stockton, Chris Spielman on the call.
Get deflection.
3rd down and goal. Okay, you got to alert for David Johnson in this combination route outside with Gresham right there.
3 receivers lined up to the left. Palmer has some time. Threads the needle. Touchdown! Michael Floyd.
Man. That's how you get it in there.
He drilled that ball in there, man. Carson Palmer, who was an MVP candidate last year. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember.
See, so people jump on the bandwagon, off the bandwagon, jump back on the bandwagon, off the bandwagon, and yeah, that's how quickly it can go down. I like consistency. Give me 4 straight years. Cam Newton was the MVP last year.
Right.
I don't hear anybody even talking about Cam going to the Pro Bowl this year. I'm just saying.
No, he can't.
I'm saying. So before you give me Marcus Mariota for the next 10 years over Aaron Rodgers, let me see him play at least 2 seasons. Give me 3. Give me 3 solid seasons, man. Come on, man.
I'm with that. Okay.
Hey, man, it's almost Christmas time. As a matter of fact, we are 3 weeks away from Christmas. 3 weeks from today. Christmas.
Ooh.
My little girl, I just bought my little girl, 17-year-old, just bought her a brand new car, right?
Oh, man. It must
for
be
her birthday.
Nice.
Just bought her a brand new car. Brand new? Not you.
Nice.
Brand new car. What she wanted.
What kind of car
She's good. It's a Honda. It's a Honda.
Perfect.
Hey, very reliable. Very reliable.
Perfect.
What she wanted, small, something that she can.
I bought my sister and my niece Hondas when they needed cars.
When you signed your contract?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, of course, that's what happened, man.
Spread the love.
Spread the love, man. So if I can afford
you get a car. You get a car.
That's it, man.
You get a car.
So the car, the new car smell still on the car.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about this car still smell new, like you just got off the lot. And I remember, and the Buccaneers just took the lead against the San Diego Chargers. How about the Bucs?
Interception.
It was an interception?
Yes.
Phillip Rivers?
Come on, Phillip.
He's on your fantasy team.
Let's go, Philippe.
He must be on your fantasy team.
Disappointing.
I can hear the disgust in your voice. Phillip Rivers throwing it. The Chargers always got to find a way to blow leads.
Philippe.
And lose the game. Well, anyway, back to my daughter because it's about me.
Okay.
So, so she says, well, you know what? You ain't got to buy me anything for Christmas. What do I get today? A text. Well, Daddy, this is what I want for Christmas.
Whoa.
And then she puts on, she's like, I would like these 2 things for Christmas if it isn't too much to ask for. Thank you. And your present should be on the way soon. That's my daughter.
She's 17?
She's 17. If it isn't too much to ask for.
She got a job?
She got an internship. You know, my daughter's intellectual.
I know they're intellectuals. Intellectuals work too.
I mean, but she's
jobs as well.
I told her to focus on her school.
Yeah,
focus on school and
I guess when Daddy rolling in the dough, I guess you can tell him to focus on school.
I've done okay for myself. I'm not going to lie about that, but at the same time,
can I get something? I mean, can I hold something?
Wait, hold on, dog. Oh, I don't even get me started on my cousin that called me last week. I would tell you the story, but I know my mama cursed me out if I tell you the story. Man.
Boy, you can't be putting James' business out there in the street.
I'm not going to tell you his name. I wouldn't tell you his name. I can't do it with my mom. Let me find out my mama listening. If my mama ain't listening, I'll tell you the story. But he called me. Oh, I'm going to show you the text that he sent me this morning.
Okay.
Because he called me last week, and I'm going to show you the text that he sent me this morning. Well, anyway, she wanted these jackets and stuff like that, so I'm going to get her this jacket. I did all that to segue into this. I really wish, you know what I want for Christmas?
What?
Once again, is I want the pictures. Or I want the email. Or I want the information that Jeff Fisher has on the L.A. Rams. I need it.
That's a hell of a segue.
I need it. That's what I want for Christmas.
Man.
Because if I had that, I could run through it. I just need that. I wish I had what he got on his bosses on the Fox boss. Nobody care about Antonio Brown.
Hey, man, I'm listening to you. You'll segue into...
I'm trying to get to Jeff Fisher. So Jeff Fisher, if you haven't heard, they have now lost 7 of their last 8 games, right? They started off 3-1. Jeff Fisher, before the season, what did he say?
I'm not going 7-9. I'm not going to settle for that.
He ain't settling for that. Jeff Fisher better pray.
This thing may shake out to where, it's a little bit worse than 7-9. So, well, at least he's not going to settle for 7-9. He didn't say nothing. He didn't say nothing else.
Yeah. Hey, 3-13. He might be content with 3-13.
He didn't say nothing about 12-4 or 4-12 either, right?
Yeah. I'm not 7-9. I'm just not settling for that. So he just said 7-9. Maybe the 8-8 and 6-10. All that stuff is, okay. But 7-9, I'm just, nope, I'm not deeping. Well, he got a contract extension. Now, it ain't really a contract extension, but you know what? What it is more money. It's guaranteed money for him.
Right.
So that if he does get fired, okay, well, hey, here's your parting gift. But
like a severance package.
Did you really have to even, this is not the time. If you're a Rams fan, you don't want to hear about somebody being rewarded for mediocrity as the
that must mean that the Pittsburgh Steelers just scored on your New York Giants. Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. Woo!
Yeah. Ben Roethlisberger to Ladarius Green. They marched right down the field on the Giants' defense. Defense have been playing well today, and
you almost bit your tongue right there when that happened, man. That's funny.
Oh my gosh, man, this is so frustrating. It's so frustrating. See, once again, here's the thing, and I'm going to calm myself down. I'm going to be a professional for once in my life, and this is what I'm talking about. Even though they had won 6 in a row, which is great, and will I take 8-3 over 3-8? Absolutely. Am I happy with but I never got excited. You've never heard me get excited about this season when it came to the New York Giants. I've heard Odell Beckham Jr. talking about, we feel like we got something special here. That ain't special. I see what they got, man. They got a defense that is solid at times but can be leaky in others. I see an offense that is not clicking, that is not consistent. I see an offense that still makes mistakes.
Yes.
I see an offense that can convert in the red zone.
Yes.
I see those type of things. I know they just scored a touchdown, but they came after a fumble recovery. You're supposed to do things like that.
Hey, well, while you over there standing on the ledge about to jump off or taking a bath with a radio, a plug-in radio, on the flip side of things, the Oakland Raiders just took the lead back on an Amari Cooper touchdown from Derek Carr.
I'm going to tell you right now, man.
Just while you wallowing over there.
Here's the thing.
You wallowing.
Here's the thing. The Giants have Eli Manning. Been there before, right? They got players on their team that have gone to the playoffs, done things before, right?
Right.
You would think that because the Giants have had success, and I know they haven't gone to the playoffs in the last 4 years, but because they've had success in the past, that I would be more of a positive nature when it came to that team. I'm more positive when it comes to the Oakland Raiders. That's a good team. The Raiders haven't been to the playoffs since 2003.
Because they show balance.
They haven't had a winning record since then. And you know what? That's a good team. I'm still concerned about the defense.
Yeah.
But they got Khalil Mack, and that boy can ball.
You know he can go.
He can ball. He can ball out. He can get the job done.
They might get Alden Smith back in a minute.
And that's going to help with the pass rush. But at the same time, man, that offense, I will put that offense up against just about any other offense in football.
You know why?
Why?
Because it's balanced. It's balanced. And that's the key. They've thrown the ball 32 times, ran it 20 times, have almost 100 yards rushing. You take the pressure off a young quarterback. You allow him to stay in rhythm. Third and long, very difficult, even for the best quarterback. 3rd and 4, 3rd and 3, very manageable because now your playbook expands. So you can run a myriad of plays. Play action is more successful on a 3rd and 3 than it is on a 3rd and 10. So once you're able to control the game in that way, in terms of staying on, you always hear this. We need to stay on track, stay on target.
You're right.
First down, we need to gain yards. Second down, we need to gain yards. So our 3rd down, you want to gain at least 3 yards on 1st and 2nd down every time. So now you're at 3rd and 4, right? That's manageable. You can do that. When you lose yardage and you put that pressure on your young quarterback or even a veteran quarterback, it's very difficult because now your playbook shrinks. Yes, I see you. I see you.
As he just saw Phillip Rivers help his fantasy team.
Philippe, I never doubted you. Philippe.
Touchdown pass there for the San Diego Chargers, and they've reclaimed the lead.
Superchargers.
Rivers found Williams in the end zone.
Hey, you know I love doing this show, man. You know why I love doing this show? Because we get to just be us. It's like we sitting at home in the living room and just having fun, watching these games and just talking trash.
It is, man.
I love that.
And we got a dump button, so if anybody curses,
get up and go get me some popcorn from the kitchen.
Alex, yeah. Oh, what's that mean? Oh, I got a break. Like, what the hell are you talking about? We're doing, like, you sign language up here? Lee the Lap, our executive producer, my man.
Hey, Lee, bring me something to drink out the kitchen.
Hey, close my screen door. Mike Hill, Ephraim Salam, live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, acting crazy, keeping you up to date on what's going on week 13 in the NFL season. We'll be right back.
And now, come on, say it. Not getting your football hits on the field?
I love football.
Our social media will get you locked in.
Hey, let's lock in.
From our Twitter account at Fox Sports Radio to Facebook.com/Fox Sports Radio. Your social media home for football is right here on Fox Sports Radio.
The thought of cold weather is, well, chilling. But not as chilling as the feeling you get when your battery fails on the road on cold, dark nights. That's why AutoZone is your home for tough Duralast batteries. They're tested to perform in temperatures 40 below zero and engineered to deliver more power during startup. So no matter how cold it might get, the thought of having a proven tough Duralast battery can keep you warm. With our help, you can always fix your car with confidence. Hoods up, America.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Metallica, Hardwired to Self-Destruct, the new album. The best thing they've done since the Black Album. 5 out of 5 Ks, says Kerrang! Magazine. Rolling Stone says it's full of crushing and thrashing metal racers. 2 discs with nearly 80 minutes of music, featuring Hardwired, Moth into a Flame, and Atlas Rise. Metallica, Hardwired to Self-Destruct. Available at all Best Buy locations.
Families come in all sizes and shapes. Sometimes your friends are your family by choice, or sometimes you're just stuck with Uncle Charles. Sometimes you've got an office family, and sometimes Team Family has got your back. But what we know is that you want to protect the people that are close to you. The flu can unravel everything. Your flu vaccine protects you and your family. No matter what draws your family together, protect yourself. Protect your family. Everyone needs a flu vaccine.
During the Civil War, it was called soldier's heart. After World War II, they called it gross stress reaction. It's been called shell shock, war neurosis, and battle fatigue. Today, we call it post-traumatic stress disorder, and it affects 1 out of every 5 warriors returning from battle in Iraq and Afghanistan. It's not a wound that you can see, though it can have an even more significant impact. Post-traumatic stress disorder can prevent warriors from living a normal life, hurt their relationships, and affect their ability to hold a steady job. The Wounded Warrior Project offers comfort and support for warriors with post-traumatic stress disorder and all other scars of war, whether those scars are visible or hidden. Find out what you can do to help, because for warriors, the greatest casualty is being forgotten. Please visit woundedwarriorproject.org.
1, 2, 3, 4. This is the Jason Smith Show.
Everybody loves it. Golden State Warriors head coach Steve Kerr did a Bay Area podcast this week, and he talked about how he has smoked marijuana in the last couple of years in the hopes of fixing his back issue that was so bad. But this brings up a question. Do you drug test coaches? Do you drug test NBA players? I can see a lot of players saying, okay, but at the same time, you're anti-marijuana legalization. You're going, oh, drugs are bad. Don't look at the players. They need it. They're bad. Here's your shining example of what a head coach should be in the NBA right now. And everybody has nothing but wide respect for him. If you're anti-drug and you're trying to fight against this tide, this is the worst possible news you can fathom. It's Steve Kerr saying, hey, yeah, I tried it a lot because I had a back issue that was so bad. I needed help.
You're listening to Jason Smith. Weeknights at 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
Hands can do incredible things. This is the sound of 326 hands playing Mozart. This is the sound of 10,942 hands showing appreciation. 64 hands building a house for the homeless. 142 hands swimming a triathlon. 18 hands winning the big game. And this is the sound of 2 hands helping to save a life. It's called hands-only CPR, and it's recommended by the American Heart Association. If an adult suddenly collapses, call 911, then push hard and fast in the center of their chest until help arrives. It's incredibly easy and effective. Hands can do incredible things, but nothing compares to using them to help save a life. Find out more about this latest method of CPR at handsonlycpr.org. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
Fox Sports Radio.
AM 1330.
The Fan.
Yeah, that one.
We're talking about guys who all stink. Wow.
Flip on over to us at iHeartRadio.
Is this like the craziest thing?
Who are we? Who are we? We're FSR in your search window. Type in Fox Sports Radio and enjoy us every day.
You can hug your iHeart listeners.
Well, let me have it. Fox Sports Radio.
Everybody needs a little time away.
You may need some time away.
Whoa!
But never from Colin Cowherd. The Herd.
Weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The Herd.
Catch The Herd
on FS1.
It's Mike Hill, Ephraim Salam, Hill and Salam on Fox Sports Radio, coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. Olivier Burnham's been balling for the Giants. Defense been playing tough for the Giants today, but offense got to get it together. Yeah, he went out with a game. We got an update earlier. Savarese still there? All right, let's go back to George Savarese, get an update.
Guys, right now the fourth quarter is just underway. The Giants are trailing 21-7, but they just got a big break. Ben Roethlisberger was intercepted by Eli Apple, and that gave the Giants the ball back near midfield. They have it right now, and they are driving. They trail 21-7 because Ben Roethlisberger found Ladarius Green wide open, 20 yards, touchdown pass, his second touchdown of the day. He had an earlier touchdown to Antonio Brown. Steelers lead 21-7, but you still get the feeling that the Giants are hanging around, and we'll see if they're able to take advantage of the interception by Eli Apple and make that turnover turn into points. But right now, fourth quarter just underway. Giants with the ball at the Pittsburgh 40, trailing 21-7.
Giants 173 total yards through 3 quarters. I mean, it ain't the like
they
got the steel curtain in Pittsburgh these days. I mean, seriously. Once again, inconsistency on the offensive side of the football.
Yeah, buddy.
Pisses me off. Hey, I got it. I told you, hey, another week, still got a girlfriend.
You know what? I'm so proud of you, man.
You are?
I'm proud of you.
Dude, and, she's salty, man. She is a huge Saints fan, right? She once told me, when I was at ESPN back in the day, she told me, she's been following me on Twitter for a long period of time. And all of a sudden we looked, and she's like, well, at one time I stopped following you. I said, why? Because I said something negative about the Saints. So she unfollowed me.
If that's going to be if that's the tone of the relationship, you better buckle up.
But that was before I was her boyfriend. But now if I say something negative about the Saints, I just,
you're just not going to get
I probably won't get the blueberry pancakes.
You're not going to get no extra love.
I won't get the blueberry pancakes, if you know what I mean.
You don't say.
With the blueberries in it.
When it's cold outside.
Yes.
Who are you holding?
I'm hopefully holding on for this Giants comeback here. Let's take you out there, as a matter of fact. Let's find out. They are threatening. They're outside the 30-yard line. Eli Manning's got a first down and 10, trailing 21-7 against the Steelers. Joe Buck, Troy Aikman on the call.
And there's Harrison meeting him at the 30. A gain of 2. That's some tough yardage there in the middle, but like you said, when they lost Javon Hargrave and then, of course, Cameron Hayward, who was out a few weeks back, and Hargrave came in and essentially has kind of taken his role in a lot of these different looks defensively, but 2 really good players, and right now, at least on this drive, that's where the Giants have tried to run the football. Second down and 8, pass to Beckham. And then Beckham shakes a tackler, but he loses a lot of forward progress. Ross Cockrell couldn't bring him down, but in the end, it works to the Steelers' advantage. They were going to give Beckham forward progress to make the third down shorter, but once he threw Cockrell away, well, he only made it to the 30. Yeah, Beckham just trying to turn a short gain into a big play rather than just try to get up the field after the catch and get as much as he could out of it. But in the end, it was a catch for no gain. 3rd and 8. That'll be a false start on the left tackle, Eric Flowers.
Per usual.
False start. Offense, number 74. 5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
There he is. He definitely left early and going to back this thing up 5 more yards. I wonder if they're able to get close to the first down, what Ben McAdoo would do if they don't pick it up here on 3rd. Thinking it may be 4-down territory. Yeah. Down by 14, 3rd and 13. Manning, pass broken up for Beckham.
Well,
once again, here it is, man. You know what? That's cool. It's all good. It happens.
I can always tell when you're irritated because those octaves get real hot. It's all good. It's good. It's cool. It's all good.
That's my voice, man.
It's cool. It's all good.
That's just my voice, man. Why
you Dad play calling?
Oh, Eli did it. Oh, he did it again.
They're going for it on 4th down. We'll tell you what happened when we come back from the break.
I don't care, man. We'll see. Oh, my God.
This is Michael David from Seattle. I'm 51 years old, and 6 months ago, I started taking Andro 400 to increase my testosterone. Since then, I've lost 35 pounds of fat, and my waist went from size 38 to size 32. I have more energy, and I look and feel 20 years younger, and now my wife tells me I have to take Andro 400.
Hi, this is Ron Johnson from Utah. After 10 weeks of taking Andro 400, I lost 13 pounds, and my waist went from 36 to 33. That was 8 years ago. I continue to take Andro 400, and I've maintained my weight at 172. Gained muscle and energy. I'm 63 now and feel better than I have in 30 years.
Andro 400, the natural way to increase testosterone, lose belly fat, gain energy, and feel great. Try Andro 400, the safe, effective, affordable way to boost your testosterone. Go to andro400.com or call 888-400-0435. 888-400-0435.
What's 10,000 square feet with 100 plus arcade games, all set to free play, including air hockey and one round of glow golf, all in one great space? If you said Playport Erie Arcade, Erie's largest indoor arcade center, you're exactly right. And if you haven't had a chance to stop in and enjoy all those old favorites and new challenges, now's the perfect time. Race your friends head-to-head with the 4-player simulators, ride motorcycles, boats, skis, and more. Playport has bowling, pinball, basketball, hunting games, and of course, all for a one-price admission. Come on into Playport Arcade. It's like having that feeling when you wish you were a kid again. Yeah, that's the feeling you'll get at Playport Erie Arcade. Playport is more than just an arcade. Playport is Erie's first indoor glow golf attraction. It's like walking into another world as you enter the glow golf room filled with neon and different fun obstacles at every hole. Playport is fun for all ages, and now for a limited time, grab 3 people along with yourself and take advantage of the 4-pack special. But hurry, it's only for a limited time. Playport Arcade on West 12th Street in the Big White Building just east of Peninsula. Playport Arcade would like to wish everyone a safe and happy holiday season.
ErieHelpWanted.com salutes the employee of the month. The one employee you can't live without. The others, let's just call them Dave.
Dave, what does collate mean?
Oh, hey, Dave. I think it means to flush.
Oh, thanks, Dave.
Well, better start collating the boss's sales pitch.
We believe local businesses should be packed with more local employees of the month and fewer Daves. We make it easy to post a job, and it's local, so you won't get spammed by faraway job seekers. ErieHelpWanted.com. Local jobs that work.
Dave is a common name used in a comical way. Please don't write us to tell us you were insulted by this ad. That would be a real Dave move, Dave.
This is Sarah.
Hi, I'm Sarah.
Sarah was looking for a job, but wanted to stay local.
That's right.
First, she built a giant satellite, then launched it into space to send a signal transmitting her resume. This did not lend Sarah a job, but it did start a war with the Zarkon Nebula.
I went too far.
Yes, Sarah went too far. But you don't have to go too far to go far. ErieHelpWanted.com only posts local jobs, so employers are way more likely to respond to your application and offer you a job. ErieHelpWanted.com. Local jobs that work.
This is boot camp. This is the real thing now. You've never done anything so hard in your life. You don't understand how you can finish. It takes inner strength and desire to become a Marine. When I finished, I was like, I did it. The moment I will never forget is when this drill instructor that I admire so much comes up to me and said, "Good morning, Marine."
PFC Summer Volkman became a Marine. Can you? Visit Marines.com or call 1-800-MARINES.
America was built by people with a few dollars and a dream. But even today, there's still one path to success that only requires a dream and about $10. Because if your dream is to start or grow your business, something as simple as the right business card could make all the difference. Right now at Vistaprint, you can get 500 customized high-quality business cards for only $9.99. That's $9.99, and your satisfaction is absolutely guaranteed. Just go to Vistaprint.com, use promo code 5757 at checkout. That's Vistaprint.com, promo code 5757.
International and the Ad Council.
Listen to this.
This is Steve Gorman Sports.
Steve Gorman Sports. Eric Dickerson still going. The word on the street is that he had a really good meeting with some of the executives, and you'd think this is all behind him.
Jeff Fisher called him up and said, "We don't owe you a damn thing."
Exactly.
Okay, we don't owe you nothing. We don't owe you sideline passes. We don't want you around our players. You make them uncomfortable. You've been saying bad things.
Yeah.
And then Jeff Fisher went up the following day on his press conference and said, "I really don't know where this is coming from."
That's exactly
I had
right.
a fine conversation with him, which is absolute horse crap in my personal opinion.
Yeah.
Jeff Fisher is lying through his teeth, and Dickerson saying, "To hell with Jeff Fisher. I'll never go to a Rams game as long as he's the head coach." And I think it comes back to a simple thing. He lied.
Sounds to me like Eric Dickerson's having a day he'll never forget.
Steve Gorman Sports.
That's a good way to cap it.
Weekdays at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific on
Broadcasting from the Bud Light Studios in the historic Boston Store. AM 1330, Fox Sports Radio. WFNN Erie, The Fan.
Fox Sports trending now.
Tonight's NFL game in 90 minutes will have Seattle hosting Carolina. Currently, Pittsburgh just 6-5 overall, has the lead in the fourth quarter against the Giants 21-7, about 9 minutes to go. Tight end Ladarius Green, 6 catches, 110 yards, and a touchdown. 11 minutes to play. Arizona leads Washington 23-20. Chargers have a 21-20 lead in the fourth quarter, early fourth against Tampa Bay. And it's the Raiders on top now, 30-24 over Buffalo, under 10 minutes to go. We're brought to you by TrueCar. Find the new car you want. See what others paid. Lock in guaranteed savings from TrueCar certified dealers. Save time. Save money. Download the TrueCar app today. Number 1 ranked Alabama will play Washington in a college football semifinal on New Year's Eve at the Georgia Dome. Then it'll be Clemson against Ohio State in the other semi in the Fiesta Bowl. I'm Steve DeSager.
We are
You thinking about getting freaky? You might as well get freaky in the herd.
Awesome!
Weekdays, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The herd.
Catch the herd on FS1.
Hit it!
Honey. Your second half coverage is cracking on the field.
Let's go now!
This is Fox Football Sunday with Mike Hill and 13-year NFL veteran and NFC champion Ephraim Salah.
Too high, baby!
From the highs to the lows.
So you got with my helmet.
Fox Football Sunday is now.
Woo!
live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios.
Here's Mike Hill and 13-year NFL veteran and NFC champion, Ephraim Salah.
Let's keep it rolling like the Raiders, baby. Oh, my goodness. They have just rolled back. Weren't they down 20? What were they down? 24 to what at one time?
Real deal, baby.
They have roared back against the Bills. It is now 38 to 24. My boy, good friend of mine named John Moody hit me up. He heard me talking about the Giants, of course. So I said I'm not. I never got excited about the Giants, just won't, because I got daddy issues, you know, like waiting for your daddy to come pick you up on the stoop. You know, when your daddy don't live with your mama. You know what I'm saying? And your daddy say, I'm going to come pick you up on Saturday. We're going to go to the amusement park. I'm going to get you some ice cream. We'll have a good time. I'm going to give you some money, put it in your pocket or whatever. You go, oh, my daddy coming to pick me up. Come, my daddy coming to pick me up. You get all dressed, and mama all clean you up and everything like that. You sit on the stoop, and you look.
And your mama know he ain't coming.
And your mama know he ain't coming. The sun go down.
She in there smoking cigarettes like I told you.
Mm-hmm. Sorry ass. He ain't. No, my mama ain't never do nothing like that. my mama, she never said anything negative about my daddy. I just found out about it later on. Came to my own. They were down 24-9 at one point.
Yep.
They have roared back and scored, 29 unanswered points against the Bills at home. Raiders are for real. My boy John Moody, who is a Bills fan, said, the Giants are merely a questionable team. I just made a solid case that the Buffalo Bills are a terrorist organization.
Oh, my goodness.
That was hilarious. That was hilarious. Mike Hill, Ephraim Salon with you. Coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studio. Can't tell you about my cousin. Mama just hit me up. Said, you read the text, right?
Yeah.
Shut up. Don't say nothing. Don't give out the family secrets. Can't do that, so I'm sorry.
Well, you know your cousin recovering from some things. You don't need to be putting his business out there.
Well, it's true. Yeah, it is true. But, it's an entertainment purpose. Everybody, the thing is, I think what makes us real is that we are real.
Yes.
Is that we go through things in our lives. And it's like, you know what? To me, I have to share because sometimes it's just funny to me.
Yeah, we pull from our experiences.
Yeah, it's from our experience, man. Let you know that it's real. So people think that sometimes when they see you on television or radio that you're not like them. In a lot of ways, people that are on television or radio, everybody you see on television, they got the same problems.
Same issues.
And maybe even bigger problems.
Everybody got a drunk uncle. Everybody got a criminal cousin.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody got not everybody, but most people got crazy baby mamas.
Got that one that you can't leave in. Hey, want my purse? Go get your purse. Let's go find out what the Tampa Bay Bucks are trying to do. They're trying to take the lead right now, and you know what? They just did.
Jameis Winston just fired it in there to Cameron Brate. And the Bucks have regained the lead. The lead is 5. and it looks like they're going to go for 2 to try to make it 7.
Great move by Cameron Braid here. You see a double move. He does a little fake out and up, gets the coverage to jump outside, and sure enough, once again, Denzel Perriman not getting good enough coverage on Cameron Braid down the seams.
6th touchdown catch of the season for Cameron Braid, the second-year tight end out of Harvard. And now the Bucs going for 2. 3 receivers to the right. Winston rolls in trouble, got free, throws, and it's good to Mike Evans.
Wow.
He slipped Joey Bosa and was able to make the throw to Mike Evans.
We got ourselves
Sam
a football
Rosen
game.
and David Deal on the call on Fox, and man, I am so impressed.
Got us some football games.
The Buccaneers got a winning record. They're 6-5.
Yeah, man.
They won 3 in a row, and they coming off 2 impressive wins already against Kansas City and Seattle, and they can go on the road against San Diego and get this job done. A young team like that.
Thunk it.
Jameis Winston doing his thing, 20 of 30, 280 yards, 1 touchdown, does have a pick in his game. Cameron Braid, who just caught that touchdown, has 86 yards on the day where Mike Evans only has 38 yards catching the football right now. But the Bucs have a 7-point lead. We should go around the NFL, and I'm going to bring up a couple of teams, as a matter of fact.
All right.
And I want you to tell me, because some of them are really having some surprising seasons out there. And I want you to tell me if you believe on this Sunday. Woo! Oh, you're like, nah, dog. So it's, I believe, or, nah, dog. You ready?
Yep.
Let's start off with the Miami Dolphins. 7-5 on the season. No, they lost today, but they were rolling going into Baltimore. Do you believe, or, nah, dog?
Nah, dog.
No?
No, I don't.
Ryan Tannehill ain't doing it for you?
He doesn't, even though he's my backup quarterback on my fantasy team, they don't do it for me because, number one, the reason they've had the success was because of the running game. Jay Ajayi came out of nowhere, and he had a string of 3 games where he was well over 100, and 2 of those games back-to-back 200 yards. But when he doesn't have those carries, he only had 12 carries for 61 yards today.
Mm-hmm.
They struggle to score points. They scored 6 points today.
Can I ask you a question?
Can
I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You were just defending the New York Giants, which we'll get to in a minute.
I wasn't defending them.
You were basically saying, hey, man, it's hard in the NFL. When you win 6 in a row games, man,
I said it's hard to win 6 in a row, period.
But I was telling you, I told you that who they had done it against, I wasn't impressed. I wasn't convinced. I said,
okay, what does that have to do with anything I had just said?
You were basically saying that the Giants, because they had won 6 in a row, automatic. So
I didn't say automatic anything.
Okay, so all right. So you don't believe in them.
Continue with the next team,
please.
Putting words in my mouth.
The Baltimore Ravens team
Ravens.
That was beset by a lot of injuries last year, but they're 75. They won 2 in a row. They're on top of the AFC North right now.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe, or nah?
I believe because they have a history. They're the type of team that can get going in these championship months, November, December. That's when you need to be playing your best football, and they've hit their stride. And any team with Steve Smith Sr. on it, I'd be hard pressed to go against that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people get Joe Flacco a lot of flack. No pun intended, but I like Joe Flacco.
I like Joe Flacco as well.
Joe Flacco, man, especially when he gets into the playoffs.
I like Joe Flacco.
I think
you can say what you want to say about him. He almost had 400 yards today. He had 381 and 4 touchdowns. Joe Flacco, since he's been in the league, has been one of the most consistent quarterbacks on the planet. Just FYI. And
what's crazy is people are always talking about, good regular season quarterback, but what's he doing in the playoffs? Well, Joe Flacco
won a Super Bowl.
What I'm saying, he's won a Super Bowl. Don't get me wrong, he's great. But look at what he does in the playoffs.
Right.
Joe Flacco is great in the playoffs. Joe Flacco has had an exceptional run throughout his entire playoff career. That's what I'm talking about.
Right.
When you get it done when it really matters, you got my vote for one of those guys that I'll have you on my team.
First 5 years in the league, go to the playoff, win the Super Bowl. I mean, what's not to like about Joe Flacco? Seriously.
True. Tennessee Titans, 6-6 on the season. Do you believe? But nah, dog.
Nah, dog.
No?
No. Even though I love what Marcus Mariota is doing, he's a quarterback nobody really talks about because nobody watches their games or sees their games. His growth from year 1 to year 2, I love. Having DeMarco Murray down there takes a lot of pressure off of him. But I'm not buying it. I don't think they have enough offensively or defensively to make some noise later in this month. Even though they're in a weak division, they got a chance in that division, But I'm not a believer.
All right. When it's all said and done, let's move on to the AFC West. Of course, the best division in football, it appears. We know the Chiefs are good. They went to the playoffs last year. We know the Broncos, defending champions, lead them out. Raiders, though, tied for the best record in AFC coming into the game.
I believe.
Yeah. Okay.
I believe what's happening is, they're playing above themselves. They're like in the atmosphere right now.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that every type of way you can win, they're doing it. Come from behind, have a big lead. You want to see cracks, especially when you have young players. You want to see how they respond to different situations. And they've just in this situation today, down 24-9. Now they're up 38-24. Just that type of moxie and that type of ability, and the fact that they don't lose on the road, which is crazy.
Wow. Yeah.
That's the thing that would have you believing.
Raiders unbeaten on the road.
The fact they can go on the road and make it happen.
Undefeated. 5-0 so far. 4-2 at home. 9-2 overall. About to go to 10-2 the way things are looking right now against Buffalo. Let's continue to move on quickly. Once again, let's go to the NFC real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, gosh. How about the Cowboys?
Oh, come on, man.
You believe it?
All day. All day. All day long. The fact that they can nothing shakes these kids. And they're kids out there, literally. Nothing can bother them. Nothing shakes them. Dak Prescott is playing well above his age or his draft position.
Mm-hmm.
And it was amazing. Playing in Minnesota is hard.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard, especially not even if they have the top two defense, one of the top two defenses in the league, but going to Minnesota in general, even when they weren't that good, it was still hard to do. And the fact that they went out there on Thursday night and really, it was a tough game. It wasn't pretty. They had a lot of mistakes. They would go take 2 steps forward, take 1 step back. It was back and forth. It wasn't clean at all. But the fact that they stuck in there and was able to pull that game out showed me a lot about that team, and I'm a believer.
All right, 2 more teams I want to get to on whether Ephraim believes or not, dog. It's coming up next.
Down, 10, hut. You can feel the hits through your speakers.
I tell you what, that big bad boy.
And those magical plays that come to life.
10-5, second up, 28-yard pick six.
The NFL,
I was born like this.
It's right here on Fox Sports Radio.
Did you know that every Chinese food takeout box is designed to flatten into a plate? Or that by turning the tab on a soda sideways, it doubles as a straw holder? Or that hole in a pot handle is actually designed so you can rest your spatula in it? It's amazing how some of the things people use most can be easily overlooked. It's just like TrueCar also helps people get used cars. That's right. TrueCar isn't just for new cars. Their certified dealer network also has an inventory of over 500,000 pre-owned cars nationwide. So whether you buy new or used, you get pricing information that empowers and give you a better buying experience through our TrueCar certified dealer network. Here's another fun fact. TrueCar customers receive discounts off the list price for used vehicles and are more likely to enjoy a faster buying process when they connect with TrueCar certified dealers. So when you're ready to buy a new or used car, visit TrueCar.com or download the TrueCar app to enjoy a better car buying experience.
Some features not available in all states.
ADT presents What to Consider When Considering Home Security. An ADT sign is more than a sign. It's a line in the sand. On one side, your family. On the other, an uncertain world.
For over 140 years, more people have chosen ADT to help prevent crime than anyone else. Get ADT starting at just $28.99 a month.
Tested, trusted, proven ADT.
With 36-month contract for licensing and terms and conditions, visit ADT.com.
Burger King presents Breakfast Stories. Today's story, Big Jim and 3 pancakes for 89 cents.
I don't care what you call them, pancakes, flipjacks, flapcakes. The point is, at Burger King, you can get a stack of 3 of them for 89 cents. What kind of deal is this?
A great one? Fill up on 3 golden pancakes for 89 cents. This is not breakfast. This is a Burger King breakfast. Get 3 pancakes for 89 cents. Only at Burger King. Limited time only. Price and participation vary.
The Yankee Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peachtree, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie. Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
Paralyzed Veterans of America, National Service Officers.
We've got an entire generation of men and women who have seen war. They're going to need voices.
Paralyzed Veterans of America represents them.
We're going to make sure that the Veterans Affairs gives them everything that they're entitled to.
Get all the health care they need.
Making a person's house adaptable.
We also focus on getting them a job.
We help our veterans for free.
Changing lives, building futures. That's Paralyzed Veterans of America. To learn more, visit PVA.org. A public service message from Paralyzed Veterans of America.
How was your day? What did you do in school? I'm Mike Crusty, president of the Pennsylvania State Education Association, and these 2 simple questions can encourage learning in your home. Showing interest and asking about the school day can help motivate your children and keep them excited about learning. So stay involved, stay curious, and ask specific questions. Student success involves the whole family. Be sure to take the opportunity during daily conversations to talk with your children about what they're learning, help set academic goals, and discuss a plan of action to meet those goals. Whether it's improving on weekly spelling tests or allowing enough time to eat breakfast every day before school, every small step taken helps build momentum to academic success.
Great public schools are a basic right for every student. A message from the Pennsylvania State Education Association.
I heard on the news about that 5-year-old who found his uncle's gun. The kid didn't know it was loaded.
I heard on the news about that 14-year-old girl who was bullied online for like a year. She couldn't take it anymore, so she got her dad's gun from his nightstand.
I heard on the news about that guy who broke into someone's house, stole a gun from the hall closet.
He accidentally shot his cousin in the head.
She killed herself.
And later, killed the owner of the store he was trying to rob.
If you own a gun, you have a full-time responsibility. When you aren't using it, be sure it can't get into the hands of curious children, troubled teenagers, a thief, or anyone else who might misuse it. Your family, friends, and neighbors are all counting on you. Remember, always, lock it up. For more information on firearms storage safety, visit ncpc.org. This message brought to you by the National Crime Prevention Council, the Bureau of Justice Assistance, and the Ad Council.
Fox Sports Radio,
1330 The Fan.
So how do you like it?
This is great. We're not in Kansas anymore.
You like it like this?
Big news today out of the NFL.
Or like this?
Great is great. That's the reality of sports.
And what about this?
We're going to bring you the funny. We're going to bring you the news.
Whatever it is that you like.
Sex, underwear, and bras.
We've got it covered.
Yeah!
It's sports the way you like it.
With the radio on, I like it like that.
You know who this is? We are Fox Sports. Okay. FS1.
Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
My Giants just don't have it today.
Phillip Rivers just threw an interception, man. Come on.
What did you expect? That's what happens. Tampa Bay might be for real, man. I get back to, are they for real or? Oh, man. Gone with that. Giants, Steelers, fourth quarter. George Savarese, update.
Guys, right now, 1:54 to go, fourth quarter. The Steelers have the ball in a 21-7 lead. Odell Beckham Jr. had a heck of a second half. He caught the ball 7 times in the second half, but Eli Manning did not have a very good second half. He threw 2 interceptions. Eli 4 times had the Giants inside the Steeler 25. 4 times they came away with no points. Twice intercepted, and twice on fourth down just didn't make it. And the Steelers, on their last fourth down, sacked Eli Manning. He ends the game, if it looks like it's going to end right now, with 165 yards, 2 interceptions. Steelers put 21 points on the board, 2 touchdowns, 2 field goals, and a safety. And they have the ball right now, guys, at about the Giants' 20, just killing the clock. Looks like the Steelers are going to win this one, and the Giants are going to have their 6-game winning streak snapped. 1:54 to go, fourth quarter. Pittsburgh 21, New York Giants 7.
Hadn't played anybody. Told you.
Oh, get out of here with that.
It's
your team.
But I can criticize. It's just like if it's my team, if it's my kid, I can say my kid is bad as hell.
When they win,
I'm the one that can say my kid is bad as hell.
Crazy when they lose.
When it comes to your team, Ephraim, we know this. And just talk to anybody on Twitter. So you can see somebody on Twitter. You say something negative about their team, they going to roast you. Everybody's going to come at you hard because you say, especially the Laker fans around here in L.A., you say anything negative about the Lakers. You can say a fact. You can say, hey, man, the Lakers have dropped 5 in a row. Oh, you a hater. Oh, my gosh, you a hater. That's why you work for the Clippers. You ain't good. Your mama's dumb, blah, 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 blah.
Whoa.
Seriously, they go that far. But if it's your team and you complain, you can do it. It's almost, it's like your kids. For example, Ephraim, you have 2 beautiful kids, right?
Yeah, them gorgeous boys.
2 gorgeous, handsome young men.
Thank God for their mama.
Mama's great, raises them right?
Her looks, my height.
If one of them is rambunctious, or both of them are rambunctious, right?
Which they can be.
AKA bad as hell.
Well, no, they're not that.
No, I'm saying, but if, I'm this hypothetical.
Okay.
If one of them is bad as hell, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can say, man, my kid's bad as hell. You can say that.
Right.
You can say that.
I get what you're saying.
You can say that. My kids are bad as hell. But when they do well in school, oh, man, my kid is an honor roll student. You put that on and you pat them on the back, but you're the one to say that. But if your kids run through this studio right now, I'm like, man, get your badass kids. You're going to get mad at me.
Hey, hold on,
exactly.
Man.
So that's just
hold
the way
on one
it is.
second.
So when it comes to your team, yes, I have the right. I'm the one that's supposed to criticize them. I'm not going to pat them on the back when they're doing. I know they won 6 in a row, but I also know they can do better.
You're discrediting their achievements, though.
Nope.
That's like if my kids were on the honor roll, and then I was just like, it don't matter. It's only the first semester honor roll.
I'm glad you brought up the point. If the classes that my kids were taking were painting and gym and all the easy classes, okay, yeah, you did what you're supposed to do. But what about calculus? What about advanced English? What about history? What about civics? What about math? What about science? What about those classes that you need to pass? And so far, what the Giants have been taking during this 6-game winning streak has been art, has been finger painting, because they played the Cleveland Browns of the world, because they played teams like that, teams that suck. The combined winning mark for those teams that they had played over the last 6 weeks, 20-46. Okay? Now they're in the tough part of their schedule. Okay. Now we're about to see what I have been saying about the Giants all season. I don't trust them. They have not convinced me yet. I know what their record says, but the eye test says something different. That's all I'm saying. Do I hope they pass the test? Yes. Do I have confidence they will? No. That's just keeping it real. That's my opinion. And yes, I have been wrong once or twice in my life.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay. That's all I got to say about
it. All right, man. I don't want to fight with you, man.
There's nothing to fight about.
Very passionate.
I won.
Very, very passionate.
You know, when you think I'm passionate, man, my girl is very passionate. I was telling you she's a Saints fan, right? So she was watching the game today. Saints look terrible, right? She's cursing. She's going off, man. I'm taping her or whatever. So I told you she blocked me one time on Twitter. Mm-hmm. So she sent me a DM. Bomani, you know Bomani Jones, right? Bomani Jones, guy, great personality over at ESPN, good friend of mine or whatever. Bomani said something negative about the Saints. She just sent me the screenshot where she blocked him. she That's
Well,
what I'm saying.
I'm not gonna say nothing bad about the Saints because I don't want her.
That's what I'm saying. You can't say any. Even though she was cursing out her team all day long. Oh, they do this. They are terrible. Oh, we can't do this. Oh man, they can't win at home anymore. But let somebody else say something negative about the team.
All right.
That's fandom, man. That's fandom.
I get it. While you were doing all of that,
I'm not even looking at the Giants anymore.
I know. While you were doing all of that, Arizona just scored, making it 30-23.
Well, how come you didn't say something?
Because I was letting you do your thing.
We could have gone to the game. How come you didn't say nothing?
You're doing your thing. J.J. Nelson from Carson Palmer, beautiful catch.
Well, why did you,
42-yard reception.
Why?
While you were doing all that ranting and raving.
Well, why didn't you say something?
No.
I don't understand.
It's all good.
Yeah, you're supposed to keep me honest here, man.
You are honest. You have some things on your chest you wanted to get off your chest. So, Cardinals up by 7.
Speaking of what?
Minute and 56 to go.
Oh, okay. All right, so let's finish up.
Okay.
Do you believe? Nah, dog. Teams that are doing much better than we expected to, in a better position that we expected them to be in at this point in the season. We've already gone through a couple of teams, went through the Raiders. You believe in the Raiders.
Yep.
You don't believe in the Dolphins. You said, nah, dog.
Nah, dog.
When it came to the Tennessee Titans, you said, nah, dog.
Nah, dog.
When it came to the Dallas Cowboys, you said, you believe. How about the Detroit Lions? Do you believe? Nah, dog.
Oh, that's a tough one.
They won 4 in a row.
They won 4 in a row.
6 or 7.
6 or 7.
Yeah. Do you believe?
I'm going to believe because of Matthew Stafford and his growth.
Mm-hmm.
And he's on pace to compete for the NFL MVP right now. He's playing lights out as a quarterback.
Okay.
So I'm going to put it on his shoulders. And that defense, they can force turnovers, man. Ooh, they got 3 picks today.
Mm-hmm.
They force turnovers. So I am going to believe.
All right. I like that. The Detroit Lions looking good right now.
Detroit Lions.
Let's go to the New York Giants. They're about to fall to 8-4. I'm going to let you talk about them. Do you believe? Nah, dog. Go ahead and say it.
I believe in the Giants.
You do?
I believe in the Giants.
Wow.
I halfway believe in them.
Halfway.
Because the thing that propelled them in their 6-game winning streak prior to this game
was a poor schedule.
Was their defensive prowess. Now that JPP has went out apparently with a groin injury, that's going to hurt.
Yeah.
That's going to hurt.
I would say
they spent a lot of money on the defensive side of the ball this offseason, so that's going to hurt them. So that'll put me in a maybe I believe it, maybe I don't.
Okay, all right. Well, make up your mind. Go one way or the other. Come on. How about the Atlanta Falcons, man?
Atlanta Falcons
75 on the season, lost today. But do you believe?
Nah, dog.
No, dog. Okay.
Nah, we've been here before with the Atlanta Falcons,
and
they'll get you going, and then drop the bottom out the bottom. So I'm gonna say nah, dog.
All right.
Nah, dog. I don't like that, dog.
And finally, I guess I hit the call button.
Oh.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Somebody
say,
you all right?
Save me.
You okay?
Do you believe I'm choking?
Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They putting a whooping on San Diego right now. They'll be 7-5, 4-1 on the road. I am going to say, nah, dog.
Oh,
I don't believe.
Nah, dog. Okay.
I don't believe. Even though Jameis Winston has had some outstanding games this year, he's also had some horrific games.
Horrific?
Horrific, yes.
Well,
he's had some poor interception games.
He had 1 poor interception game.
Would that be a horrific game?
You said games. That's plural. You make it. People. Hey, people are allowed to have bad games. Yes. Jameis Winston has been outstanding over the last 6-7 weeks. Now, I wouldn't say outstanding, but he's been pretty good.
Yeah, okay.
And the Giants got his. Yeah. Thank you, Lee. I appreciate that. You just want to point up and say, hey, look, something's happening in the Giants. Yeah, they were down by 17 points with a minute.
Jameis just has to take care of the ball. 11 picks, 7 fumbles. He has to take care of the ball more. to put me on that ship to believing. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, yeah, a little bit more consistency. I like that you're coming around and not just jumping on bandwagons.
No, I'm doing my research. You know, I'm studying.
I'm sorry. You know what? Here's the reason why we need to update that, because fantasy purposes. That somebody has Sterling Shepard on their team. Somebody has Eli Manning, God forbid why, on their fantasy team. And, yeah. So, there you go. All right. Let's find out what's trending.
The late afternoon games are winding down. The Giants are down 24-14 at Pittsburgh with under 30 seconds to go. Le'Veon Bell, 29 carries, 118 yards. Meanwhile, just under 2 minutes left, Washington's offense taking the field at Arizona, trailing the Cardinals 31-23. Tampa Bay holding on 28-21 and with the ball at San Diego, about a minute to go. And it's final at Oakland, 38-24. Raiders over Buffalo tonight. Seattle will host Carolina in an hour. Earlier wins for Kansas City, Chicago, and New England. Number 1 ranked Alabama will play Washington in a college football semifinal. Then it'll be Clemson against Ohio State in the other semi on New Year's Eve. Number 5 ranked Penn State goes to the Rose Bowl against USC. Number 6 Michigan is in the Orange Bowl against Florida State. University of Cincinnati coach Tommy Tuberville resigned. Tiger Woods shot a final round 76 in the Bahamas, finished 15th out of 17 golfers.
FS1. Yeah! FS1.
The best station on the planet.
Look at me. Don't look at anybody else. Look at me!
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, where 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. It's Mike Hill and Ephraim Salam. Looking forward to that Rose Bowl matchup. USC and Michigan. Outside of the playoffs, that's the best bowl game.
Well, that one in the Las Vegas Bowl with
no, you didn't. You ain't gonna bet San
with
Diego
the University
State.
of Houston and San Diego State.
They
shout out to San Diego State for winning the Mountain West Conference Championship for the second time in 2 years. Back-to-back champs.
That's a conference.
Dang.
Mountain West.
Is that what we're doing?
It ain't a Power 5. No,
it's only five. It's only 5.
Well, that's why they call it the
Power 5 conferences.
Yeah.
All right, everybody can't be in there.
Tampa Bay just knocked off San Diego, so Tampa Bay has now won 4 in a row. Jameis Winston and the guys. Meanwhile, the only game that's still going on right now, as you see Eli Manning and Ben Roethlisberger meeting at midfield, part of that 2004 class, both of those guys going into, Ben's going to Ben's going to the Hall of Fame.
Ben is going to the Hall of Fame.
Ben's going to the Hall of
Fame. We're going to hold off on Eli.
Eli's going. Eventually
he'll
get in. He'll get in.
Definitely
but Ben's going before Eli.
Yeah, definitely not first ballot on Eli.
No, not first ballot.
They're going to have to make him sweat a couple years.
Yeah, it might be the Veterans Committee or something like that. Maybe posthumously. I don't know. I mean, that's I don't know. Because he plays in New York. Meanwhile, Skins trailing by 8 points against the Cardinals with the ball, though. Trying to drive. You want to go out there? You want to do that, Lee? Let's do that. Our producer says we can do it. We're going to go out there. So it's Dick Stockton and Chris Spielman with the call.
Jefferson right here working on Garcon.
The silence is deafening as we wait the call.
So here's what you need to do if you're the Cardinals. You got to make sure everything's in front of you. They're pressing one guy at the line of scrimmage.
Call will be against the Cardinals.
But you have to keep everything in front of you. Remember, you're not playing to stop a field goal. You're playing to stop a touchdown. Nothing over the top. Keep everything in front of you. Then as you progress down and you get to about the 30, 35-yard lines, then you can start bringing your pressure.
Illegal hands to the face, number 21, defense. 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. Automatic first down.
That was Patrick Peterson. Crowd with the boos echoing here.
That's just a quick shot into Garcon's face.
Want to welcome our new viewers to the Seesaw Affair. Playoff implications. Cardinals come within one game of the Redskins, who have the last playoff berth right now with a win, trying to hold on with an 8-point lead. 1st and 10. And here is Cousins' pass, and it's caught by Vernon Davis, the tight end, who has to shoulder that role with Jordan Reed, their starter, out of there today. And Patrick Peterson with a tackle, gain of 18.
Well, we know that Vernon Davis has wide receiver skill, working one-on-one out in a quick slant, skinny post.
Under a minute to go. Good protection again, and a reception once again to Davis, who goes out of bounds to stop the clock at 52 seconds. Cardinals scored the first touchdown, led at the half by 4. We have had 4 lead changes since. Larry Fitzgerald, now 3rd on the all-time receiving list. Fitzgerald today has caught 10 passes. And David Johnson, once again, tremendous all-purpose back for Arizona. It'll be 2nd down and 4. Dick Stockton, Chris Spielman, Christina Pink. Here comes the pressure on Cousins, and he has to throw the ball away, and it was DJ Swearinger with the safety blitz coming in on Cousins.
So Bruce Arians was aggressive on offense, going for it on 4th and 1, throwing a play-action bomb. Guess what? Betchers is the same way on defense. As Swearinger shows late. It comes free off the corners, and Secchi is late and does not see him, allowing a clear shot on Kirk Cousins, forcing him to throw the ball before he wanted to.
3rd down and 4.
Here comes pressure.
Redskins need a touchdown and a 2-point conversion to tie.
They do have one safety deep for anything over the top. Right there. Oh, he's coming up.
Here he comes again. And this pass is going to be picked off by Peterson. Patrick Peterson with the interception.
And it was just about do it. Patrick Peterson with the pick, going off the blitz. Cousins had to force it. Peterson got it. Skins do have 2 timeouts remaining, but 41 seconds to go. It appears like, yeah, they should be able to run out the clock, barring some unforeseen circumstance. So Cardinals get a much-needed win. They get that win, and once again, they're right back in it. So the Cardinals in that NFC West, still looks like Seattle's going to win that division. I mean, I know they have a tie. Seattle's not exactly world beaters this year, but anything can happen in the NFC West. It's kind of tight now.
True that.
Very tight. And the Cardinals do have the personnel. They've been one of those disappointing teams so far this year. But if they can get it together at the right time and string a couple of wins together, anything can happen. Remember the year the Cardinals got to the Super Bowl 9-7. Remember that year they played against Pittsburgh Steelers?
Yeah, so you still gonna go with that pick?
The Cardinals?
Yeah, you still rolling with them?
Yeah, I'm still with it until they're out. I mean, I can't change. I mean, anybody can change. It's easy. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go with the Patriots right now, and the Dallas Cowboys going to the Super Bowl. At the end of the season, hindsight 2020, yeah, anybody. Yeah, the Cowboys and the Patriots. I knew all the time that they were going to go to the Super Bowl. I'm going to stick on the pick.
Or Cowboys and the Raiders.
Or the Cowboys or the Raiders. Yeah, that's true.
That'll be a nice AFC championship game.
Can you imagine the Raiders having to go on the road against New England, let them play in the snow again?
Remember that?
Oh, that's how it started.
That's how it all started. Game. That's how it all started.
For the youngsters at home that don't remember the Tuck game. That's how it all started, baby. Charles Woodson and the guys, the Tuck game.
That was bogus.
But that's how. That's sometimes you people think about things that get down. I mean, look at imagine if that wouldn't have happened. You know, just think what would have happened if you don't come off the Super Bowl. Do you get started? I mean, they are a great team now, but once you get that first one, you get that taste in your mouth or whatever, and you go in there, you got that experience, and you just got that confidence, you got that swagger.
Yep.
You win it at home. So imagine the franchises, how they just the franchises just kind of splintered after that. I mean, the Raiders had a couple more good seasons. The Raiders actually went back to the Super Bowl a couple of years later. Of course, that's when they got rid of John Gruden, and John Gruden went to Tampa and destroyed them.
Right.
You remember that, but you know. Still, I mean, that would be a great AFC playoff game.
Man. And it looks like it's shaping up to be.
I would love to. I mean, and Gronk out for the season.
Yep.
All right. Got to wrap up the show. The MVPs, the most valuable plays, coming up next right here on Hill and Shalom.
You can feel the hits through your speakers.
You hear me? Remix!
In those magical plays that come to life.
Weaving his way to the 5, into the end zone for the touchdown.
The NFL
Makes the catch.
It's right here
On the ricochet, Hail Mary.
on Fox Sports Radio.
Mom gives us her own special Christmas ornament every year. This year she gave me one that looks like me, playing soccer. It even has my name on it. It's my most favorite ornament ever. Thanks, Mom.
Each Christmas, moms everywhere carry on the tradition of placing special ornaments on the Christmas tree. Ornaments represent stories and memories, and PersonalCreations.com has over 1,000 to choose from in their ornament workshop. They have adorable ornaments that can be designed to look like anyone in your family, doing the activity, hobby, or occupation they love. Each ornament is expertly hand-painted or laser engraved with any name and ships within 3 days. Radio listeners, for a limited time when you order any ornament on the site, you'll get a second one absolutely free. That's 2 amazing ornaments for the price of 1, and personalization is included. But hurry, because this exclusive offer ends this Friday at midnight. The only way to get this incredible deal is to go to PersonalCreations.com. Click on the orange star in the top right corner and enter the secret code 07.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans.
When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer.
When I grow up, I want to be a glass countertop in a new home.
When I grow up, I want to be a kid's best birthday present.
When I grow up, I want to be a football stadium.
When I grow up, I want to be a warm fleece on a cold day.
When I grow up, I want to be a fancy backsplash.
I want to be a bike that races around the country. When I grow up, I want to be a bench on a forest trail. I want to be a rocking chair on a sunny porch. I want to be a skyscraper. I want to be
When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. A public service advertisement brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
Have you ever lost a cat? And have you ever wanted to get your cat back after you lost it? Hi there, I'm Andrew Hoffman. I went on this website called inventnow.org. Then I decided to make an invention of my own. It's called the Lost Cat Magnet Invention. So you can get your cat back after you lost it. Just turn it on, and lost cats stick to it. That's a good cat. If your cat was hiding up in a tree, it won't be up a tree anymore. It will be stuck to the lost cat magnet. And sometimes they fly toward you in the air. Just listen to one satisfied cat. See, that's proof. You should go to the inventnow.org website too. But just remember one thing. Don't do a lost cat magnet.
Anything's possible. Keep thinking. Get started on your own inventions or just play some games at inventnow.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, the National Inventors Hall of Fame Foundation, and the Ad Council.
1, 2, 3, 4. This is the Jason Smith Show.
Everybody loves it. Golden State Warriors head coach Steve Kerr did a Bay Area podcast this week, and he talked about how he has smoked marijuana in the last couple of years in the hopes of fixing his back issue that was so bad. But this brings up a question. Do you drug test coaches? Do you drug test NBA players? I could see a lot of players saying, okay, but at the same time, you're anti-marijuana legalization. You're going, oh, drugs are bad. Don't look at the players. They need it. They're bad. Here's your shining example of what a head coach should be in the NBA right now. And everybody has nothing but wide respect for him. If you're anti-drug and you're trying to fight against this tide, this is the worst possible news you can fathom. It's Steve Kerr saying, hey, yeah, I tried it a lot because I had a back issue that was so bad. I needed help.
You're listening to Jason Smith. Weeknights at 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
As one of the over 3 million healthcare professionals in America, do you worry about not communicating effectively with some patients?
May I help you?
Could differences in language and culture maybe mean you need to explain why a medicine or medical treatment is necessary?
Hey, you're right on time.
Being understood and accepted by people of different cultures and backgrounds is still a challenge. Mrs. Hernandez, a 66-year-old Latina whose doctor recommends a mammogram.
The radiologist will be with you shortly.
Raised to think cancer always means death, she may skip the test and not even want to know. But her doctor understands family is important to Latino culture and points out that a mammogram could save her life so she could care for her family.
That wasn't so bad now, was it?
Millions of public health professionals face problems like this every day. For the latest research on these new healthcare communications challenges, the book Speaking of Health is free online at nap.edu, a free resource for any health professional looking to better serve the public. Speaking of Health at nap.edu.
This is Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
Yeah, that one.
We're talking about guys who all stink. Wow.
Flip on over to us and iHeartRadio.
Is this like the craziest thing?
Who are we? We're FSR in your search window. Type in Fox Sports Radio and enjoy us every day.
You can hug your iHeart listeners.
Well, let me have it. Fox Sports Radio.
Everybody needs a little time away.
You may need some time away, but never from Colin Cowherd. The Herd.
Weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The Herd.
Catch The Herd
on FS1.
Trying to find pictures of Ephraim on the internet with hair.
That was a long time ago, player.
Looked like he had a wig. Like a Rasta wig. We're going to get to Salam Selections. A little bit of a preview of the Sunday night football game. But right now, here are your MVPs, your most valuable plays for Week 13.
Let's go! Let's get out and get set.
This is Fox Football Sunday. MVP. Most valuable plays.
Ready? Go!
Lions at Saints.
Matthew leans in. He's got it. Back to pass. Pressure comes. Sets goes right second. Man wide open. It's Golden. Inside the 35. Golden cut left to 30. It's a foot race. 20. Golden 10. Golden 5. Golden to the end zone. Touchdown Detroit Lions. Added up. 66 yards.
97.1 The Ticket. Lions Radio Network.
Ready? Go!
Rams at Patriots.
Brady's under center, out of the eye. 4th and inches. A gift to Blunt, runs it right, bounces it outside. First down and more. Right sideline 35-30. Blunt to the 25-20. Blunt to the 10. Blunt to the 5. Blunt to the pylon. Reaching across. Touchdown, Patriots.
WBC FM and the Patriots Radio Network.
Ready? Go!
Broncos at Jaguars.
Bortles takes a snap and hit as he throws the ball. There you go. Bradley Roby's down the sideline. He's going to the house. Roby with the pick 6 and Denver just like that with a huge turnover and score.
KOA 850 AM Broncos Radio Network.
Ready? Go!
Dolphins at Ravens.
Flacco again drops the throw. Pass complete. Near side. Perriman 40. 30. Hit the accelerator. 20. He's gone. 10. 5. Touchdown, Ravens.
WBAL Ravens Radio Network.
Ready? Go!
49ers at Bears.
Under center, 1st and goal. 6-yard line. Takes turn. Giving to Jordan Howard. Puts his shoulders down. Bulldozing all the way into the end zone. Touchdown, Bears. Touchdown, Jordan Howard. He was not having anything of it. Into the end zone he goes. That was a true bulldoze run by Howard, the rookie, with his 3rd touchdown today.
News Radio 780 and 105.9 WBBM and the Bears Radio Network.
Ready? Go!
Chiefs at Falcons.
Colquitt had a good punt at the end of the half.
And then they're going to run a fake. It's right up the middle. It goes to Albert Wilson, 30, 25. He's at the 20. Gets it right. 10, 5. Touchdown! Kansas City. Albert Wilson, a 55-yard fake punt. And tricky Dave Tobe comes up with some magic.
Chiefs Radio Network.
Ready? Go!
Texans at Packers.
Single receiver to the right. Snap to A-Rod. Looking around. Good protection again. Scrambles left. Lost it left side. Jordy wide open.
Jordy Nelson spikes it just outside the north end zone.
The Packers Radio Network.
Ready? Go!
Eagles at Bengals.
From the 13-yard line, Dalton back to pass. He'll throw it into the end zone. Reifert.
Yeah.
Attempt.
Yeah.
He's got the football.
Yeah.
Touchdown, Bengals.
Andy Dalton with a great throw, and Tyler Eifert went airborne to haul it in for his third touchdown catch of the year.
700 WLW Bengals Radio Network.
Ready? Go, 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 go!
Bills and Raiders.
3rd and goal, 3-yard line. Derek takes the snap, looks right, nothing open. Now going to throw back to the end zone. Caught by Michael Crabtree. Touchdown, Raiders! Derek must have had a good 3 or 4 seconds there to hit Michael Crabtree in the back of the end zone.
KGMZ Raiders Radio Network.
Ready? Go, 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 go!
Giants at Steelers.
Ben stays in the shotgun. Gets the snap. 4-man rush. He fires it down the field. Wide open touchdown. His first as a Steeler. Ladarius Green.
FSR affiliate Fox Sports 970 and the Steelers Radio Network.
Ready? Go, 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 go!
Redskins at Cardinals.
Snap to Carson. Palmer drops back. Has time. Throws left side. It's caught by Floyd. He's in. Touchdown. Floyd caught it at the 1. He got hit. Hung onto the ball. Pinballed for Pater. And the Cardinals are back in front.
KTAR Cardinals Radio Network.
Ready? Go, 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 go!
Buccaneers at Chargers.
Shotgun formation. Rodgers a sidecar to the right of Winston. Here's the snap. Winston looks, goes toward the end zone. Caught ball. Touchdown Tampa Bay. Cameron Brate with a touchdown grab. And the Bucs retake the lead.
WDAE Buccaneers Radio Network. The most valuable plays. This is Fox Football Sunday.
All right, those are your MVPs for week 13 of the season. Time now to look at Sunday Night Football, getting underway at 5:30 p.m. Pacific time on NBC. Panthers and the Seahawks. Seahawks are 7-3-1, 5-0 so far this season, while the Panthers, next to the Cincinnati Bengals, well, the Panthers, they are the biggest disappointment in the NFL this year. To go from 15-1 and a Super Bowl participant to maybe this is it. If they lose tonight, man, I know it's tough. NFC, well, I don't know, because the Falcons are only 7-5. Not too much of a believer in the Saints. They could still probably win this division, but time is running out, in other words. And right now,
everything would have to go right from here on out, and they haven't shown enough consistency for that to happen for the Carolina Panthers. They struggled to find their identity again. They took on this persona and entertained the world last year and tried to just walk right into that, and it wasn't happening for them, period. So
this was a rematch last year of the playoffs. Obviously, the Panthers went on to win that game to get into the Super Bowl last year. So we'll see what happens with the Carolina Panthers this season. But it's time now for Salam Selection, and, of course, Salam Selection includes this game on Sunday Night Football.
I'm going to take the Seattle Seahawks up in Seattle. Very difficult to win up there. And for a Carolina Panther team that struggles to find an identity, I'm not gonna at all go swing that way. I just believe in Carolina at home. I know they struggle a little bit offensively to try to find their rhythm, but at home that defense is able to carry them through to victories. So I'm going with the Carolina Panthers.
All right. I'm going
with the Seattle Seahawks.
Okay. All right. Okay.
My bad.
That's all right. Colts and the Jets on Monday night. Do we actually? You got to do this one?
You got a coin? I'm gonna flip a coin.
I'm not watching that game. I told you. I'm a sports guy, and people are like, how come you're not watching the game? And I hate that. I don't watch every football game that comes on television. I just don't. I don't watch every basketball game that comes on. I just don't. Some games I'm just like, I'm not wasting my time. I will catch the highlights on, well, there's only one place to watch highlights these days. I'm sorry. So I wanted to say FS1 on Fox Sports Live, but I can't say that anymore. I'll watch the highlights somewhere on my phone. Okay? I just can't watch it. So who you got?
I'm going to take the Indianapolis Colts over. So it's pretty much I'm taking Andrew Luck over Ryan Fitzpatrick. That's a no-brainer.
That's pretty much it?
Yeah.
That's the only reason why?
Yeah, that's it.
No other reason why?
That's it.
You got any game balls you want to give out today?
I do want to give out a game ball.
To who?
I want to give out a game ball to the Oakland Raiders, the entire team.
Oh, okay. That's a good game ball.
I want to give out a game ball to Oakland Raiders. That was a tough game playing Buffalo, coming back from that deficit. and pulling it out, man. Those guys they're showing us they're a team to be reckoned with.
Our board operator looks like he's got like diarrhea right now, right? Look, he's a Chargers fan. Yeah. Look at his face.
Feel yourself.
He's so mad. He wants to choke himself right now. He's not even laughing. I'm a Giants fan. I feel your pain. I feel your pain.
Maybe you guys can get together and have a drink.
Nope. Drink gas.
See you next week.
Holla.
We are Playport.
I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. Mortgage rates have dropped again. In fact, recently, mortgage rates have dropped to the second lowest level in history. Now is the time for you to take advantage of these historically low rates and save serious money every month by refinancing your mortgage. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is all the way down to 4.125%. APR, 4.82%. Call Quicken Loans today at 800-QUICKEN to see how far we can lower your mortgage payment. For 6 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. And for the third year, they also ranked us highest in the nation for mortgage servicing. It's a great time to refinance with Quicken Loans and save hundreds every month. This ultra-low rate of 4.125% won't last long. So call 800-QUICKEN or go to QuickenLoans.com. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
There's always a moment of truth where it's either put up or shut up. We were yelling our hearts out. Even in our weakness, even in our pain, we continued to push. I don't know where the pain went to, but all I know is that I had what it took. I am a United States Marine.
PFC Darrell Willis serves his country as a Marine. Will you? Visit Marines.com or call 1-800-MARINES.
This is Joey Logano, driver of NASCAR number 22 Discount Tire Car. You know something? You and I aren't all that different. I drive a car, you drive a car. My car has tires, your car has tires. I may be going just a little faster than you each weekend, but we both need to keep those tires properly inflated to stay safe. So be tire smart and do your part. Check your tire pressures once a month and before every long journey.
Visit BeTiresmart.org. A message from the Rubber Manufacturers Association.
So you see, son, good manners are very, very important. Someday, many years from now, when you're a grown-up, you'll be a man. And when you are, you should be a gentleman. Do you want me to go through it one more time?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Exactly. Always say please, thank you, you're welcome, and excuse me. Sit up straight, hold doors open for ladies. If a door's shut, then knock first. Don't burp, don't swear, don't speak with your mouth full, don't reach across people's plates, keep your elbows off the table.
What table?
And don't interrupt. While we're at it, don't stare, don't use foul language, don't call people names, but do remember people's names. Always share your toys, play nice, and cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. On the bus, give up your seat to anyone who has trouble standing. Bottom line, treat others the way you'd like to be treated. Got it?
Got it.
And stop picking your nose.
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ag Council.
Welcome back to the Dog Show. Up next, we have Satchmo. Satchmo is a member of the Shelter Pet Group. That's right, a group known especially for their couch-snuggling, ball-chasing, face-licking, tail-wagging, backyard-hanging, and, of course, companionship. And what breed would you say Satchmo is? I'd have to go with maybe a lavish terrier-hound chihuahua-looking kind of mix. Tremendous dog. I'd also like to point out Satchmo's coloring, a white, gray, brown, black brindle, simply marvelous. You know, it's such a treat to watch a dog like this. Now, let's see him in action. Look how he makes eye contact with his person. That's actually known as the treat stare. How intuitive. And now he appears to be excitedly turning in circles. Ah, the happy dance, so common with this group. And finally, the loving face lick. It's great how he just gets in there and, well, licks. Fantastic. But really, the best way to know an amazing shelter pet like Satchmo is to meet one. Visit theshelterpetproject.org today. Adopt. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
This is Steve Gorman Sports.
Steve Gorman Sports. Eric Dickerson still going. The word on the street is that he had a really good meeting with some of the executives, and you'd think this is all behind him.
Jeff Fisher called him up and said, we don't owe you a damn thing.
Exactly.
Okay? We don't owe you nothing. We don't owe you sideline passes. We don't want you around our players. You make them uncomfortable. You've been saying bad things.
Yeah.
And then Jeff Fisher went up the following day on his press conference and said, I really don't know where this is coming from.
That's exactly
I had
right.
a fine conversation with him, which is absolute horse crap in my personal opinion.
Yeah.
Jeff Fisher is lying through his teeth, and Dickerson saying, to hell with Jeff Fisher, I'll never go to a Rams game as long as he's the head coach. And I think it comes back to a simple thing. He lied.
Sounds to me like Eric Dickerson's having a day he'll never forget.
Steve Gorman Sports.
That's a good way to cap it.
Weekdays at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific.
Broadcasting from the Bud Light Studios in the historic Boston Store. AM 1330. Fox Sports Radio. WFNN Erie. The Fan.
Fox Sports trending now.
Still a half hour away from kickoff at Seattle. The Seahawks are hosting a 4-7 Carolina team tonight. Carolina at 15-1 last year has in its franchise history never had 2 seasons in a row with a winning record, and without Luke Kuechly tonight again, inactive, the star linebacker. Also not active for the Panthers, safety Kirk Coleman, out tonight for the Seahawks, running back C.J. Prosise. As for the late afternoon games at our final, Oakland with a big comeback victory over the Bills, 38-24. Derek Carr, 2 touchdown passes. The Cardinals beat the Redskins, 31-23. Carson Palmer, 3 touchdown passes and 300 yards. Steelers over the Giants, 24-14. And the Bucs outscored the Chargers in San Diego, 11-0 fourth quarter, and beat San Diego 28-21. We're brought to you by TrueCar. Save time, save money. Download the TrueCar app today. I'm Steve DeSager.
You thinking about getting freaky? You might as well get freaky in the Herd.
Awesome!
Weekdays, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The Herd.
Catch the Herd on FS1. Time for some interaction.
Don't take winning for granted, man. Let's go!
If you like what you saw today, get in and talk about it.
The hell is this?
Fox Football Sunday with Jonas Knox and former Notre Dame quarterback and first-round draft pick Brady Quinn is on.
Deep down.
Live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios.
Let's show what we all about.
Here's Jonas Knox and former Notre Dame quarterback and first-round draft pick Brady Quinn.
Somehow, some way, they just keep figuring it out. They keep figuring it out. They keep winning games. You've got a team that's already clinched. There was nothing but madness in the NFL on Sunday. We've got it all for you, and we'll get it started here in just a couple of minutes. Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn, Fox Sports Radio, iHeartRadio, and on all of our great affiliates, wherever you are. We appreciate you taking part in the program. And as always, we come to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. Brady Quinn in studio. Round of applause from our studio. We've never had a studio audience here until you showed up. Here they are. Everybody's here to see Brady Quinn. Unbelievable.
Usually we have Gavin, Nick.
Yes.
What's changed?
Well, there's just a bunch of fans hanging out. We've got people outside. There's women saying they walked all the way from South Bend. They started walking back in 2003, and they just now arrived here to Sherman Oaks, California, and everybody's excited to have you here.
Yeah, sounds like the Oregon Trail. No, I'm actually really excited to be here, in particular today, too, only because of some of the things that occurred in the NFL. And even that being said, the college football world, we found out who's going to be playing for the national championship. So that was pretty fun. We can get into that later on, but there's a couple of things up for debate today. Tom Brady gets his 201st win.
Yes.
Which just continues to make more of a case, I think, in my opinion, why he's the greatest of all time. Maybe you don't agree. Maybe you do.
No, I do. I absolutely do. I had a buddy of mine who sent over a stat that was Tom Brady's QBR, his quarterback rating, with Gronkowski and without Gronkowski. And the difference was like 100 and something to 83. And then I just thought back and said, oh, that guy's a Raiders fan. He's still got a red ass about the Tuck rule. So I go ahead and eliminate his opinion right off the bat. He's done. He doesn't count. How anybody can argue that Tom Brady's not 1 or 2 in the conversation of greatest of all time, I have no idea.
He won 3 Super Bowls without Gronk.
Gronk
wasn't there.
Everybody tries to poke a hole in the Patriots, and really what this is all about, like the Indianapolis Colts. The Indianapolis Colts are just that whole organization was tired of getting stomped every time, by and large, almost every time they faced the Patriots.
and they were tired of getting beat, so they went and they bitched and moaned about some ball that didn't have enough air in it because they got slapped around in an AFC title game. I mean, it was a total joke, a complete joke, and that's why this whole conversation started. But all the hate on the Patriots is because all they do is beat teams, and they've done it for over a decade.
I think the greatest part about the whole Deflategate, the investigation, everything else, right? The NFL goes and hires Ted Wells to basically find the scientific research behind a deflated football. And actually what they found out was he was playing at a disadvantage. Like, it is actually harder to throw an accurate football downfield from everything that the NFL report came up with. So essentially, even if that was the case, where he's been playing with a deflated football, he's allowed the NFL the advantage for the past however many years, if this has been going on for some period of time.
It's such a joke, man.
And that's what I'm saying. It's so ridiculous. And if you want us to talk about, the improvement of the grip, which is why you deflate it, then there's quarterbacks who wear gloves.
Yeah.
Doesn't that accomplish the same thing?
Yeah, no, and I would actually think that might have more of an impact on. It's like I always say, when people try to argue PEDs in Major League Baseball, and they said, "Oh God, PEDs, it's terrible for the sport. That's cheating." And I would always argue that, first of all, just because you take PEDs doesn't mean you're guaranteed you're going to get a hit. You're just increasing your odds of staying healthier longer and recovering faster. And that's really what that stuff does. It doesn't mean you're automatically, for all the people that made put up Hall of Fame numbers with PEDs. You know how many thousands of guys still weren't good enough even after they took this stuff? To me, it was always the guys that doctored baseballs, which was much more of a cheat move than PEDs. So I think if you can make the argument that wearing gloves is cheating, the whole thing's absolutely ridiculous. What was interesting, though, in the NFL schedule on Sunday is that you had, and they were doing some comparisons, because they always talk about, Tom Brady was drafted in 1999 or 98, whatever it was, he's 6th-round draft pick, all that stuff. And so they started talking about how the matchup between Eli Manning and Ben Roethlisberger was a matchup of the 2004 draft class. And so you had Eli Manning and Ben Roethlisberger, and then you also had Phillip Rivers taken in that same draft class. And there's something that I noticed, because all these games were on simultaneously. Ben Roethlisberger looked pretty good. Phillip Rivers and Eli Manning did not. And I don't, at this point, especially with the Giants, who went in there, and look, the Giants, they rattled off, 5-6 wins in a row?
Yeah, I believe 6.
Yeah, 6 wins in a row. They go into Pittsburgh. You knew it was going to be a tough matchup. I still, regardless of how Pittsburgh and New York looks, I don't know whether or not I trust either one of those teams. I really don't. I don't know what they are.
I think that's fair, only because they haven't really been consistent, and I think when a team's not consistent, they don't have an identity, right? I think we all know what New England's identity is, and people understand what Dallas's identity is at this point, which are two of the best teams in the NFL, and that's why we feel confident week in, week out, knowing if they're going to win or lose, and then knowing where they'll eventually get to. But that's the problem. With the Giants, I think you look at their defense, and probably up until this week's game, you felt pretty confident about the direction that they were going in. And then after today, you're kind of saying, all right, maybe not so much. I mean, Landon Collins has had one of the best seasons of anyone for that Giants defense. And then all of a sudden he gives up an easy touchdown to Ladarius Green on a little fake screen that they ran, where Ladarius Green ran right past him up the seam. And you could tell right after he ran past him, he put his hands to his head. He knew he had messed up, and that's the thing, is they're not consistent enough with how well they're playing. They're right. John Jerry, number of penalties, number of times he got beat. There was the one, I believe it was a 4th down around the goal line, where they forced Eli Manning the ball out of his hand quick because he blew the protection. He easily should have ended up picking up Lawrence Timmons, who came blitzing through. And unfortunately, it ended up not, there wasn't a conversion. There weren't any points. So those sorts of inconsistencies, I think, are what's leading to not feeling confident. And then on the flip side with Pittsburgh, I mean, their defense, and you could just flip a coin whether or not they're going to be able to have an impact on anyone.
Have you seen a better small receiver than Antonio Brown? And I know Steve Smith comes to mind, but outside of Steve Smith, have you seen a better small receiver, like a smallish type wide receiver, than Antonio Brown? That touchdown catch he had today was unbelievable.
Where's the cutoff? I mean, as far as small, like, how are you defining that? Because Odell Beckham isn't the biggest.
No.
He plays bigger than he is, even in my mind.
And Antonio Brown, he's not 6 feet, is he?
He might be right around 6 foot.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I would think, to me, I've always pictured, like, you as a quarterback, which did you prefer? Did you prefer a big body Julio Jones type, or a guy that can, get underneath, find a spot, uses a lot of speed, a guy like Antonio Brown?
Which you're getting word he's 5'10", by the way. Gavin just informed us of that. But
5'10", Gavin? That's what Antonio Brown is? I mean, you don't have to rub it in. He's probably not thrilled about it either. I don't see you have to.
Hey, man, I'm just saying I'm taller than him.
Well, no, it's a good question because with a bigger-bodied wide receiver, you feel like you have more of a catch radius, and typically those guys aren't as tough to anticipate in and out of cuts.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of times you would kind of default to, I'd rather have a bigger wide receiver because even if the defender is right on him, I can still throw him open because he can use his body or use his size. But the caveat to that is with a smaller guy like Antonio Brown, the way he moves in and out of cuts, he creates bigger windows because he's so fast and he's so quick out of a cut that the defender can't catch back up. So now you have that extra half second where if the ball's a little bit late or the throw's a little bit off, he can make up for it. He can make that catch. Or if you're throwing downfield, he's probably beating the guy down the field as opposed to a bigger bodied wide receiver who maybe takes a little longer to get going. Maybe he's just going to kind of post up, kind of catch a jump ball.
Right.
Antonio Brown's by the guy. So it all depends. I mean, Antonio Brown's so unique. And I've actually had the chance to work out with him down in South Florida. That's where he's from. And he was the first wide receiver I'd ever thrown with at the professional level where if you normally took a 7-step drop for a deep comeback, you took 5. If you for some routes.
Because he's so fast.
He's so fast. You had to you had to speed up everything that you did. Because he was so fast, and I've never seen someone move. Maybe Chad Johnson or Chad Ochocinco, whatever he's going by.
Well, he had great feet, man. Like if they did the Football Life on Chad Ochocinco, and they just did a spotlight on his feet. Good God, it's unbelievable. And they wonder, and a lot of it was.
Did he win Dancing with the Stars?
I don't know. I think he was in the top. He was one of the better contests. I don't know if he won it, but he was pretty good. But yeah, Antonio Brown, the last 3 years. 110, 129, 136. That's his receptions each year. It's unbelievable, man. And it's not like he's just doing dink and dunk, 6-yard dump-offs like he's a modified version of Bryant Westbrook in the Andy Reid offense years ago. He's averaging, for his career, over 13 yards a catch. Every time he touches the ball, it's a first down. Every time. It's unbelievable.
You know what's so remarkable, too, is, I mean, him being paired with Ben Roethlisberger, because his stats have not been as good when Landry Jones come in, when Mike Vick was in. It's been a drop-off. So he's fortunate to be where he's at. He's fortunate to be with an OC like Todd Haley. Because regardless of what people think of Todd Haley when he was a head coach with KC, he's done a really good job with the Pittsburgh Steelers. And he finds creative ways of getting him open, getting him catches or touches in a unique way. And outside of that, the fact that, I mean, those numbers would probably be even more impressive if Ben Roethlisberger was healthy. When's the last time Ben Roethlisberger started 16 games in a row?
No, it's been a long time. He's actually been more banged up over the last several years than Tony Romo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember doing research on that and just comparing the two and being like, wow, Roethlisberger's missed a lot of games. He's missed a ton of time. And it's funny because you brought up Roethlisberger and that offense and Todd Haley. It's crazy. If you were to say 4 or 5 years ago and you were to ask people, will Josh McDaniels get another head coaching gig? You'd probably hear no. If you were to ask people, what about Todd Haley? Yeah, probably not. What about Lane Kiffin? Definitely not. Those guys all went to places as coordinators, and they've now become hireable commodities just with the guys that they've worked with and how they've put things together. They've reinvented their careers as coordinators to where all those guys are going to be in conversations for getting head coaching gigs.
So what does that tell you?
It's about the players, probably.
See, to me, I think it's probably, you can make the case it's about the players. I think it's also about, at least in the NFL case, and maybe in a university case, it's about the ownership. It's about making sure that when you go to a certain situation, you know exactly what you're getting yourself into. I think you look around the league, you look at some of the different teams and organizations, and maybe sometimes it just doesn't work out quite as well. Now, that's probably a bad example for Josh McDaniels and Todd Haley, only because of the ownership. I think in both those teams is a pretty good job. But with Lane Kiffin and based on everything that he went through, wherever you want to talk about, whether it's USC or Tennessee, I think he's found himself now in a position where he can kind of pick and choose where he wants to go and when he wants to leave, and that's part of it. But there's no doubt players are a part of it too. I mean, in order to make those plays that you put on paper come alive.
Yeah.
You have to have someone who can actually execute it.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of good stuff. Also, the Raiders win again. They just continue to win. That's it actually looked ugly early on, and they just continue to figure out a win. That actually was a big win for the Raiders, considering that Kansas City won. We're going to get much more into the Kansas City game later on. Also, Denver won in Jacksonville. So that was a must-win situation for the Raiders. So the Raiders win, and the Raiders are at 10-2 on the season. It's unbelievable. Brady Quinn, Jonas Knox, Fox Sports Radio, also on the iHeartRadio app, and coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. The War of Words has already started, and it kicks off in about 10 minutes from now. We'll tell you what it is next.
And now, come on, say it. Not getting your football hits on the field?
I love football.
Our social media will get you locked in.
Hey, let's lock in.
From our Twitter account at Fox Sports Radio to Facebook.com/Fox Sports Radio. Your social media home for football is right here on Fox Sports Radio.
With TrueCar, you can see what others in your area have paid for the car that you want. And that's something that should give you a whole lot of confidence when you're ready to buy. But you know what? There's more to buying a car than just getting a fair price. There's the actual buying part. And if you want to enjoy a process that's fast and easy, you have to go to TrueCar Certified Dealer. There are over 11,000 certified dealers across the country, and they're there to help you find the car that you want. In fact, you can connect with a TrueCar Certified dealer and get on the same page before you ever get to the dealership. That makes things really easy when you show up. And it's a big reason why TrueCar customers are more likely to enjoy a faster buying process when they connect with TrueCar Certified dealers. When you're ready to buy a new or used car, visit TrueCar.com or download the TrueCar app to enjoy a better car buying experience.
Some features not available in all states.
The thought of cold weather is, well, chilling. But not as chilling as the feeling you get when your battery fails on the road on cold, dark nights. That's why AutoZone is your home for tough Duralast batteries. They're tested to perform in temperatures 40 below zero and engineered to deliver more power during startup. So no matter how cold it might get, the thought of having a proven tough Duralast battery can keep you warm. With our help, you can always fix your car with confidence. Hoods up, America.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
It's Sam Adams. We're constantly improving who we are, what we do, and how we brew. We may craft over 60 styles of beer, but it's Boston Lager that has captured the heart of America since 1984. With its deep amber color, caramel notes, and signature hop character, what better to have in your pint glass? Sam Adams Boston Lager. Pursue better.
Boston Beer Company, Boston, Mass. Take it responsibly.
The Yankee Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peachtree, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
Paralyzed Veterans of America, National Service Officers.
We've got an entire generation of men and women who have seen war. They're going to need voices. They're going to need advocates.
Paralyzed Veterans of America is here to help.
We're going to make sure that the Veterans Affairs gives them everything that they're entitled to.
Get all the health care they need.
Making a person's house adaptable for them to go back home and live.
Education benefits.
And we also focus on getting them a job.
And if something happens to the veteran, then, we're the spouse's advocate.
We help our veterans for free.
The way that Paralyzed Veterans of America does that is through their National Service Officers that are located throughout the United States.
Our work is important because people depend on us.
And they know when they come to Paralyzed Veterans of America, they're going to get the right answer, and they know that we are there for them 24/7. Because we are.
Changing lives, building futures. That's Paralyzed Veterans of America. To learn more, visit pva.org. A public service message from Paralyzed Veterans of America.
If you own a gun, you have a full-time responsibility. When you aren't using it, be sure it can't get into the hands of curious children, troubled teenagers, a thief, or anyone else who might misuse it. Your family, friends, and neighbors are all counting on you. Remember, always, lock it up. For more information on firearm storage safety, visit ncpc.org. This message brought to you by the National Crime Prevention Council, the Bureau of Justice Assistance, and the Ad Council.
They came from every corner of the country, from small towns and big cities. But they all shared one thing in common. They belonged to a family called Marines. A tough and determined few, dedicated to protecting everything we hold sacred. And still, they come. Celebrate the history of those proud few who have earned the title Marine.
Come on, smile. Oh, honey, he's still not smiling.
Maybe he's not a smiler.
Yeah, maybe he's just not a happy baby.
Maybe he's just being a boy.
Or maybe he's teething.
Maybe it's just a phase.
Maybe he has autism, and we can definitely do something to help.
Maybe is all you need to find out more about autism. No big, joyful smiles by 6 months is one early sign. Learn the others at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Fox Sports Radio.
Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330. The Fan.
This is great. We're not in Kansas anymore.
You like it like this?
Big news today out of the NFL.
Or like this?
Great is great. That's the reality of sports.
And what about this?
We're going to bring in the funny. We're going to bring in the news.
Whatever it is that you like.
Sex, underwear, and bras.
We've got it covered.
Yeah!
It's sports the way you like it.
With the radio on. I like it like that.
Do you know who this is? We are Fox Sports. Okay. FS1.
Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn, Fox Sports Radio, also on the iHeartRadio app, and coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. We're about 9 minutes away from kickoff in Seattle, where they are preparing for a possible bludgeoning. The bludgeoning would be the Carolina Panthers going to Seattle to take on the Seahawks. There's already been the war of words. Richard Sherman was not happy that Cam Newton took a 12 flag from somebody in the playoffs last year and threw it down. He was bothered by that. He says it's karma that they're not going to make the playoffs. So now the war of words has started. You've spent time around that Seattle Seahawks team. Is this the type of game that Seattle, Brady Quinn, is going to get fired up for and want to really make a statement on national TV? Especially coming off what happened last week in Tampa Bay.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. I think there's this kind of East Coast, West Coast thing, too, between the two organizations. When you look at each of them, how they've tried to build their franchise, they're similar. I mean, they've both really tried to focus on the defensive side of the ball, a little bit different in how they found their quarterback, right? Taking Cam Newton at the top of the first round versus getting Russell Wilson, who slid to the third round. A little bit different in how they both kind of fell into those situations as far as how well both quarterbacks have played up to this point, but very similar as far as their style of defense. I would say up until this year, they had to kind of change some things because of their inexperience in their secondary, but both want to run the football, both want to utilize play-action pass game, and those sorts of things. So that's part of it because I feel like they view each other as kind of similar, and they want to play a physical style of game. And it's going to be a physical game. I mean, believe me, each one of these teams talks about running the football, dominating the line of scrimmage. And you can expect some fireworks early in this one. And out in Seattle, those guys get fired up anytime it's a home game. I'm not saying they lay down on the road, but it's an entirely different environment when they get that synergy working with the crowd. It's unlike anything I've ever seen at the NFL level because it's almost as if sometimes that fan base there feels when those players need it, or they feel when all of a sudden they're about ready to just kind of stick the dagger in. I mean, they literally get louder and louder. It is an incredibly difficult place to play, and I mean, you don't have to look anywhere further than their offensive tackles for Carolina. Watch how bad those guys struggle tonight. Just watch. If they can't run the football and they're in must-passing situations, wait to listen to how loud it gets and how easily those guys rush off the edges.
So it's all about because they can't hear the quarterbacks. They can't hear their own quarterback at that point because the place is so loud, especially if you're deep in the end zone. And the way that place is designed, I've been to that stadium. And it is, I mean, first of all, the design, it's a beautiful stadium. It's unbelievable inside, and the way it was constructed and all that stuff, and when you get there, and especially at certain times of the year out there in the Pacific Northwest, it's beautiful. But I remember the NFC title game between San Francisco and Seattle a couple of years ago, and just the weather, the darkness to it, you could feel the vibe in that stadium was just angry. It's just angry. Like they hate. It's all about hate. And so that's why when you see Seattle talking up stuff like, well, it's karma. Karma comes back to get you because Cam Newton took a 12 flag out of somebody's hand and threw it down on the ground a year before.
Hold on, now.
To me, though, that's Seattle talking themselves into a beatdown.
But that's how they view the 12th man. That's how they view their fans.
They really care about their fans that much? Really?
It's unlike anything I've ever seen, and I think you probably don't see it as much, definitely not on the East Coast or Midwest, but locally, the things those guys do in the community and the different things that they all kind of have. I mean, go look at Richard Sherman's, his own little fan page and his own website, or Doug Baldwin, or Mike Robinson, who played fullback for them back when they won a Super Bowl. And you look at any of those guys, they've all kind of spun off with the local community there because it's all one, man. I mean, those guys all go out, they do different services, charitable services, things of that nature. But it's also like things with their fans. I mean, they all got T-shirts and hats, and Marshawn Lynch had all his gear and all that. I mean, every one of those players have it, and it's all that fan base buying it.
My brother owns a bar, and back where I live in Thousand Oaks, California, and he owns this bar, and it's a sports bar, but it's a club-type place. And so he gets the NFL package. He gets all the games. And as of 3 years ago, a couple of Seahawks fans started coming in for games. And then a couple of more. And then a couple of more showed up. Then one week it was wow, they got 10, 12 people there. And it's now bloomed into the local spot for Seahawks fans to show up and watch games. And no joke, there's 30 to 40 every single game with cowbells and like Rick Meyer jerseys, out of the woodwork that you never thought these fans were there. They're the most loyal people. They show up every week. They've got their own band. Now, look, I got to be honest with you. Little dorky? Little geeky? I'm just saying. Little dorky, but I will say this. They are a loyal fan base. I will give them that.
It's different up there. I mean, it's the Pacific Northwest. It's not the West Coast. It's the Pacific Northwest.
And they're not going to go to any Sonics games.
No, but they're trying to bring them back.
I know.
I mean, Russell Wilson's been part of that.
He's doing everything he can.
But you look at their fan base just even at the collegiate level. When the Huskies are good, they're all in on it. You look at their soccer club up there, they get a ton of turnout for all that. It's a very unique fan base, and I think because they're kind of hidden up this nook of the country that no one really pays attention to, they kind of feed off that, and they take advantage of that. And I think the players, too, maybe because of that, because they don't feel like they get as much national attention like Dallas or some of these other teams, they have to make it known. So they have to kind of speak out and do some things that grab the headlines and grab attention.
Where do you stand on Cam Newton? Has he regressed from last year, or was last year the peak of Cam Newton's career? Because at a certain point, a guy like that who takes a lot of hits, whether they're illegal or not, a guy like that who's not the most accurate thrower of the football, he's got a hell of an arm, he can make plays with his feet, but he's a guy who relies so much on physical traits. At some point, those start to diminish. Is he a guy that you see that's going to have longevity in this league, or is he out by 33, 34 years old?
I think he can have longevity. It just comes down to what type of quarterback he wants to be and how long he wants to play. It's very similar to MJ. When he got older in his career, he kind of realized, all right, I have to do some different things in my game in order to kind of evolve and be able to kind of drag this out as long as I can. Or Kobe, whoever you want to put into that conversation. LeBron's eventually going to have to do it. Maybe not. Maybe he can just continue to back people down in the post, not have to kind of worry about that mid-range game or really improving his three-point shot. But for Cam, I don't know that he's regressed. I think it's probably been a little bit more of maybe he's plateaued to some degree. I mean, one habit that I feel like I saw last year, and you see it a lot, we'll probably see it tonight over the course of the game, is he kind of throws off his back foot. You always want to keep your shoulders perpendicular to your target. I don't know if it's because he's so athletic, he gets in the habit of opening up his hips where they're parallel, facing the line of scrimmage. And at that point, as a right-handed quarterback, you kind of cut off half the field. So it becomes a bad habit, and especially when there's pressure. But because he's so strong and athletic, he can throw off his back foot more accurate than any other quarterback in the league. Now, that being said, it's not that accurate. Like last year, he had a better completion percentage when he did that, especially going into the Super Bowl. This year, those throws just haven't been there. And I don't know if it's more of a product of, you talked about, maybe he's plateaued or the hits and that sort of thing. I think he has to be able to play with a defense that puts him in, optimistic situations.
Yeah, the defense is not what they were last year.
Yeah, so all of a sudden, if you're talking about Cam Newton playing in a system where they're in must-pass situations, not only do they not have any help on the edges because of the tackles, but on top of that, they can't even necessarily run the football because sometimes they'll be down by so much. They have to throw the football, and that's not playing to their strengths or even his strengths.
Yeah. And especially that, and they've never been a team that when they get down, you're like, oh, okay, this is a team that can mount a comeback. When they play with a lead, they're really effective.
Yeah.
Like they're one of those teams, they play with the lead, and it's like almost like the Kansas City Chiefs. But you see them from time to time. They trailed Oakland, and they made a comeback last week, but that loss was devastating. I think they're finished. I think this is the icing on the cake if they lose tonight in Seattle. And if it gets ugly, I think that'll pretty much wrap up the season for them.
So what does it mean if they win?
I don't want to do that much math. I'm just not in the mood. I really, come on. Brady Quinn, Jonas Knox, Fox Sports Radio, also on the iHeartRadio app, coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. What does it mean when Geico says just 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance? It means you probably should have gone to geico.com 15 minutes ago. There was a decision made in the football world on Sunday that pissed a lot of people off. Maybe you included. We'll tell you what it is next. First, though, let's find out what's trending.
They're about to kick off in Seattle with the Seahawks hosting 4-7 Carolina tonight. Oakland won its sixth straight game, 10-2 overall. The Raiders came back to beat Buffalo 38-24. Oakland trailed 24-9 in the third quarter. Latavius Murray, 2 short touchdown runs in the second half. He had over 100 total yards. Arizona 31-23 winners against Washington. David Johnson, 2 total TDs. He had 84 yards rushing, plus 9 receptions for 91 yards. Larry Fitzgerald, 10 catches in the win for 78 yards. Pittsburgh down the Giants 24-14. Le'Veon Bell 118 yards rushing. He had 1 fumble, 6 catches for Bell as well for 64 yards. Randy Bullock of Pittsburgh 3 for 3 on field goals. And Tampa Bay won at San Diego 28-21. So the Bucs have won 4 straight. They're tied for first in the division with the Falcons. Atlanta wound up losing by 1 at home to Kansas City. Number 1 Alabama will play Washington in a college football semi. I'm Steve DeSager.
FS1. Yeah! FS1.
The best station on the planet.
Look at me. Don't look at anybody else. You look at me!
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Jonas Knox, Brady Quinn, Fox Sports Radio, also on the iHeartRadio app, and coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. It's easy to save 15% or more on car insurance with Geico. Go to geico.com or call 800-947-AUTO. The only hard part, figuring out which way is easier. So they have just kicked off up in Seattle. It is Panthers at the Seahawks. We will keep you updated on that throughout the show should anybody decide to score points, unlike last week. You know what pisses me off, man? So we've been dealt bad hands as far as the Sunday night games go. We don't ask for much on this show. It's not like Brady and I are sitting here asking for stuff to be catered to us. We're not asking for bigger TVs. We're not asking, for lighter traffic when we try and get into the studio. We're not asking for much. All we're asking for is have a game on a Sunday night that's actually entertaining. And so people go, well, what about last week? That was an entertaining game. Yeah, it got entertaining after we went off the air. That's a bunch of crap. Like, why can't we get something that we can, sink our teeth into early on that we can have some fun with? That's all I'm asking for.
Well,
I don't think it's too much.
Some of the entertainment just played out in the game. Derek Anderson just ran a boot, and he threw a very catchable ball that tipped off Mike Tolbert's hands and landed in the arms of, I believe, Mike Morgan.
Hold on a second. Why is Derek Anderson in?
I have no idea. Cam Newton is dressed, ready to go, unless something happened in warm-ups. I have no idea what's going on.
Oh, my God. Why is Derek... First of all, you know Derek Anderson from Cleveland.
Yeah.
Yeah. Boy, did they botch that one. Why didn't they just give you the gig? Why did they re-sign him to that long-term deal? He stinks.
That's a better question for the powers that be then. But like it's Cleveland. I think they've maybe have a history of just not understanding how to handle situations.
So we'll try and figure out exactly why Derek Anderson started the game for the Carolina Panthers, and Cam Newton's on the sidelines looking around like, what the F? Maybe it was an equipment issue. Maybe that was it.
All I know is Field Yates has reported that it's unclear. There is no reason for it right now. I don't even know if the broadcast team knows about it.
Wow. How many fantasy owners do you think right now are looking for their revolver? Like literally going to go disappear into the woods because they just lost on the final week to get into the playoffs because Cam Newton decided to go ahead and pull an okey doke on the last.
Was this possibly a decision by Riverboat Ron? They're like, let me do something they'll never expect.
Just like something to throw him off? Yeah, we'll put Derek Anderson in. That's a good idea. Yeah, that's well done. Why don't you put Steve Berline and Jake Delhomme too while you're at it, Ron? Brady Quinn, Jonas Knox, Fox Sports Radio from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studio. So, again, we'll keep you updated as to what the hell happened with Cam Newton, why he didn't start the game. And it'll be about 20 minutes before the Seahawks put up their 60th point on the Carolina Panthers in that game, the way things are shaping out. We do have to get to this. You are in town in L.A. because you were covering, you did the Pac-12 championship on Friday night.
Correct.
Did a great job with Joe Davis up there at Levi Stadium, where they opened up the entire stadium to make it look really empty on TV for some reason. I even texted you like, hey man, how many people are there?
Well, look, early on there weren't as many people. I don't know exactly what the attendance was or was even reported as, but here's the tough part about I think the Pac-12 championship game with where it's at. The Pac-12 is more spread out than, for example, the Big 12 or maybe even the Big 10. A lot of those schools can kind of easily drive to whatever the destination is. That's not the case with the Pac-12. Those teams are going to have to fly, and I think if you're Washington, you're saying, okay, if we win this, we're going to the college football playoff. So we've got to be able to prepare and pay for that trip, and then maybe even a national championship. And if you're Colorado, you were probably thinking, maybe we'll go to, I don't know, the Rose Bowl, or if we win, we're going to the college football playoff. So that's another trip you have to pay for. So that's the problem is it's just expensive for, I think, a lot of those fans who aren't diehard and who don't have the deep pockets to be able to pay for all that.
By the way, quickly, we'll get back to the college football discussion. Panthers Radio is saying that Cam Newton was not starting tonight because of disciplinary reasons, that it must have happened pregame.
This is just absurd to me, especially when you think about the fact that they have to win out, and they need help.
That's awesome.
So unless he committed a crime, like if you're late for curfew, come on, dude. Like, are you serious? You need this game. In this environment, getting off this sort of start, and that's what happens, that's just karma slapping you right in the face.
Well, and they stayed out on the West Coast. They were in Oakland last week. They stayed on the West Coast.
They stayed in Oakland, by the way.
Yeah, and so I think did they fly up Saturday to Seattle or something like that? Got to be honest with you. You give me my choice, probably staying in Seattle over Oakland. Just saying. I'd probably rather stay there, but they stayed on the West Coast, and so I don't know what happened pregame, if he got into it with Richard Sherman. We talked about that. They had a war of words about something. Maybe that led to it, but Cam Newton not starting. We'll have more on that. But back to the college football conversation. So I bring that up. You're in town for calling the Pac-12 championship game. You did studio work with Fox for the college football, the Big Ten title game, and all that stuff on Saturday night. So the Final Four has been set. The playoff rankings have been set. You've got Alabama, you've got Clemson, you've got Ohio State, and you've got Washington. Do you have any gripes whatsoever with that ranking?
I have gripes with it because of this. If you're the College Football Playoff Committee and you end up putting your criteria up, not these conversations we have week after week throughout the course of the season after their first ranking comes out, but when you put down championships won, head-to-head play, strength of schedule, common opponents, these four critical pieces in your criteria in evaluating these teams, you can't sit there and then all of a sudden have this caveat of unequivocally one of the top four teams. Because I don't know how you felt about the Big Ten championship game.
It was awesome.
But I watched the team that won, that beat Ohio State, that won the Big Ten East, that won the Big Ten championship, that's won 9 in a row now. I watched that team and I said, I don't know. I couldn't say Ohio State's unequivocally better than Penn State, especially considering that they lost to them, even as good as Ohio State's looked all year long.
the reality was Penn State, the only way Penn State was getting into the college football playoff was if they were put ahead of Washington. And I don't agree with that move, but that's the reality, because I think people looked at, and when Penn State fans were crying after the game saying, well, we deserve to go in because we won the head-to-head meeting with Ohio State, get out of that argument category, because then somebody can counter with that and say, yeah, well, what happened to Michigan? You lost the head-to-head to Michigan. So that's where they lose it. This was predetermined months ago. Because if you wanted to dock Washington for their non-conference schedule, which they played like Portland State and Rutgers, I think, just garbage before the season.
At least Rutgers a Power 5.
Okay, I
don't get me started.
Yeah, no, I get it, but my point is that I don't know what Penn State fans and the fan base in Penn State was expecting. To me, this is how it was going to shake out. I'm not saying I agree with it, but I'm not surprised that Penn State was left out of it, because if Penn State was really going to be ranked ahead of Washington, they would have been ranked ahead of them before this whole thing started. So once Washington won and once Clemson won, all the excitement was thrown out of the whole thing, and it was just whether or not you joggle the top four because Ohio State didn't play and Clemson won.
Well, no, look, you're not thinking about it to me in the right way. Again, it comes down to weighting those four pieces of criteria. The championships won has to be weighted more than the rest. I mean, think about it. Ohio State benefited. They benefited from not having to play in the conference championship game.
Yeah.
Think about that. You think they want to play Wisconsin again? It took them into overtime? No, it's incredibly hard to beat a team twice. There's no way they wouldn't have to play another game. They would rather sit back and sit at home and watch and say, yeah, we went from 2 to 3. What does it matter? We're not the home team playing out in the Fiesta Bowl in the semifinal game. Guess what? There's a huge contingent of Ohio natives there because of all the other Fiesta Bowls they played in. There's a ton of snowbirds that are already out there. It's going to be an away game for Clemson, even though they're supposed home team. But nevertheless, it's a bad precedent to set. You can't all of a sudden start devaluing the championship games and say that they're not meaningful as far as putting teams ahead of the others.
Oh, I agree.
That's the case.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think that if that really is the case, the problem is, and we've talked about this, is that people are so caught up in the terminology of this, and they're like, playoff. It's not a playoff. It's not a play. If it was a playoff, the winners from every single conference would be thrown into a big tournament, and then we'd have the real winner. It's not a playoff. It's determined by human beings instead of a math system like it was last time. So it's determined by human beings, and my thinking is the committee placated to Penn State in this way. They put Penn State, because Ohio State didn't play, they dropped Ohio State. And the reason they dropped Ohio State is because they wanted to be able to placate to Penn State and say, look, we did move you up, just not quite enough. You know, you did leapfrog Michigan. We did something for you. It just wasn't quite enough to get in. The fact of the matter is, once Washington won and once Clemson won, Penn State had no shot. And I don't think I'm not saying that that's fair or right. I'm just saying Penn State should have seen that. And James Franklin can try and clown Joel Klatt on the podium all he wants and try and turn into a professional wrestler like it's WrestleMania 40, and he's going to, like, hype up the crowd. The fact of the matter is, it was already determined. I think it was already determined. I just think here's what they trust. They trust the brand of coaches that are in the top four. Mm-hmm. They trust Chris Peterson. They've seen him do it at Boise State, knocking off Oklahoma. Dabo Swinney, Urban Meyer, Nick Saban. They trust those brands more so than James Franklin, who was already playing with house money anyways, based on the run they had this year. Brady Quinn, Jonas Knox, Fox Sports Radio, coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. We've got the very latest on Cam Newton. Why was he benched to start the game? And we'll have it for you next.
The NFL is coming at you with full force.
That's the 5, into the end zone.
And when the game's end, dial us up. 877-99 on Fox.
This game is over.
We've got the insight, and you've got the passion.
Wow.
Let's cover it together on Fox Sports Radio.
Offer not valid in all states or were prohibited by law. See website for details.
Need some extra cash today? Do you have bad credit or maxed out credit cards? If so, turn your radio up. 35cash.com is one of the nation's largest personal loan networks with over 50 different lenders. Now you can get a personal loan for up to $5,000 with any type of credit discreetly from your computer or smartphone and with no paperwork to send in. That's right, no paperwork whatsoever. Your cash will hit your bank account as soon as tomorrow, as our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless regardless of your credit history. Visit 35cash.com and you can have up to $5,000 in no time. Just have a checking account and a regular source of income, and you can get the loan you need now, regardless of your credit. Go to 35cash.com from your smartphone or computer to get the cash you need. Visit 35cash.com. Type www.35cash.com directly into the address bar. That's 35cash.com. 35cash.com.
JT the Brick with Tom Looney.
Can I get a timeout with Jeff Fisher? Can we give this guy a break for a day or two? Eric Dickerson's going on local radio, national radio, back on local radio just now, taunting Jeff Fisher. Jeff is one of 32, the fraternity of NFL coaches. Plus, he played the game at a high level earlier in his life here. Why are people picking on Jeff Fisher for getting a Patriot player or two, or maybe wanting someone not to be on the sidelines, but to sit in a beautiful luxury box where the tickets are free, the food's free, the drinks are free, and everybody seems to be happy about that?
Yeah, I think for one of the reasons, I think he hasn't been in the playoffs since 2002, and he still continues to coach. That might be one of the reasons. He never wins, and he still has that job.
JT the Brick with Tom Looney.
Why do you talk first? I wanted to talk first.
Weekdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
Have you ever lost a cat? And have you ever wanted to get your cat back after you lost it? Hi there, I'm Andrew Hoffman. I went on this website called inventnow.org. Then I decided to make an invention of my own. It's called the Lost Cat Magnet invention. So you can get your cat back after you lost it. Just turn it on, and lost cats stick to it. That's a good cat. If your cat was hiding up in a tree, it won't be up a tree anymore. It will be stuck to the Lost Cat Magnet. And sometimes they fly toward you in the air. Just listen to one satisfied cat. See, that's proof. You should go to the inventnow.org website too. But just remember one thing. Don't do a lost cat magnet.
Anything's possible. Keep thinking. Get started on your own inventions or just play some games at inventnow.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, the National Inventors Hall of Fame Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Ladies and gentlemen, Outkick the Coverage with Clay Travis is coming right for you.
I don't think it's possible to overhype Marcus Mariota, because is there anybody else who even talks about Marcus Mariota? If Marcus Mariota played for the Jets right now, he would be a household name. He just won the Player of the Month for the AFC, something that only Warren Moon and Steve McNair have ever done in the history of the Titans franchise. Marcus Mariota right now is a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. And if you're driving around right now shaking your head like, Clay Travis is totally an idiot about this. No, I'm not. You just haven't watched Marcus Mariota play. I watch a lot of NFL football. I watch the Red Zone. I go back and watch a ton of highlights. I've seen every snap that Marcus Mariota has taken this year. There is nobody that I would rather have right now for the next decade as the quarterback of a team than Marcus Mariota.
It's Outkick the Coverage with Clay Travis. Weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
In this column, you can see third quarter earnings are up 7% above projected growth. Oh, and as I mentioned to the board of directors, I'm an abusive father. Not only do I physically abuse my 2 young children all the time, I neglect them as well. I often leave them alone for hours at a time without any supervision.
If only child abuse was this easy to recognize, perhaps then more people would report it. If you even suspect abuse, call Child Help at 1-800-4A-CHILD or visit www.childhelp.org. We've helped millions of people help millions of children, and we can help you. All calls are anonymous and confidential, so remember, 1-800-4A-CHILD. or visit www.childhelp.org. Child Help. Trust your instincts. A public service message brought to you by Child Help and the Ad Council.
Fox Sports Radio,
1330 The Fan.
Belting out that one song stuck in your head. Yeah, that one.
We're talking about guys who all stink. Wow.
Flip on over to us at iHeartRadio.
Is this like the craziest thing?
Who are we? We're FSR in your search window. Type in Fox Sports Radio and enjoy us every day.
You can hug your iHeart listeners.
Well, let me have it. Fox Sports Radio.
Everybody needs a little time away.
You may need some time away.
Whoa!
But never from Colin Cowherd. The Herd.
Weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The Herd.
Catch The Herd
on FS1.
Brady Quinn, Jonas Knox, Fox Sports Radio, also on the iHeartRadio app, and coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. What the hell is this? Is this what is it, Billy Corgan? Is this Smashing Pumpkins? Christ.
Do they have a Christmas album? Is that what this is?
I don't know. This is a little. I'm not familiar with Billy Corgan in this tone. Nick, this is Billy Corgan or Smashing Pumpkins?
It is. You know, our roster of Christmas songs here is a little thin, Jonas.
That's all right, man. Nothing wrong with that. I love Christmas. It's a good time. Brady's so fired up for Christmas. He actually went Christmas shopping today. He's got a
No. It was my wife's birthday yesterday that I missed. She wasn't too happy about that.
So you've spent more time with me on your wife's birthday weekend than her.
Yeah, a significant amount of time more.
Yeah.
By the end of this show, it'll be a significant amount of time more with you than my wife.
That's how it's done.
That's how special you are, John.
I know. Look, I was telling people because I was telling people that maybe you would come on my show last night, but you didn't text back. I was telling people my radio wife is Brady Quinn. And we are together, and so if that's the case, then you've spent more time with your radio wife than you have your actual wife this weekend.
That's
correct.
It's
her birthday.
That's correct. You should have texted me, by the way. I didn't get out of studio until 10:30, 10:45, something like that.
Right. Look, it's better. You don't need to be subjected to the drunks that listen to the show in the middle of the night. Okay, you don't need to be subjected.
I wouldn't be subjected.
Okay.
You would have had me call in. I would have said whatever I said, then you had to deal with the aftermath of whatever went on.
Yeah,
so
that is true. So we are coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, where 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. It means you probably should have gone to geico.com 15 minutes ago. So Cam Newton did not start the game for the Carolina Panthers due to disciplinary reasons. We are still trying to figure out exactly what happened. There was something that possibly happened pregame. I think everyone's keeping it sort of hush-hush. Maybe one of those things that they're not going to talk about until after the game, and then all the drama will start. Seattle is driving. They've got the ball in the red zone, already up 3-0 over Carolina. So a bad start to the Carolina Panthers.
If they lose by a field goal, there's no chance that topic's going to get brought up, because that's essentially the points that they got off of the turnover. And here's the other thing is, let's just say you do want to punish Cam Newton. So you send Derek Anderson, and maybe for the first series, maybe for the first play, whatever it is, right? Just hand the football off. Well, yeah. Why are you throwing the football?
Yeah, it's and really he was just going to be out there probably for the first series, right?
Sure.
And they tried to get tricky. Like, it's Derek Anderson. We know this guy's got all the moves. Let's throw him out there and do some razzle dazzle stuff. And it completely backfired. So your former teammate Derek Anderson, okay, and I bring that up because that gets us to another former teammate of yours, okay. And I want to set this up. Now, David Anderson, all right, is a former wide receiver in the NFL. Yep. I went to high school with David Anderson, okay? He's a regular guest on my show here on Fox Sports Radio on the overnights. And so he found out that you and I are doing a show together, and I said, Brady's going to be in studio this weekend for the first time. I've never met Brady. He always does it from his home in Miami. So he's going to be in studio out here doing work for Fox. And so I heard the guys on Fox, Matt Leinart, I heard them teasing you about your suit combination.
The jacket.
Yeah, the jacket. First of all, I'm a fashion guy. You look great.
Thank you.
You look great. It was custom fit. It looked good. You had the balls. You were daring enough to go out of your way to look different on set. I thought it looked great.
My wife actually picked it out. So her comment to me was this, Jonas. She goes, you wear this, all right, since you'll be missing my birthday, so at least I can see you on TV.
Yeah.
And you'll be wearing what I picked out for you. So that was kind of the deal.
That's outstanding. So because of that, I felt bad about how they treated you. I felt bad about that stuff. So what I did is I wanted to bring back some comments. This was David Anderson, a friend of mine, a friend of yours, a former teammate of yours, telling me what to expect when Brady Quinn is in studio this weekend.
He's jacked, real thick neck, well built.
Well, I'll wear high heels. You know, look, man. Now, how tall are we talking? Is he like 6'3"?
Yeah, he's a 6'3", but he's one of those guys whose ears just blend really nicely into his shoulders because he's got those strong traps. So he looks taller.
That is.
He's very angular,
Now I got to be honest with you. My knees buckled when you gave that description. I don't know what that means. But we will be saving that.
I wouldn't wear your high heels. Just put it that way.
Yeah, we will be saving this to play for Brady on Sunday. So this will be played for him.
You should bring the 10-pound plate though, in case things get out of hand.
Yeah, and I'll call Owen to handle that one for me. All right. So there's David Anderson making you feel better.
Whoa. What's the 10-pound plate?
That was in reference to a fight. Former Bear Olin Kreutz got into a fight with his teammate and used a 10-pound weight on him. Just a legendary fight that we were discussing before that. But let's not bury the lead here. That description of you has got to make you feel better as you head back home to South Beach on a Sunday night. It's got to make you feel better, right?
Sure. I'm a little bit confused, though. If you have traps and you don't have much of a neck, how does that make you look taller? I think it makes you look shorter, right?
I don't know. Listen, Dave's part of the sub 6 feet club. You and I are part of the above 6 feet, so we can't comment on what he's looking at. But he's trying to make you feel good. I think he did a good job.
That was great.
Yeah, David Anderson. More on the NFL next here on Fox Sports Radio.
We are Fox Sports.
ADT presents What to Consider When Considering Home Security. An ADT sign is more than a sign. It's a line in the sand. On one side, your family. On the other, an uncertain world.
For over 140 years, more people have chosen ADT to help prevent crime than anyone else. Get ADT starting at just $28.99 a month.
Tested, trusted, proven ADT.
With 36-month contract for licensing and terms and conditions, visit ADT.com.
Geico presents a voicemail from your friend, Washing Machine.
Hi, it's Washing Machine. It's about, 7 o'clock on Wednesday. So, good news, bad news. First, I found your lost sock. Exciting! Also, I might have maybe flooded the whole basement. It's going to be pretty expensive. But hey, at least you got that sock.
Your washing machine won't pay for water damage. Luckily, one call to the Geico Insurance Agency makes it easy to switch and save on homeowners insurance.
Corporal John Vale was injured on patrol in Kuwait.
The truck flipped. The vehicle landed on me. I realized I can't move my legs. I'm looking for one person, one contact that can help me.
When John arrived at the VA, there was someone. Stephen Bush of Paralyzed Veterans of America. He helped John with his claim and became his advocate to get him back into life.
When I approach someone that's newly injured, I want them to feel comfortable that they're not alone.
For over 65 years, Paralyzed Veterans of America, through their national service officers, has helped hundreds of thousands of veterans get the care and benefits they've earned. And their service is free to America's veterans and their families. If you need help with a claim or just navigating the system, contact us at pva.org. Paralyzed Veterans of America, changing lives, building futures.
160,000 kids stay home from school every day for the same reason, bullying. This is Mike Crossie, president of the Pennsylvania State Education Association. Bullying impacts nearly 1/3 of all students every year, but it takes just one caring adult to intervene and help stop the bullying. Take the pledge to be that adult at NEA.org/bullyfree.
A message from the Pennsylvania State Education Association.
Welcome back to the Cat Show. Up next we have Nico. Nico is a member of the Shelter Pet Group.
That's right. A group known especially for their sunspot sleeping, ball chasing, leg rubbing, couch purring, bed leaping, and of course companionship.
Wonderful. And what breed would you say Nico is?
I'd have to go with a tabbyish Persian kind of mix.
Tremendous cat.
I'd also like to point out her coat's wonderful mix of colors. Is it black, gray, gray, black, brown?
Somewhere in between.
Indeed.
You know, it's always special when we get to see a cat like this.
Just look how she struts.
It's like she owns the place.
And how she's so incredibly cute in her indifference to commands.
A strong-willed feline.
And see how she curls up and cuddles her person.
The pitch on her purring is simply perfect.
Nice one.
I know. Fantastic cat.
Fantastic indeed. But really the best way to know an amazing shelter pet like Nico is to meet one.
Visit theshelterpetproject.org today. Adopt. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
I never get the flu.
My kids don't need more shots.
I don't have time.
We're all healthy.
No matter how you build your excuses, the flu can blow your house down.
I can't believe I used up all my sick time.
I missed a week of school during finals.
Now my baby has it because of me.
The hospital?
Keep your foundation strong. Vaccinate.
This is Chicago-style hot dog here. I'm not feeling too good. Turns out, along with all the other bad things my cholesterol does, they say it's a risk factor for strokes. Strokes? Sheesh. Good news from National Stroke Association. Exercising, eating right, and asking your doctor about medicines that can help lower your cholesterol, like statins, may reduce the risk of a first stroke. And if you've already had a stroke, it's even more important you lower your cholesterol.
Lower your chances of stroke by controlling your cholesterol. Visit stroke.org today.
Where this is coming from.
That's exactly
I had
right.
a fine conversation with him, which is absolute horse crap in my personal opinion. Jeff Fisher is lying through his teeth, and Dickerson saying, to hell with Jeff Fisher, I'll never go to a Rams game as long as he's the head coach. And I think it comes back to a simple thing. He lied.
Sounds to me like Eric Dickerson's having a day he'll never forget.
Steve Gorman Sports.
That's a good way to cap it.
Weekdays at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific on Fox.
Broadcasting from the Bud Light Studios in the historic Boston store. AM 1330, Fox Sports Radio. WFNN Erie, The Fan.
Fox Sports trending now.
An early 10-0 lead at Seattle for the home team against Carolina. We're brought to you by TrueCar. Find the new car you want, see what others paid, and lock in guaranteed savings from TrueCar certified dealers. Save time and save money. Download the TrueCar app today. Two quick notes. Bud Selig was elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame today. And in the NBA at Oklahoma City, Russell Westbrook has a triple-double for a fifth straight game. OKC leads with about 9 minutes to go, 83-73 over New Orleans. Beat writer for Carolina confirms what Panthers radio said tonight. Quarterback Cam Newton was benched for disciplinary reasons to start tonight's game. Derek Anderson started, threw an interception to the fullback off his hands on the first play. That turned into a short field goal for Seattle. It's now 10-0 Seahawks, under 3 minutes to go in the first quarter. Oakland won its sixth straight game. Arizona and Pittsburgh with home wins. Tampa Bay got a victory. I'm Steve DeSig.
You thinking about getting freaky? You might as well get freaky in the herd.
Awesome!
Weekdays, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The herd.
Catch the herd on FS1. Blue 87! Time for some interaction.
Don't take winning for granted, man. Let's go!
If you like what you saw today, get in and talk about it.
What the hell is this?
Fox Football Sunday with Jonas Knox and former Notre Dame quarterback and first-round draft pick Brady Quinn is on.
Deep down.
Live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios.
Let's show what we all about.
Here's Jonas Knox and former Notre Dame quarterback and first-round draft pick Brady Quinn.
So there's a team in the NFL that should be bad, and they're not, and nobody's paying attention, but they're actually pretty damn good. We'll tell you who they are coming up here in just a couple of minutes. It's Jonas Knox. It's Brady Quinn here, Fox Sports Radio, also on the iHeartRadio app. And as always, we come to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, where 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. Quickly, we will update you on the news on the Sunday night game in the NFL, where the Carolina Panthers are in Seattle to take on the Seahawks. The Seahawks have a 10-0 lead late in the first quarter, but the story there, still trying to find out further information. Cam Newton was benched for disciplinary reasons. Something must have happened pregame, according to several people there, but they don't have official word yet. He was benched for something in the pregame Therefore, Derek Anderson started for the Carolina Panthers, and a dynamite opening drive for Derek Anderson, interception, set up a field goal. So there you go. There's how things work out. We're still waiting to find out. Do you want to take guesses as to what happened pregame, and then whoever was closest, like the winner has to get the other guy like a 99-cent store gift card or something like that?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
You make your first.
No, you go first.
Okay.
Go first. It was your idea.
All right. I think he got into an altercation with Richard Sherman before the game.
I feel like that's too obvious to lead off with, but I'll give you that.
Okay.
I think he got into an altercation with. No, you know what I think?
What?
I don't think it was pregame.
Somebody's saying it was pregame.
Well, here's what I'm saying is, I'm giving you the easy out because you got the most logical guess. I'm actually going to go with something happened along the course of the trip and all of that. And here's why I say that. When we were down when we were going through our travel for the Pac-12 championship game, someone had said to me, I think someone on our crew, because they got out in Santa Clara, they said, "Hey, I saw Cam Newton. He was in this area. He was in, I want to say Palo Alto, San Francisco, somewhere."
Yeah.
So they're staying down there in that area.
Right.
Something happened along the course of the week.
He was at the Warriors game. I know he was at the Warriors game on Thursday, and he was all decked out in Golden State Warrior stuff.
So my guess is he missed curfew. They kept this under wraps, and either Ron Rivera then punished him before the game, or the whole entire team knew, and that's how it works. And they kept everything under wraps, and then they waited just to kind of throw Derek Anderson out there. That's my guess. You get Richard Sherman altercation before the game.
Damn it, you're going to win this. This pisses me off. Okay, I'll go with mine. I'll stick with mine. But wouldn't if something had happened during the week, the way that NFL media is nowadays, and you got all these nerdy reporters.
Carolina media isn't with them.
Yeah, but they travel with them, don't they?
I think it might depend on something like that. Because think about this. They're not like, so when the media travels with a team, which again, to the best of my knowledge, it's not like all that sort of media. I mean, with other teams that I've been with, they travel separately. And think about this: if they're going to stay out there for the entire week, those newspapers or outlets, media outlets, they have to then pay for their travel and their time staying out there as well. So they might not have in their budgets to do that for them. So maybe it's more of a teleconference, maybe it's conference calls, where they're getting a lot of those media obligations that the NFL mandates for the players and coaches and all that.
I wonder if that's something like that would come out beforehand. But nonetheless, when the news breaks and we do find out exactly why he was disciplined, first of all, that post-game press conference with Ron Rivera, especially after a loss, is just wonderful to be a part of. And if Cam Newton was irritated about losing the Super Bowl, he's going to be really irritated when he finds out that he was benched, which is pretty embarrassing for a player, especially if you're the franchise player.
Oh yeah.
I don't remember Tom Brady ever getting benched to start a game. I don't recall that ever happening. In fact, the last quarterback I can remember that was punished for the start of a game was Johnny Manziel against Rice in college.
I think in the Cleveland Browns they actually maybe didn't even play him or didn't dress him for something as well.
Yeah,
I think Mike Pettin punished him in the NFL, which and that's why people always say be the Peyton Manning, be the Tom Brady, be whoever,
be the Brady Quinn.
Yeah, and there's a lot of quarterbacks that follow that example, but it's only like the great ones that ever get recognized. And then it's like there's other guys who have just superior talent.
And it's funny you bring it. So one of the quarterbacks that is having a really good year, and you've talked about like how long this has been going on for and where the switch was, and it's just getting better and better and better. And I think maybe the biggest win of the season, Matt Stafford and the Lions go into New Orleans and beat the Saints. How impressed were you with that performance there for them to go in almost a touchdown underdog and they go in and beat the Saints outright?
Well, I was incredibly impressed. You said the biggest win of the season. That couldn't be any more accurate because their first 11 games, every single game was within 8 points. It was essentially within a touchdown and 2-point conversion. So they were winning a ton of close games. And you look at Matt Stafford, this stat probably is the most glaringly obvious to me as far as tells how well he's played. 7 of their 8 wins this season, he's had game-winning drives. That's what it's come down to.
Yeah. Now, do you think? Here, I was thinking about this. We were talking about earlier in the show Antonio Brown, which as a quarterback, Brady Quinn, a guy who played high-level college football, played in the NFL at the highest levels. do you prefer having a big body wide receiver like a Julio Jones type? Do you prefer having an Antonio Brown type that can find holes in the defense, settle down, catch a ball? Depending on your preference. And I'm curious about that. And I bring that up because I think it applies to this. When you have a big body receiver, you can get away with more errors, right?
Yeah.
Because naturally you're dependent on that guy, and you'll almost throw balls up that you probably shouldn't throw up because you trust him to make a play.
Yeah.
I didn't think that, and I said after last season and going into the offseason, when Calvin Johnson retired, now we're going to really see what kind of quarterback Matt Stafford is. He's better without Calvin Johnson. I wonder if it's because mentally he realizes I can no longer rely on this guy to go make just this insane, crazy catch where I throw it up. I've actually got to break down a defense, look off safeties, find guys in different areas, and I think it's actually turned him into a better quarterback overall, not having Calvin Johnson there this season.
Yeah, that's probably part of it. I think he would tend to get too locked on, Calvin Johnson, at times.
Yeah.
So not only does that bring more defenders, but also makes him late for his other reads, through his progression, whatever else. That's going to be part of it. They did get Marvin Jones to come in and kind of step up. Anquan Bolden's been huge.
Golden Tate.
Yeah, and Golden Tate has been there, and he's done a fantastic job. Even in Calvin Johnson's absence, when he was kind of banged up, he did a fantastic job. Eric Ebron's got better. So I think it's a combination of things. It's kind of always that in life, right? It's kind of the combination of him being forced to have to actually work through progressions, but I also think like the floor of that wide receiver group has increased because they've brought in good players. And Anquan Bolden's a Hall of Fame wide receiver, in my opinion. I mean,
he's really good. And obviously his skills have diminished, but you can still trust that guy to go over the middle and catch any football.
Oh, and in the red zone, third down. I mean, they target him a lot. And then here's the last part. It's Jim Bob Cooter, which is the best name to say
it's awesome.
in the coaching
world. It really is. Like it's the name that you would think would be the name of a serial killer. I'm not kidding. Jim Bob Cooter. Like Jim Bob Cooter was found guilty, accused of 7 murders in the woods outside of Auburn Hills. Like it just rolls off the tongue. You just insert that there. But yeah, he's been awesome. He's been the guy there. And we talked to Alex Marvez, who's going to be joining us at the bottom of this hour, coming up in about 20 minutes from now on Fox Sports Radio. We talked to him last week. Jim Bob Cooter's going to get head coaching consideration because of what he's done with Matt Stafford. There are teams around the league that are going to look at him and go, maybe this guy's a head coaching candidate.
I think he's like a year or two younger than you, Jonas. That would be incredible at the NFL level.
Have you heard his backstory, Jim Bob Cooter? It's awesome.
Please tell me.
Okay. Jim Bob Cooter, I can't believe that nobody has talked about this more. So Jim Bob Cooter gets busted for a DUI a few years ago, and he fails 3 sobriety tests.
Whoa.
Okay.
Once you fail one.
Yeah. Here's why.
Okay.
My buddy's a cop, and I've talked to my buddy about this stuff before. The only reason you're taking 3 sobriety tests is because you failed the first one so bad that the cops want to get jokes and want to laugh, so they make you do it 2 more times just to see how wasted you are. I mean, they may have made him do handstands for all they know. The cops pulled him over. He was driving on the medium. I mean, just out of his mind bombed. So gets a DUI. Then, a couple of years later, he gets so drunk. This is the Lions offensive coordinator, Jim Bob Cooter. He gets so drunk that he climbs through the window of some random woman's home, gets down in his underwear, and hops into bed with her and goes to sleep.
That sounds like a dare.
like first of all, what does he have, like an IV of moonshine? Like, how drunk are you that you're walking around, hopping in some woman's window and getting down to your underwear?
Now, you got to tell the truth. I believe this was when he was in college.
Is there an expiration date on something like that? That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and by the way, he's 32, so he's my age.
Yeah, he's 32 years old, and he's already got a DUI, and he's already hopped into bed with a woman who's bombed, and he's one of the best coordinators. I'm telling you, if I hopped through the window, got in my underwear, and hopped in my girlfriend's bed, she'd tase me. Okay, that guy hopped in some stranger's bed. He didn't even know who the woman was. Okay?
That's why I'm trying to give him a little bit of that. I'm pretty sure that was during college, and that just sounds to me like it was a bet. I don't know if there was any ill will involved, but one of those things where you had too many drinks, you think it's funny, maybe a good idea.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, this is the end result.
Look, I'll hang out with the guy. There's no problem. Like I'll hang out with the guy. There's not an issue at all. I'm just saying.
You'd want him to be your offensive coordinator.
Yes,
too.
yeah, absolutely. Because hey, coach, let's go out and get a drink and talk about things. Yeah, no problem. And then the next thing you know, it's like 2 hours later, And
you're climbing into someone's bedroom in your underwear.
And you walk in the bathroom, and he's going number 2 in the urinal. You know, like that's the type of thing that would happen if you hang out with Jim Bob Cooter. So I'm just saying, you know, let's all factor in the entire resume when we talk about Jim Bob Cooter. But, yeah, you know, that guy's going to be a head coach one of these days. And the players are going to find out about that stuff, and they're going to go, wow. It's like after when they found out Rex Ryan had a foot fetish. How did those players look him in the eyes and not immediately, like, want to cover their feet? You know, like, didn't that just, like, affect them mentally?
Didn't you feel like once it came out that was it his wife?
Yeah.
That had the tattoo of Mark Sanchez on her? I was like, well, he's never going to get benched.
That's
I mean, really, like, you're pretty safe if your wife's got a tattoo of your quarterback if you're a coach.
Like, if Charlie Weiss's wife had your tattoo, it'd be a little uncomfortable, right?
Well, I mean, that was my college coach. I probably wouldn't feel like I was ever going to get benched.
Yeah, a little uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Brady Quinn, Jonas Knox, Fox Sports Radio, also on the iHeartRadio app. 877-99 on Fox is the phone number. 877-996-6369. You can get Brady on Twitter, by the way, at @3rd_goal. Hit him up on Twitter. Always positive feedback. He always retweets and responds well to people who give him positive feedback. So we are going to be joined in about 15 minutes from Alex Marvez, the Fox Sports Radio NFL insider. But up next, there was a move made in the NFL that caught a lot of people by surprise. We'll tell you exactly why the move was made, and we'll do it next.
The NFL is coming at you with full force. And when the game's end, dial us up, 877-99 on Fox.
Touchdown, 66 yards!
We've got the insight, and you've got the passion. Let's cover it together on Fox Sports Radio.
Did you know that every Chinese food takeout box is designed to flatten into a plate? Or that by turning the tab on a soda sideways, it doubles as a straw holder? Or that hole in a pot handle is actually designed so you can rest your spatula in it? It's amazing how some of the things people use most can be easily overlooked. It's just like TrueCar also helps people get used cars. That's right. TrueCar isn't just for new cars. Their certified dealer network also has an inventory of over 500,000 pre-owned cars nationwide. So whether you buy new or used, you get pricing information that empowers and give you a better buying experience through our TrueCar certified dealer network. Here's another fun fact. TrueCar customers receive discounts off the list price for used vehicles and are more likely to enjoy a faster buying process when they connect with TrueCar certified dealers. So when you're ready to buy a new or used car, visit TrueCar.com or download the TrueCar app to enjoy a better car buying experience.
Some features not available in all states.
Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. See website for details.
Need some extra cash today? Do you have bad credit or maxed out credit cards? If so, turn your radio up. 35cash.com is one of the nation's largest personal loan networks with over 50 different lenders. Now you can get a personal loan for up to $5,000 with any type of credit discreetly from your computer or smartphone and with no paperwork to send in. That's right, no paperwork whatsoever. Your cash will hit your bank account as soon as tomorrow as our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history. Visit 35cash.com and you can have up to $5,000 in no time. Just have a checking account and a regular source of income and you can get the loan you need now, regardless of your credit. Go to 35cash.com from your smartphone or computer to get the cash you need. Visit 35cash.com. Type www.35cash.com directly into the address bar. That's 35cash.com. 35cash.com.
Bianchi Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peachtree, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
A promise was made. A promise that hit the beaches of Normandy. A vow that captured Iwo Jima. A contract that weathered Tet. A pledge that stormed the desert in Iraq. An IOU that braved IEDs in Kandahar. A promise was made to America's veterans. DAV fights to keep that promise, so all veterans and their families get the benefits and support they earned. For help, visit DAV.org.
Okay, Simon, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right.
And what do people normally wear?
Clothes.
Exactly. So now Mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Clothes keep us warm, they look good, and if we go out without them, the neighbors will talk. So it's important to know how to get dressed. Here's how it's done. Underwear always